Fate made this young girl begin to doubt her own feelings, and her only wish was that, even if only once, she could have Carl Jan all to herself. He was the heir to a duchy, and she was nothing but a commoner. Being this close to him might also be the last time. Once he graduated, she would have to leave him. That was something that could never be changed. When Lien rejected him, the first thought that flashed through Carl Jan's mind was that he had made her hate him. With nowhere left to turn, the boy promised he would try even harder. As long as Lien didn't cast him aside, he was willing to do anything. Seeing him like that, the girl had no idea what to do because she would be graduating soon, yet Carl Jan refused to let her go. People at the academy had long since heard about the new transfer student. She had only gotten in after passing an unbelievably difficult exam. They said she was very cute, but there were still no rumors about which club she had joined. That was strange because gossip spread through the campus at lightning speed. Maybe she had missed the registration deadline. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out in the hallway. A student lying on the ground was desperately begging for mercy, saying he would never do it again. And so, this student at the height of his popularity decided to ask those three busybodies what the transfer student's name was. The competitive academy, named after its founder, was the only school in the Lagras Empire that did not care about social status. Its graduates made names for themselves in all kinds of fields through their own talents. The academy especially valued places where students could truly shine, such as club activities. Everyone was required to join a club. After earning excellent results on the transfer exam, Lien immediately became the center of attention. Considering her background, those grades were already astonishing, and with her outstanding beauty added on top of that, many students were charmed by her. The Mosquito Punishment Club was extremely popular, and it was probably already full. As for the Tasting Club, it looked like the kind of club no one wanted to join. Who would have thought choosing a club alone would be this hard? Lien still couldn't believe she hadn't made even a single friend yet, and yesterday had been the deadline for club applications. Joining a club was important for improving one's grades, so she had to sign up no matter what. She decided to leave it to fate, but first she needed to step outside and get some air to clear her head. The people here had all known one another since elementary school, but Lien had been absent for a full 5 years, and now she simply couldn't fit in. Just then, someone tapped her on the shoulder. She screamed so loudly that she ended up startling the other person instead. The child seemed to be checking whether he had found the right person and said he was looking for a girl named Lien, but she flatly told him that wasn't her. The male student had mistaken her because of her black hair and black eyes, but something important seemed to have happened just now because he ran off in a hurry. What an idiot, not even noticing the name tag on her clothes. Even so, Lien still couldn't figure out why he had been looking for her. She didn't know anyone who would go out of their way to look for her, so now she was even more confused. Still, the top priority right now was a club. The girl had gone out to get some air, run into a weirdo, and still hadn't found a club. At last, that person found the transfer student, the girl who had been complaining the whole time that she didn't want to taste disgusting things. While she was lost in her own thoughts, he suddenly invited her to join his club, and Lien nearly felt her heart stop. Soft, flowing light pink hair, so beautiful it hardly seemed real. Clear, sparkling eyes, well-shaped lips. This person had to be some kind of angel. She was almost too dazzled by that face to keep her eyes open. Where on earth had a beautiful boy on this level come from? Still, she really had met a lot of weird people today, even though the club registration deadline had supposedly been yesterday. According to this pink-haired boy, the real deadline was today, and she had made it just in time. He merely wanted Lien to sign her name, but she reacted as if she hadn't heard a thing. He wouldn't let her leave, but she was sure the deadline had been yesterday. In truth, that rule only applied to existing clubs. If she just signed her name, they could form a brand new club on the spot. So the application deadline was different depending on the case? That was something they should have made clear from the start. The girl began thinking seriously. Rather than leaving it to chance, maybe it would be better to just join. But no matter how she looked at it, that guy was one of the Academy's stars. If she got involved with him, it would definitely bring a mountain of trouble later. Lien didn't even know what the club did. She only wanted to finish school quietly and peacefully. The only problem was that a club needed at least 3 members to be established, and right now, they only had 2. That was why they needed a newcomer. Before she even realized what was happening, Lien gave in to those wet puppy dog eyes and signed her name on the club application. Even she thought it was embarrassingly pathetic. She had softened just because she was fooled by that cute face, and now she even had to attend club activities tomorrow. At last, it was signed. Who would have thought founding a club could be this hard? Actually, for Carl Jan, starting a club wasn't difficult at all. He was simply tired of followers chasing him from one club to another, so he decided to create one himself. News that Carl Jan wanted to found his own club spread quickly among the students. After all, it was Carl Jan and Feord. If he could join the same club as them, academy life would definitely become much easier. But that was exactly the problem, especially with Lien hating everyone and shutting everyone out. He had no idea where else to find a third member. After realizing what a hassle it was to start a club, he had no choice but to search around, and that was when he heard about a transfer student with top grades. Fortunately, he did manage to persuade her to join in the end. Up to that point, no one had ever shown no interest in Carl Jan at all. When Lien refused him, the boy panicked so badly he nearly let his true nature show. He even wondered whether the girl had something wrong with her eyesight. After all, with a face that handsome, she still turned him down. Sometime later, when the day came for her first club activity, the heroine finally figured out a few things. First, the person who had dragged her into the club was named Carl Jan. He had seemed fairly friendly when inviting her, but rumors of his awful personality had long since become famous. They said that during swordsmanship training, Carl Jan had used magic against his opponent without hesitation. But even if that was only an act, he didn't look like the sort to attack someone first. Compared to him, Feord was like sunlight itself, like the start of a new day peeking in through the window. He was unbelievably kind. When he saw Yin, he was happy to meet her and even asked how she preferred to be addressed. As for the club itself, they mostly just hung around. There were no special activities, and everyone could do as they pleased. They earned club points by subjugating monsters. The boys would handle that sort of thing, and Lien's name would simply be listed along with theirs. According to Carl Jan, she was only there to make up the numbers, so all she had to do was sit quietly. That really did sound pretty rude, but for a young student, this guy was actually already being fairly decent. It was just that her touch a moment ago had really displeased him, and in the heat of the moment, he shoved her away hard. Flustered, Lien apologized at once, saying she had only been a little too excited. Carl Jan didn't even want her calling his name, and his manner changed in an instant from smiling warmly to icy cold. So the kindness from that day really had been fake after all, but that was fine. She decided she might as well leave. But then that pink-haired boy gave everyone a break, so she decided to take a short nap in a chair first. The boy kept staring at her so intently that Lien felt as if he had something he wanted to say. All the while, Carl Jan kept looking at her with those sharp eyes, trying to make it clear that he had no interest in her whatsoever. In the end, he couldn't hold out. Apparently, he wasn't the type who could bottle up his emotions. How simple. So she pulled him closer and whispered something into his ear, instantly throwing his breathing into disarray. Thinking she had gone crazy, he dropped straight onto the floor. Lien actually loved his reaction, and even said she might graciously take pity on the poor thing, only for him to clap a hand over her mouth and tell her to shut up immediately. If she kept pushing her luck, Carl Jan said he would make her stay quiet until the day she graduated from the academy. Faced with how flustered and furious he looked, Lien decided to tease him a little more and lightly ran the tip of her tongue along his arm. This time, it seemed he really had turned red. His whole face flushed bright crimson in an instant, and cool beads of sweat even began sliding down his cheeks. Still, rumors really couldn't be trusted completely. Someone this easy to tease couldn't possibly be all that bad. Startled, the student immediately triggered his instinct to retreat and scrambled backward in a panic. His hand usually just tasted a little salty, but this strange girl had somehow assumed it would be sweet. Still, that wasn't so bad. It was actually kind of cute. Apparently, she was even starting to enjoy herself and was already thinking she ought to tease him often from now on. The competitive academy had been founded on the principle that everyone was equal before their studies began. So mentioning social status on campus was forbidden. That was exactly what Lien had loved about this place even before enrolling, and the biggest reason she had worked so hard to get in. Just then, her gaze fell on a sofa bearing the crest of the Duchy of Lysian. Clearly, the school's rules were not being fully observed, and this was practically a brazen display of status. "It's still better than sitting on those hard chairs," the boy said, sounding as if he really minded Lien sitting there the whole time. On the surface, she seemed to be teasing him, but everything she said was sincere. Ever since they met, Carl Jan had never been able to figure out what was going on in her head. He was cute, so she wanted to see just how many different expressions she could draw out of him. Though, of course, she only thought that to herself. As for the boy, he was thinking that if he cracked her head open, maybe he'd finally get an answer. Lien, however, still acted as though everything were one big joke. She planned to read tonight, so she sat down across from him. But the moment she realized she was allowed to sit on the sofa, she threw herself onto it without hesitation. The sofa was as soft as an actual cloud, and she couldn't help bouncing up and down on it. That sight improved Carl Jan's mood quite a bit. So this time he decided to spare her head for the moment, since every emotion on her face was written there plainly enough. Every muscle in the young lady's face had completely relaxed. Tonight, she was even planning to feast on a high-protein vegetable meal. With a snap of his fingers, a blanket fell over the girl as though it had dropped from the sky. He had suddenly turned gentle and even allowed her to sleep. So she thought that maybe he had liked what she whispered in his ear, or maybe liked that sort of thing. Anyway, enough about him for now. He was actually pretty cute, like a little pink kitten. More accurately, he was like a cat that was extremely wary of strangers. Lien had heard all kinds of rumors, but she was certain that before entering the academy, Carl Jan couldn't have taken care of anyone. But as it turned out, she had jumped to that conclusion too soon, and before long the rumors about Carl Jan gradually began to fade. Yes, they disappeared very naturally, as though someone had gone to a great deal of trouble behind the scenes to make it happen. The next morning came, the third day of club activities, and it was exactly that wonderful stage of getting to know one another. Standing at the door, Carl Jan couldn't say a word, while Feyward had no idea why he wasn't going in. The reason was that one of the members was asleep in the club room and absolutely could not be woken up. Lately, this pink-haired boy had been acting a little strange, as though the young lady had completely unsettled him. Feyward truly couldn't understand why Carl Jan cared about her so much. It wasn't like him at all. In truth, the only reason he was acting that way toward her was because she was new. She was still in the adjustment period. It would probably take about a week before she got used to things, and during that time, Carl Jan was merely being extra careful so she wouldn't run away from them. Lien, however, thought he was so worried because he was afraid of waking her. In her eyes, he was the cutest little cat in the whole academy. He was so concerned she might get cold that he even tried to cover her ankles. Of course, she couldn't just pretend not to notice, so she asked him on the spot why he was covering her up. It seemed this little angel had had his wings clipped. Lien kept praising him and calling him a kitty, while the boy desperately tried to make her stop talking. She might have been fooling around, but he really was good to her. Even after he left, the girl still couldn't stop. She simply loved watching his reactions too much. Today, the heroine woke in an unusually good mood and was about to read when she suddenly noticed the third member of this little group. She had heard plenty about Carl Jan, but there was almost no information at all about Feyward. His popularity ranked just below Carl Jan's, and the two of them were both upperclassmen. This man always wore a gentle smile, but surprisingly, it was almost impossible to find any flaw in him at all. So Lien decided to tease him a little and see what he was reading. It turned out he was simply reviewing today's lesson. Unexpectedly, he answered her honestly, so the girl casually kicked his shin and knocked off his shoe. The shoe flew straight toward an imaginary goal, like a little boat cutting through the waves. It was a beautifully executed kick from Lien, a complete success, though you never would have guessed it from her expression. In the past, her parents had always teased her in all sorts of ways, and the girl had remembered all of it. It really was fun, like mother, like daughter. All right, enough joking. The girl decided to return the shoe. She wasn't so bad that she would actually just throw away someone else's shoe. Watching them have so much fun, watching Lien teasing him like that, Carl Jan suddenly felt a strange surge of jealousy. Like the heroine of a fairy tale, she was about to return the shoe to the Academy's blonde prince. Her smile was so bright and carefree. She was even going to put the shoe back on her prince, charming herself, as though that would make everything perfect. At that most crucial moment, Carl Jan's anger could be felt from a distance. He clenched his fist and walked straight toward them. The fact that she knelt so easily made him feel she had absolutely no self-respect at all. According to him, that sort of behavior was completely unacceptable, so he immediately told her to get up off the floor right now. It had only been a joke, yet Lien had no idea why it made him so angry. After all that, Feord realized there was no point in taking things slowly anymore. He was even willing to go straight to the secretary and have it dealt with. No matter what Carl Jan said, Lien had to leave them. That was all there was to it. Several weeks had passed since Lien joined the club. Back then, she had only just transferred into the academy and had never imagined things would turn out like this. But now, her mood was unexpectedly light. Who would have thought it could be this enjoyable? On the other hand, there were also some problems that were far from easy to deal with. Staying around the most influential people in the academy came with a certain unique atmosphere. Rumors were a dangerous weapon, especially in a closed political space like this, in an environment like an upper-class bubble. Lien had been so careful, it was almost excessive. She even went out of her way to avoid people on her way to the clubroom. But in other people's eyes, she was nothing more than a nobody hovering around Carl Jan and Feord, and at last the day finally came. Rumors spread that this girl had joined the club of the two most famous students in the academy. That student thought Gerald had to be joking when he said that, because aside from being pretty, the newcomer had nothing at all. It was only gossip. Who would believe those two would really take in someone this worthless? That was far too harsh. One of the girls even said outright that a nameless nobody like her could never have stood beside Carl Jan and Feord in the past, and never would in the future either. Saying something that nasty right from the start really was vicious. But if you looked closely, it became clear why she dared to speak that way. Her academy uniform was spotless, and though simple in style, it was made from expensive fabric. Her skin was impeccably cared for, and an exquisite brooch was pinned to her chest. But more than anything, you could see the arrogance in their eyes. Clearly, these children were spoiled young masters and ladies from wealthy families. Of course, Lien wasn't about to let it slide, so she simply went along with their words and admitted that the rumor was true. This noble young lady couldn't understand how a newcomer had managed to worm her way in, but she probably assumed she could keep Carl Jan and Feord's attention forever. Even if she clung to them like an insect, the gap between them would still remain heaven and earth. Just as the heroine thought, there really was a misunderstanding here. If everyone found out that Carl Jan had actually been the one to approach her first, she probably would have been surrounded and beaten down long ago. It wasn't easy, but Lien still tried her best to explain. She admitted that yes, she truly was not on the same level as them. But she had not joined the club because she wanted to get close to them. The noble girl didn't believe her at all and demanded to know why she stayed around those two gorgeous guys. To be honest, the reason really was those faces. When people like that blink at you and invite you to join their club, it's genuinely hard to refuse. But nobles normally wouldn't focus all their attention on someone like her. In their eyes, she was merely a fool who didn't know her place. As for becoming friends with nobles who influence society, trade, and international relations, no one would ever believe in that sort of so-called friendship. Apparently, this newcomer was the sort who truly believed in the academy's rules, but by now no one took those seriously anymore. According to this upper-class girl, Lien had merely been misled by Carljan's approval and Feord's kindness, but she wasn't worthy of being compared to them. She was nothing more than a memory from their academy days, no more and no less. So this nameless nobody had better learn her place. This noble girl was even more childish than Lien had expected, but for the sake of her own safety, she merely said she understood. At the same time, however, she decided to find out exactly who these people were and whether they truly belonged to the same level as Carl Jan and Feord. Obviously, this newcomer had no idea who she was talking to, or else there was no way she wouldn't have heard the name Countess Krisha. The Gerald family practically controlled all the gold in this region. That was the difference between their two worlds. Everyone had a powerful family behind them, and Lien didn't want them to ruin everything and then force her to bow her head and beg. So first, she decided to confirm one thing. The names of these great people were Stella, Gerald, and Andrew. Stella had assumed that merely hearing their names would make the girl tremble in fear. But only a few seconds later, this stubborn, fiery girl took a stance that left everyone stunned. Then she made a mad dash. The moment Stella saw the newcomer bolt, she immediately ordered the boys to chase after her. Before long, Lien rushed into the staff room, where the teachers were listening to a recording of their entire conversation. The teachers had already heard enough. Honestly, it was appallingly malicious. Thankfully, Lien had been carrying a recorder with her, or they might really have gotten away with it. Now she could finally breathe a little easier. To be honest, she had been badly frightened too, but she still had a step forward. This girl believed in the ideals left behind by the Academy's founder, and she also believed that the Academy's rules ought to be sacred and inviolable for every student. The more she behaved like a model student and insisted on following the rules, the more clearly it highlighted those people's contempt for the Academy. After joining that highly visible club, she naturally drew a great deal of attention. It wasn't good attention, but that didn't matter. She was already used to that. What mattered most was that Lien was now inside the Academy. She had done it. No one could manipulate her however they pleased anymore. She took a deep breath, tried hard to calm herself, and then decided to rest a little in the clubroom. Just one more lie down. Then she'd get up. Just one more, and she'd definitely wake up. But this dream kept dragging her back into those memories. When Mom and Dad wake up, they'll all go on a picnic together. When Lien was 10 years old, tragedy struck. Her parents contracted a disease that could not be cured no matter what. To help them, she began studying medicinal botany. She couldn't give up. She absolutely couldn't give up. Every day, this girl repeated those words to herself, not knowing whether she was hoping to one day find an answer or simply praying for a miracle. She could not lose hope, and she could not give up. She had to keep trying, and someday she would succeed. Lien lived with that belief, convinced that one day her efforts would lead to a chance to cure her parents. But she watched helplessly as her parents' condition gradually worsened. All the herbs she gathered were useless. She clung desperately to that tiny shred of hope and pleaded with all her strength, only for it to be futile in the end, until all hope finally collapsed completely. After her parents' funeral, the girl locked herself in her room, went nowhere, saw no one, and spoke to no one. After struggling against despair for a year, she finally realized that it was hope itself that had turned her into this. Lien had desperately told herself not to give up, yet her efforts brought no reward, and in the end, everything faded into nothing. So she decided to live as someone with no hope at all. Despair alone was enough. Carl Jan and Feord were people far above her, and she was not. There was no point in feeling dejected over that. That was simply the truth. Thankfully, no one else was in the clubroom. She couldn't let anyone see her like this. Carl Jan and Feord really were good friends, but only within the Academy walls, where status did not matter. After graduation, there was no way the girl could keep associating with them, so there was no reason to cling to a relationship that had no future. The only reason she had been able to fit in here at all was because of them, that chance encounter, and this clubroom. A recording alone wasn't enough. She needed some backup measures too, to make sure those people truly received what they deserved. With that in mind, Lien went to find Feord because she wanted to talk to him. There was something she needed to ask. That night, somewhere on campus, Feord and Carl Jan decided to deal with the 3 people who had threatened Lien. Surprisingly, the reason she had joined the club was not because she had taken a liking to Carl Jan's face. Honestly, you could never guess what she was thinking or feeling. All at once, suspicion struck Carl Jan. He actually began seriously wondering whether she liked his face or not. Seeing how much he seemed to care, Feord even offered to let him listen to the recording. In any case, rumors about this matter were already spreading all over the Academy, and once expulsion was put on the table, they spread even more wildly. When Lien and Carl Jan first met, she hadn't even blinked, as though she hadn't put him in her eyes at all. Feord really didn't want to keep discussing this, so he could only tell his friend to somehow get a handle on himself and stop blushing. This girl always teased him with a perfectly serious face, saying things that left him defenseless. Just as he had thought, she had completely thrown this guy into disarray. She was the main reason Carl Jan's mood had gradually begun to improve. Her daily teasing affected him little by little. This newcomer always managed to catch him off guard. This girl was not afraid to approach him at all. She did not fear him, and perhaps that was exactly why. Whenever the two of them fooled around, he could never guess what she was thinking. He had no idea whether she was happy to see him or how she truly felt about him. It seemed Feord's instincts had been right all along, but Carl Jan still had no idea what he was supposed to do. Unfortunately, the truth was that Lien could only bear his overly intense feelings on her own. Even after returning to the dorm that day, he could not forget the sight of her slumped in those hard chairs, looking so miserable. But the boy had assumed that this strange feeling would disappear once he solved the problem. Spatial transfer was an extremely complicated form of magic. An ordinary mage would probably faint on the spot if they tried to use it. Fortunately, Carl Jan possessed astonishing magical talent. He was by no means some weak, ordinary mage. The moment the young magician stepped into his room and rang the bell, the butler hurried over, wondering who would dare disturb him. When he saw the young master, the butler was shocked and immediately prepared to tidy the room and change the sheets. But Carl Jan only told him to bring a blanket and nothing else. The butler did not understand what his master intended to do, so he decided to hurry and obey first. The butler thought the young master probably meant to give the blanket to someone, but he could not imagine who it might be for. It seemed the young master simply wanted something to cover a body with, so the butler decided he would report it to the Duke later and let someone else handle the matter. The blanket was brought without issue, and it was large enough to sleep under. The boy used magic to forcibly tear open a spatial rift beneath the sofa. Only top-tier mages could control spatial magic. Depending on their ability, they could even store objects inside it. And yet this genius used that magic to transport a sofa. The pink-haired boy had no idea whether she would actually use it if he sent it over, or how she would react. Still, it had to be better than sleeping on a pile of chairs. Besides, the sofa had been expertly made by craftsmen. She was sure to sleep comfortably on it. She could even nap in the club room, and with the blanket over her, she could probably doze in the sunshine. If that really happened, Carl Jan hoped she would smile at him again. But the moment that thought arose, he forcibly suppressed it. Lien did not need to like him. She only needed to like the sofa and the blanket. As long as she was comfortable, the boy would not have to keep wondering whether she was uncomfortable. That way, he would not have to care so much about that girl anymore. And if she could still throw his heart into chaos so easily. His heart pounded wildly, completely beyond his control. At times like that, there was only one question in the young mage's mind. Why did she affect him so much? Seeing how obviously irritated the young mage looked, Lien realized she might have taken the joke too far, so she promised she would not do it again. She truly had not known he disliked it, and she felt very sorry. To her, it had always just been playful teasing. She teased him every day, and Carl Jan would tease her back, but she had foolishly taken it all at face value. The next morning, the heroine woke from another nightmare in her dorm room. At that moment, she felt there was no point even trying to force herself to keep going. Just then, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. It was probably someone delivering lecture notes. At first, Lien considered pretending no one was inside, until she saw a club member standing at the door. She was so startled that she slammed it shut at once, because she was certain this was supposed to be her room. Doubt immediately crept into her mind. Had she gone to the wrong place? Had she somehow wandered into the boys' dormitory? But no matter how she thought about it, this had to be the girls' dormitory. Clinging to the hope that she had simply seen wrong, she peered out through the crack in the door again, only to see that same guy. No, she had not seen wrong, and he even called her by name. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Clearly, something serious was going on. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to know what was happening, but Carl Jan remained silent, as if the words were difficult to say. He was obviously very tense, although it would cause absolute chaos if one of the Academy's famous figures were discovered here. She decided to pull him into the room first. The pink-haired boy showing up here suddenly looked like nothing but trouble, so she had to figure out what was going on first. Then he suddenly noticed that Lien was still holding his hand. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Clearly, this was not someone who normally liked being touched, but she had simply been too flustered a moment ago. In truth, Carl Jan did not dislike her touching him, nor did he dislike her calling him by name directly. From now on, he hoped she would stop calling him Pinky and just use his name. To Lien, Carl Jan looked like a kitten that had been suddenly scooped up without warning. It was so unexpected that even she was startled. They had only known each other for a short time. There was no way she could already have taken up such a place in his heart. Lien had originally thought he disliked her jokes. Maybe what he really wanted was simply to be friends with her. After all, who would not like someone so handsome and kind-hearted? But this was not the first time she had gone through something like this. If Carl Jan wanted more than friendship, then she would have to keep her distance from him. She knew that expectations only left wounds behind, so she would rather keep things as they were now. She smiled again, and Carl Jan's heart skipped violently. He even wanted to record her voice and listen to it every day. Then Lien suddenly called him Carl Jan, not even using his full name. The moment was unbearably awkward. The soft, gentle way she said his name made his face flush bright red in an instant. Even so, the one fortunate thing for now was that he seemed to be in a fairly good mood. Young Master Lijiang's had always been comparatively easy to deal with. To begin with, his soft skin and radiant appearance were enough to draw attention. But then a thick look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. He nearly held his breath, and his gaze sharpened. The moment he saw that girl, he realized she had been crying and immediately concluded that someone must have bullied her. But Lien denied everything and even told him that if he kept making that face, it would eventually freeze that way and become ugly. Carl Jan promised he would handle everything, told her not to worry, and asked her not to cry anymore. He was so gentle when he worried about her that it made her heart feel warm. But the heroine did not change her mind. Before long, Lien turned to Feyward and made a request. She handed him a recording of a conversation, saying that this was only a copy and that the original was still with the teachers. Feyward quickly understood that it could not possibly be fake, and then she asked him to spread the recording throughout the entire academy. Lien really was clever. This was blatant class discrimination, and there were already quite a few students at the academy who resented that sort of thing. Once the professors learned what had happened, it would only be a matter of time before she was expelled. Even though she had only just arrived here, she had already seen the academy's rules very clearly. She was smart. She had probably already realized it. This was how high society worked. Someone as alone and unsupported as she was could disappear without a sound. Still, that probably would not be a problem anymore, right? Because Lien had now drawn Carljan's attention. Not long afterward, news spread through the academy. The 3 wealthy students who had been bullying a commoner girl really were thrown out of the academy. It was said that even their parents had been severely scolded by the professors. Being expelled from this academy was no ordinary matter. According to rumors, even the headmaster personally intervened. The reason the matter had grown so large was because the degree to which they had violated the rules was simply too severe. But the most frightening part was that the 3 families nearly collapsed overnight. While their underage children were being sent away, an earthquake struck and all their minds caved in. One of their ships was hit by an extreme storm and sank straight to the bottom of the sea. A bizarre fire engulfed their warehouses, and all the supplies they had accumulated over the years were reduced to ashes. The older people get, the more they come to feel that there are not actually that many coincidences in this world. Because of this, their lives plunged completely into ruin. From being driven out to having nothing left, at least Lien no longer had to worry about those 3. Now, there was even a rumor spreading through the academy that anyone connected to her would invite trouble. She had never had many friends to begin with, and now no one was willing to spare her even a second glance. It was completely different from before, when she had merely spent time alone in the clubroom. Still, Lien had never talked much with her classmates anyway, so in truth it did not make much difference to her. But her life did change a little. The moment Carl Jan saw that beautiful flower, Lien immediately came to mind. Since he had already picked it, he ought to put it in a vase. If the water were changed from time to time, the flower would bloom longer. That guy agreed to go get a vase too, but the problem was that he did not have someone deliver it. He teleported there himself and brought it back. After all, Carljan's magical power was absurdly vast. Feyward felt that he was probably searching for the kinds of things money could not buy. Carl Jan seemed brighter and gentler than before. No matter what Lien said, he always wore a smile and tried every possible way to make her happy. In the end, he was just a boy his age, completely led around by a girl. The heroine did not want to embarrass him. She only hoped the 2 of them could keep being friends for as long as possible. The only thing she kept thinking was whether, if she left one day, her friends would still stay in touch with her. Feyward had not even received the flower she meant to give him, and yet she already considered him a friend. Carl Jan understood her better than Feyward did, so by that logic, maybe they were a little closer. On the surface, it might not have seemed important who came first, but the boy still wanted to know who mattered more in her heart. Even though she knew it would only cause trouble, Lien still said things like, if we're counting by hairs, you're the 40th, and if we're counting eyelashes, you're the 27th. When it turned out to be nothing more than a joke, Carljan's expression fell at once, and he looked utterly dejected. Apparently, getting him to accept that Lien cared about both of them equally was not going to be easy. Since that was the case, the girl felt she had to take action quickly and try to stop him. Carl Jan had never thought of wanting to be more than friends with her, much less of marrying her. In the end, the only people at the academy she could truly call friends were those two. But if she made more friends later, things might change. And just hearing that single sentence made the boy's expression change. Perhaps Carl Jan had not realized it, but his main role now was to keep away anyone who wanted to approach her or befriend her. Lien was busy imagining how nice it would be if she could make friends the way people did in books, when a huge box suddenly crashed into her head-on. A girl was hiding behind the box, and the moment she saw Lien, she nearly jumped with delight. So the girl at the academy really was as cute as the rumors said. This girl's name was Jane, and the heroine could hardly believe that she was actually her roommate. After only a short exchange, Lien learned that Jane also had 1 year of school left and was in the same class as her. She had just returned from vacation. Lien suggested they call each other by name, but her roommate thought that might be a little too soon. It seemed the two of them would have to remain politely formal with each other for the time being. Since they were going to live in the same room, they had to make things as comfortable as possible. Right now, the only thing Lien hoped was that her new roommate Jane would look after her a little. The next morning, she was awakened by a burst of noise. Jane got her out of bed, even though she normally slept until noon on weekends. It turned out her roommate had already made plans, and the plan left Lien nearly speechless. The new girl had rushed back to the academy and had no time to shop, so she wanted to go into town. Since our heroine would obviously never go out to buy things if she slept until noon, Jane invited her along. Lien was practically dragged there by force, but walking through the lively streets was still a little exciting. No matter what Jane said, they still carefully compared things before buying them. Whether it was a beautifully embroidered scarf or a cute desk lamp, our girl chose everything with great care. If she had been by herself, she probably would not have noticed any of those things at all, but this was shopping with a friend. With the money she had, her grandmother had also thought she would be able to take care of herself well enough. While they were choosing cookies, Jane suddenly asked Lien what her ideal type was. Lien liked kind people. They had to be gentle, and most importantly, handsome. If she did not like how they looked, she would give up immediately. As for Jane, what mattered most to her was whether she could talk easily with them. There were not many people who could truly make her open up. She hoped there was a decent boy close to Lien, preferably someone she already knew well, like one of her club friends. In the heroine's eyes, Feyward really was a good person, but Jane completely misunderstood her attitude as romantic interest. The conversation suddenly went in a strange direction. It seemed that girl had already confirmed something through her own little tests. Lien was kind to the person sitting beside her, and Jane thought she would probably make a good friend. That night, somewhere on academy grounds, Jane suddenly ran into someone who had been waiting for her. She had already mentioned that she was sharing a room with that talkative girl. That girl would continue reporting everything to Lord Carl Jan, and the two of them would pay for what they had done to Lien. The boy told Jane to stop asking unnecessary questions and simply do what they had agreed. Dig up information related to the thing she was interested in. He was in an awful mood today. He was only doing what he was supposed to do, and Jane was likewise doing what she was supposed to do. 2 years had passed since they last met, but nothing had changed. Jane still acted lazy and careless in class. Her roommate simply assumed she was under too much stress from having missed so much coursework. To cheer her up, Lien suggested they go buy some cookies. No matter what flavor Jane liked, they could put it in the bag. She even said she wanted to pack in a lot because she wanted to try everything. All of a sudden, the atmosphere around them changed. With a strange expression, Jane told her friend to look around. Every person around them was carrying a bag stuffed with cookies. Lien's expression made it obvious that she had absolutely no idea what day it was. After class, the academy staff were all secretly praying that no one would celebrate Cookie Day. After all, there had been far too many cases over the years of people being poisoned by love potions. So the festival had long since been officially banned within the academy. That was exactly why everyone exchanged gifts in secret, avoiding the teacher's eyes while openly breaking the rules. In fact, this was the first time Lien had ever heard of such a holiday, let alone known that everyone celebrated it. She had only wanted to share cookies with her roommate. But to Jane, This was outrageous. Today was cookie day, the day girls gave cookies to boys. So Jane suggested that she simply give the cookies to a male friend she was close to and treat it as a gift between friends. The thought of giving cookies to a friend from the club made Lien hesitate. She felt it would be better not to, because it would very likely cause trouble. She and they were not close enough for that. Then Jane started asking her one of those bizarre questions again. Would she rather choose a tomato that tasted like dirt or dirt that tasted like a tomato? Carl Jan would probably know exactly what the answer was. The choice was still hers in the end, but Lien felt as though there was some line she had to keep from crossing. She was confused, and because of that, she felt sorry. Without question, she ought to act like a friend would, even though she was still not sure of her true feelings. She gathered her courage and stepped into the clubroom, only to find it looking as if a tornado had just swept through. The whole room was in shambles, and parts of it were even on fire. A lifeless-looking Feord invited the girl inside. He had absolutely no idea where Carl Jan had heard the news. The moment Liziank saw him, he rolled his eyes. Right now, he was the one who most needed answers. Just then, the door slammed shut, and through the crack the girl caught a glimpse of something strange happening inside. A moment later, Carl Jan appeared at the door. He invited her in and asked what she had planned to do today. Lien only felt that the clubroom looked as though it had crawled straight out of hell, exactly like Feord did. Carl Jan could not possibly have destroyed the clubroom like this, nor would he ever hurt Feord. He had not touched him, he had only used magic. This guy was not bad by nature, and in our girl's eyes, he had to remain that way. Lien felt she could not simply pretend not to notice. Sometimes the smartest thing to do is to act as if you know nothing. She had merely heard that today was cookie day and that everyone was exchanging cookies, even though the teachers had explicitly warned them not to. She had not known about the holiday at all, and once he found out, he had taken the blow even harder than she expected. Since the two boys in the club were both famous around the academy, they had probably already received plenty of cookies. Feord was one thing, but Carl Jan had gotten into trouble before, so now he no longer accepted them. The moment those words were spoken, Carl Jan exploded and shot his friend a murderous glare. Feord had become completely speechless. He had no idea why this mage had decided he was interested in Lien. To avoid breaking academy rules, the girl suddenly proposed that they should just treat today as a day with no cookies. Carl Jan's eyes darkened at once, and she desperately avoided looking at him. There were two other people in the room besides her, yet the air suddenly fell frighteningly silent. Then Lien could not help sneaking a glance, only to see that guy curled up by the sofa like a cowering kitten. After seeing that, the girl barely dared look at him again. She simply could not pretend she had not seen it. At that moment, Feord suddenly began gesturing frantically under the table, begging her to look. Lien lowered her eyes and saw a bag of cookies under the table. It was a gift meant for Carl Jan. In her eyes, Feord and Carl Jan were very close friends who had always gotten along happily. Feord's only hope now was that she would hand that bag of cookies to Carl Jan so that he could finally breathe again. The young heroine could only grit her teeth and pass the cookies to that guy, despite how annoyed and upset she felt inside. Carl Jan could hardly believe that the gift was for him, proof of their friendship. A single bag of cookies made him that happy. His heart felt warm all over, as if he were experiencing for the first time what it meant to be cared for. Suddenly, there was a knock at the clubroom door. Apparently, Feord was very popular. A female student had come looking for him. Usually, when Carl Jan was there, people would not come to the clubroom, but there were always a few especially bold ones. The cookies this boy received as gifts could practically pile into a mountain, and that had never been a good thing. It was a hassle to deal with so many of them afterward. Since he had no idea what might have been put into them, he could not give them away to others either. Every year, there were always people who regretted eating them. Lien could hardly believe that he threw all those cookies away every single year. Carl Jan accepted only the one she gave him, even though Feord said he had not even looked at them last year. It was true. When she handed him the cookies, both her hands had been trembling slightly. So Lien took the cookies she had originally made for Carl Jan and gave them to Feord instead. Of course, she had not put anything strange in them. She merely used going to the restroom as an excuse, leaving the two boys there to eat cookies. Of course, Feord had not really done anything wrong, but in a way, he had brought this on himself. The girl had only just reached the area near the restroom when, in the next instant, a thunderous boom echoed out. The force unleashed when an enraged mage lost control was as terrifying as an exploding bomb. In the end, Lien pretended not to know anything and fled straight back to the dormitory. For a holiday event she had only learned about that same day, she had handled it pretty well. If things between Carl Jan and Feord became complicated because of it, then that could be dealt with later. For now, it was time to get back to more important matters. That very day, Professor George of Medicinal Botany announced that they would be completing the next assignment in groups. What he taught was the kind of knowledge that could not be learned from books. Before becoming a professor, he had personally gone through many real experiences himself. Lien did not seem to realize that, and probably half the class did not either, since medicinal botany was not exactly a popular course. If it were an individual assignment, that would naturally be the easiest option, but to be honest, this new girl really had not made many friends. Seen another way, this was also a chance to connect with other people. Of course, doing it alone was not impossible either. Just then, a classmate suddenly asked her whether the rumor that Lien had a crush on Carl Jan was true. Even though she denied it again and again, the girl kept staring at her. In any case, everything was finally arranged. For the person taking the lead, this counted as a nice little victory. At that very moment, Lien suddenly felt an ominous premonition, as though something bad was closing in on her. When it came down to it, Carl Jan had no real reason to have fallen for her. Objectively speaking, she did not think he liked her all that much either. Looks, ability, family background. Carl Jan was kind-hearted, pure of soul, and even more outstanding than some members of the royal family. So those rumors really were too exaggerated, right? But the way the girl in front of her was looking her over would not let her dismiss it so easily. Lien thanked the plain, potato-like girl and decided that for today's group assignment, she would have to rely on her for now. Considering the topic of the assignment, they had to go somewhere rather remote to complete it. It seemed that this newcomer happened to know just the right place. As soon as class ended, the heroine was almost driven mad while thinking about how she was supposed to lead this group. She pretended that her leg had suddenly cramped, and Carl Jan immediately offered to massage it for her. He blushed with embarrassment, but he meant nothing improper by it. He was simply worried about her. The girl had not expected him to be good at even that, and she very nearly agreed without thinking. But just as this guy had barely managed to coax Lien into a better mood, she suddenly brought up the strange rumor she had heard about him. Carl Jan's expression tightened at once, his jaw clenched hard, and his gaze locked firmly onto her. The rumors all said that she liked him, but honestly, she did not truly hate the idea. What actually troubled her was that people had already started gossiping about where the situation would go next. Compared with rumors that she liked him, Lien would rather people said that he liked her. But of course, she could never say something like that out loud. Whenever she saw Carl Jan look hurt, it reminded her of how she had cried after her parents died, and that same helpless feeling surged up in her once again. She worried that these rumors might affect his future marriage prospects, though that was probably just needless anxiety. In truth, the boy was happy that she was not angry about it, because no matter what happened, he would stay by her side. He had come here in the first place to find Lien. Just then, the room filled with magic, and the space outside the door was torn open. The strongest mage in the academy unleashed overwhelming pressure without mercy on the student who had suddenly appeared in the corridor. Carl Jan slammed the door shut, startling the other student badly and leaving Lien a little flustered as well. She guessed that student had probably come because of the group assignment. Just as furious Carl Jan was about to demand what exactly the student wanted, the student apologized first for interrupting them. Lien knew he did not like people coming to the club room, but she still needed to speak with that person. That finally soothed the jealous beast enough for him to allow her to talk with the boy. They arranged to meet after club activities were over. But under the oppressive pressure of the academy's most famous figure practically breathing down his back, the student felt a headache coming on. It seemed he was destined to have a miserable day. They had to process the herbs they collected tomorrow, but if he really felt that awful, then he ought to just rest properly. The kid was so frightened out of his wits that he instantly stopped asking questions and ran out. Lien figured he probably just didn't want to do the group work. Group assignments are the worst, aren't they? Unexpectedly, Jane actually liked class today and even invited her roommate to go into town with her. But Lien still had to finish this group project. She had only gone back to her room to grab a few tools. All she could do now was hope Professor George wouldn't make them do it all over again. Just then, Jane remembered that 2 letters had arrived for them. One of them was from her aunt. Letters bearing the family crest couldn't be sent to the academy, so they used different envelopes instead. The moment she saw that letter, Lien was swallowed by memories, as if she had drifted back into childhood. And that nostalgic lavender scent hadn't changed at all. The heroine's vanity drawer was stuffed with lavender-scented letters, and she had never opened a single one. The reason was obvious enough. She simply knew instinctively that it was better not to read them. The first member of her group really was quite a character. Lien had no expectations for him whatsoever. As for the second member, this Mr. Potato Head was already a full 30 minutes late. The third member, whose name she couldn't even remember, did show up, but he said his grandfather's former lover had died, so he had to rush off to the funeral and wanted his name removed from the project. If it was really his grandfather's old lover, then fine, let him go. This wasn't a group assignment at all. It was collective punishment. The weather didn't look great today, but whatever. She planned to do it alone. I can figure out how to finish it myself. I really like walking this mountain path. I used to dig up herbs here with my mother all the time. After my parents died, my aunt forbade me from coming here again, but I still gathered all the herbs the household needed. If I had been a little younger when I moved in with my relatives, maybe I really would have called them father and mother. At first, they even wanted to enter me into the family registry. Halfway up the mountain, I suddenly spotted a warning sign saying dangerous magical beasts had been seen in the area. This area really was dangerous, but there was still a hole in the fence. The reason this assignment had been made into group work was that medicinal herbs use magic as a source of nourishment, and the places where magical energy is strongest are often where magical beasts live. Wild herbs are also more potent than cultivated ones. As expected, the best things always grow in dangerous places. Lien really wanted to complete this assignment, and at last fortune smiled on her. In the mountains, she found Tranto. The book said it was difficult to collect and even classified it as a weed. It didn't really have any useful medicinal properties itself, but it could be used to stop sweating. There's almost no demand for this herb, so it couldn't be bought anywhere, but Lien had managed to find where it grew. Even in her excitement, it made her let down her guard. She had thought she was prepared for anything, but her caution failed her so completely that she didn't even realize she had become a beast target. Just then, a man shouted a warning and killed the beast in the blink of an eye. He pulled her tightly into his arms, so tightly that Lien could clearly feel his heart pounding wildly. She had been completely unprepared for that. The forest fell quiet again, and the first thing she noticed was how fresh the air smelled. He had such an intense presence that it was impossible to ignore, impossible to shake off. His warm breath brushed over her, leaving every inch of her skin faintly tingling. Then Lien suddenly came to her senses and realized the person holding her was Carl Jan. She had been so startled that she hadn't even registered he was there. He had rushed over because he was worried about her. His gaze was so burning that she could hardly bear it. She really had been prepared. She could have driven that beast away herself. If Carl Jan hadn't suddenly interfered, the creature wouldn't have lunged at her in the first place. He tore the poor beast to pieces. Carl Jan was convinced she should never have had to see something like that. He used vanishing magic, which was somehow even more terrifying than leaving a corpse behind. Lien should only be looking at beautiful things, like his face. He was almost annoyingly handsome. In that case, the heroine ought to look at him every day. Naturally, that would bring the two of them closer, as if symbolizing a cleansing of everything, or perhaps foreshadowing love. It suddenly began to rain. The air turned fresh, and happy raindrops tapped against the mountain trees. Before the rain started, the student had at least managed to gather Tranto and several other herbs. She had been so absorbed in what she was doing that she hadn't noticed Carl Jan at all. And though Carl Jan had followed behind her out of concern, now he seemed to have vanished into thin air. The moment the girl called his name, he appeared before her like a fairy summoned by magic. In truth, he had been looking for a flower that reminded him of Lien, but after searching the entire mountain, all he found in the end was a rose. The scent of a mountain rose stirred something deep in the girl's heart. They really were alike. Whenever Lien came up the mountain with her mother as a child, she would always ask the names of the animals, plants, and flowers she saw. And every time, her mother would answer in a calm, gentle voice, never sounding impatient in the slightest. Pink roses meant passionate love. The girl's father had given that flower to her mother countless times. It was almost like a secret memory from her childhood. She had never told anyone, and there was no way Carl Jan could know. The rain had already stopped, and like sunlight breaking through the clouds, Carl Jan really did resemble that rose. Everyone else in the group had dumped the assignment on her, so Lien had no choice but to finish it alone, and the result was actually pretty decent. Over the weekend, not a single group member even contacted her, so she completed the work of 4 people by herself. The only message she got was from the guy who had shoved the leader role onto her and run off with a lousy excuse. Honestly, Hans insisted that the former lover of his supposedly dead grandfather was actually his grandmother. He had been in such a hurry that he hadn't explained properly, but his grandparents were divorced, so his family situation was a bit complicated. Another person couldn't come because they were sick, so he felt guilty that the 2 of them were stuck doing the work of 4. But he really didn't need to worry about it, because Lien had completed the entire assignment by herself and put down only her own name. As for Amira, that chatterbox didn't even bother saying she wouldn't come. Lien waited for her for a full 40 minutes. The only one who showed up at all was Hans, and he disappeared almost immediately too. He seemed especially bothered by being called a chatterbox. But the truth was that talkative potato head really did talk too much. Apparently, Lien actually had a pretty good sense of humor, and when she was with friends, she joked around a lot. Speaking of friends, Hans remembered the blonde girl who was always with her. The name Jane really was beautiful. Her smile was bright and radiant, exactly his type. But if anyone dared look at Jane too long, Lien would flat out tell them to get lost. This assignment hadn't been as hard as she'd imagined. Even alone, she had produced a decent result. It wasn't her best work, but it was still work. Better to do it herself than leave it undone. Even so, that failing grade shocked her. Professor George probably would have given a higher score if he'd sent her to pull weeds. Apparently, during the investigation, they had been supposed to gather and classify herbs from zones rich in magical energy. That was why it had been a group assignment. But now it seems someone had received help. As for this so-called outside assistance, Carl Jan had indeed happened to be there, but he hadn't actually helped her gather the herbs. There had clearly been some kind of misunderstanding. No one had helped her. She decided to calm down first and figure out exactly what had happened. Then Professor George suddenly brought up the buttercup listed on page 3. The academic world already knew about that plant's special properties, but the herbs she had collected were species they hadn't even seen in class. And that wasn't all. Asford, horse chestnut, raspy, herbs like those required considerable experience to identify. None of them had been covered in detail during class, so this was clearly all wrong. Lien wasn't really listening to him because she already knew all this. She had deliberately chosen rare plants that were hard to identify for the assignment. Now she had to decide what to do next. Her opponent was Professor George. He wasn't someone easy to fool, so she decided to tell the truth. Most importantly, she needed to keep it as brief as possible so he wouldn't get impatient. Lien knew far more about herbs than anyone else. She had just never wanted to show in class. If she had actually shown what she knew, she probably could have gone straight into the research institute already. Even now, those research fanatics were always hanging around outside the professor's offices. The girl had known the medicinal effects of buttercups since childhood. She hadn't even realized people in the city didn't know that. She had gathered other herbs on the academy's back mountain too, and she could even point out where they grew as proof. She kept her explanation as concise as possible because she didn't want to give the professor any excuse to mark her down. For centuries, buttercups had only ever been used as ornamental flowers. Anyone who chose to study them had to be a complete eccentric. And the eccentric who had once written a thesis on that flower was now interested in another eccentric. After fixing his attention on this student, the professor decided to test whether she knew the effects of Cedra Jobcho. According to Lien, Cedra Jobcho was an herb that improved blood circulation and boosted vitality. If used in excess, it would build up adverse reactions in the body and cause side effects. And the herb itself was also difficult to obtain. This student, who had nearly gotten a perfect score on the entrance exam, had been sleeping in class. So that was why she had already known everything. It seemed the professor was the sort of person willing to admit when he was wrong. He agreed to change her grade to an A, but just as she was about to leave, he suddenly offered to tutor her personally. The girl panicked, firmly refused him, and bolted from his office. Only after she calmed down did the heroine realize that lately, her life had been spinning more and more out of control. After that, Professor George loved calling on her in class, and that idiot kept bothering her after every lesson too. Thinking about it carefully, her academy life could even be considered fairly successful. Lately things had actually been rather peaceful, except that Hans still hadn't given up on trying to get her to introduce him to Jane, and even wanted to arrange a chance encounter this weekend. That was simply too much to ask of Lien. In her eyes, he had about as much appeal as an old gym sock. Jane had only happened to notice that the person next door had brought along a new boy, and from that moment on, Lien's once peaceful life began going downhill. What had to come finally came, like a destined head-on clash. The exam period arrived. The Academy's classes were divided into basic courses and specialized courses. Jane and Lien took the basic courses together, while Hans and that other guy, whoever he was, took specialized courses with her. Hans thought nothing mattered to Lien more than exams, yet he still kept pestering her to introduce him to Jane. At first, she thought the guy was mute, or maybe just using exams as an excuse to talk to her. So she decided to throw him a genuinely difficult question and see what he chose. Would he rather eat dirt that tasted like tomatoes or tomatoes that tasted like dirt? When he answered, unsurprisingly, dirt that tastes like tomatoes, he was immediately eliminated. Because his answer was different from Jane's, and Jane's explanation had been that what mattered most was simply whether it tasted good. Lien barely scraped by on the accounting exam, while her roommate scored high. Jane's test paper hardly matched what they'd actually studied at all. Apparently, it wasn't only the students who needed remedial lessons. The professors did too. At least the professor had let her take accounting first. That way, she could free up time to make up the other subjects. As for Lien, she wasn't upset over her grades. She planned to stay at the academy during the break. Every time she went to the clubroom, Jane cheered her on. But before she even went in, she heard Feord and Carljan's voices. Even for the accounting exam, the two of them had been late. Somehow, they'd ended up in an argument, and through the door, all she could hear was them raising their voices and sniping at each other. Before things could get worse, she shoved the door open and went in, but Carljan greeted her at the entrance in a warm, practiced tone. More importantly, Feord was stuck to the ceiling. He was just a little tired, so he decided to take a nap up there. Hoping the boy had slept well, Carljan brought him back down to the floor. Fortunately, Lien had shown up, so everything now made sense. She had also been late because of an exam. She had simply been fighting to scrape by. To Carljan, exams were so easy he couldn't even be bothered to count the points, but he found her earnest, careful way of studying rather cute. That guy was an outright genius. Ever since childhood, he had practically been able to teleport. Feord specialized in swordsmanship, so in some ways, he was the one who understood Lien best. As for passing grades, rumor had it that even if he didn't show up for an exam, the teachers would grade his paper anyway. The academy wasn't that strict with him. In other words, out of the three of them, the only one truly getting tossed around by exams was the heroine. It wasn't that her grades were bad. She had simply grown a little lax lately, just like those two. Starting today, and until exams ended 2 weeks later, Lien would be suspending club activities. She wasn't top of the year, but her grades were steady overall. First, she had to rescue the rest of her subjects. Fortunately, her grades in the core subjects were good. All she needed now was to pull up everything else. Unexpectedly, Carljan also decided to study, even though he couldn't seem to tell whether he was even holding the book the right way up. He claimed he could read a book upside down just fine. The book said that magic was the fundamental energy behind all life activity. When the laws of nature were broken, that energy would mutate and give birth to magical beasts. Magic had 2 natural deviations. Carljan wasn't paying attention to the book at all. His attention was entirely on the girl. It seemed she had already thrown him into complete turmoil. If there was anything Lien didn't understand, he was ready to teach her everything he knew and answer all her questions. As for anyone else, he clearly didn't care in the least. Ever since that last conversation with Carljan about the rumors, more and more people had started believing them. It felt like someone was spreading them on purpose, but Lien neither knew who nor why. Things had even developed to the point that Carljan's parents might want to meet the girl who had their son so hopelessly bewitched. The exams and the rumors were putting a lot of pressure on her. She was really starting to reach her limit. But after one glance at Carlton's face, she somehow calmed down and even forgot all those worries. She told herself she was worrying for nothing. Instead of being anxious over things that would probably never happen, she should focus on preparing for her exams. Before long, the Academy's hottest rumor reached the Lijiang's estate, and everyone was thoroughly shocked, then spread it even more. Lady Lijiang's son had finally started showing interest in girls. That really was rare. Sylvia Lijiang's was the mother of the Duke Lijiang's family, Carlton's mother, and also the headmistress of the Academy of Competition. Ever since Lien said she wouldn't be going to the clubroom until exams were over, Carlton had started following her around. If she thought hiding in the girls' dormitory would help her avoid him, she was terribly naive. That place had never managed to stop him before. Fortunately, he hadn't run into anyone on the way, but now Lien had a roommate, so she demanded that he apologize to her first. To keep Lien from getting angry, he had no choice but to obediently apologize to the girl. But Jane said she didn't need an apology from him, even though she didn't have to be that polite about it. Afterward, Lien suggested they go to the clubroom and told him to use teleportation so no one would see them. Her hand landed on the front of his clothes. The gesture was oddly cute and somehow made it even harder for him to move, saying he was only doing it because Lien had asked. That desperately impatient guy pulled her into his arms and wrapped both arms tightly around her. Honestly, this magic was far too dangerous. It required contact at such close range to cast. Carlton's heart was practically out of control. This was the second time they had hugged. The man carried a particular scent. Lien had never smelled such a rich rose fragrance on anyone else. The girl remembered the rose he had given her, and before she knew it, she was sinking into his embrace. Once she came to her senses, she immediately pushed him away and said they had to teleport over at once. Feyward told them to take their flirting somewhere else. He still had to study. He tried to calm his friend down, but Carlton didn't even lift his head. After staying only a moment, he left. According to Feyward, he probably just needed a cold shower, and they should stop pretending this was some touching display of brotherly affection. As for why he needed a cold shower, maybe it was because he was too clean. Maybe he just spilled something on himself. Who knew? Feyward thought he might as well ask what she had meant earlier when she was talking about school, because he had realized that Lien had long since noticed that in the clubroom, he didn't actually do anything. He just read. In truth, he worked desperately to maintain his grades, but Carlton had given everyone the wrong impression of him. He was in the Academy's top 5, yet he had never once bragged about it. Watching him work so hard not to stand out too much, Lien warned him to be careful. Rumors were everywhere now. Compared to Feyward, she actually thought Carlton was a good person at heart. Even if he threw tantrums now and then, deep down he was still like a big child. She practically fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow, only asking him to wake her in about half an hour. Carlton had been absurdly obvious, but who would have guessed Lien hadn't noticed at all? Feyward could hardly believe she hadn't suspected a thing. Then again, she wasn't just naive. Sometimes she was frighteningly perceptive, sometimes gentle and considerate, and sometimes her intelligence was genuinely astonishing. She was an impossible mystery to pin down. The longer Feyward spent with her, the more he came to understand her. No wonder that bastard Carlton was so fixated on her personality and the way she looked at him. He really was captivated. The reason he kept his true self hidden all this time was simply that he wanted to show Lien his better side. He was obviously nervous as hell. Because Lien was too kind-hearted, he was afraid that if he showed her his bad side, he would disappoint her. So he only showed her his best side, just as Feyward himself had done. Suddenly, the girl woke up. She decided to move around a little before going back to sleep. Feyward hadn't done anything wrong, and yet for some reason, he couldn't shake the unease in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, Lien probably hadn't noticed anything at all. That guy had simply been startled. What he least wanted was to end up falling for her too. He had to admit that this new girl really was a little special. But the problem was that life had already taught Feyward to lock his heart away, especially when the girl in question was someone his friend liked. The student was so sleepy, she was practically dozing off. Yet suddenly she thought, why did this ridiculous academy always release grades right before vacation? It was done to force everyone to study seriously, so they wouldn't waste their holidays on makeup exams. Lien was actually pleased because she had gotten good marks in club activities, so now she could focus entirely on exam prep. But when she checked her grades, she saw the club's name, and from that moment on it kept bothering her. So the club was called Figatten. Maybe she really shouldn't ask Feyward about it. If Magatten was short for Mosquito Torture Club, then didn't Figatten mean Feyward Torture Club? This was getting more dangerous by the minute. The man had started taking an interest in everything Lien did. In truth, he didn't care how she saw Carl Jan. He just felt that rather than let her misunderstand him, he should tell her the truth sooner. Feyward was not as gentle and harmless as he appeared. The things Carl Jan said about him weren't just an act, they were the truth. Sooner or later, she would discover that he was one person in public and another in private, and that would probably make her pull away completely. Actually, Lien had known for a while. In public, his smile looked like a mask, but in the clubroom, he was obviously much more relaxed. When she smiled at him like that, Feyward almost started to believe he might still have a chance. The story he told was the most typical noble family story imaginable, a half-brother suddenly appearing. As a child, Feyward always trailed after that new family, but the half-brother constantly treated him as a threat to the legitimate wife's son and stayed on guard against him. In the end, the other boy even managed to drive him out of the academy. It was just one of the oldest tricks in the book in a fight over inheritance. All Feyward had ever wanted was to share a warm family dinner, but in the end, all he could do was swallow his tears alone. That was when he decided to take back everything that should have been his. Everything he did at the academy was, at its core, about building connections. Sincerity meant nothing to him anymore. Only results mattered now. That was his strength, and the only thing he could achieve on his own. He had long since resolved to be hated, deciding to use other people to get everything he wanted. If Lien started avoiding him after this, that wouldn't be strange at all. Something like this would naturally be hard for her to accept. Trying to accommodate everyone all the time really was exhausting. Lien knew this boy had been through a great deal. Even if he was using people, she didn't blame him. She didn't care what anyone else thought. She simply considered Feyward her friend. It was almost inevitable, as natural as water flowing downhill. So natural it couldn't be resisted, and resisting would have been pointless. Claiming he had urgent business, the boy hurried out of the clubroom. Silence followed. Carl Jan was truly good to Lien. Because he cared about her, he had even brought this comfortable sofa and blanket here for her. If Feyward really were some unforgivable villain, then why wouldn't he use the future Duke Lijianks standing right in front of him? He probably did think of Carl Jan as a friend, even if neither of them seemed aware of it. The heroine heard Carl Jan coming back. She had been planning to pretend she was studying. He had only just said she should study, and now she was already asleep. Once the exams were over, the academy would go on break, and that man had no idea what he would do without Lien. While she was asleep, he actually said it out loud. By the weekend, he would hardly be able to bear it. His only hope was that vacation would never come, or that there really was magic in this world that could slow down time. So when Lien said she wouldn't be going home for the vacation, he took that to mean he could come see her at the academy. For him, that alone was enough. So that guy suggested they go for a walk around town together. She absolutely could not let that happen. If Carl Jan asked her out, she couldn't just turn around and tell her friends about it. The moment that new girl started treating Feyward like a friend, he knew he was finished. He really wondered whether she would still talk to Carl Jan the same way if she ever learned what he was really like. Though with Lien's personality, she would probably still accept him. But if she couldn't, then maybe Feyward would have a chance. After that accounting exam, 2 weeks flew by in the blink of an eye, and at last all the exams were over. It always feels like it ends too quickly, even when you think it would. Then the bell rang, the day's classes ended, and the students of the Academy of Competition officially entered their vacation. Lien decided to help her roommate pack. It wasn't as if she had anything else to do, since she wasn't going home and would be staying in the dormitory. Jane's home was far to the south, but today she would first head to the capital to greet some people she had known from her old job. Lien had no idea that before returning to the academy, Jane had once been a maidservant to some noble lady of high rank. Becoming a maidservant rather than an ordinary servant required at least a bit of noble blood. That wasn't especially unusual. Everyone went there to build connections, but Jane had gone because her family needed money. Lien thought it was admirable that Jane was willing to earn money for her family herself. It seemed this was the perfect moment to finally tell Lien everything. For example, that Jane had been watching over her from the shadows all along, and that this was the only reason she had been able to return to the academy, and that she had originally approached her and become friends with her because someone had asked her to, and that because Lien had been so kind to her, She had always felt guilty and now regretted it more than ever. Jane fought back tears and finally worked up the courage to say everything, but something suddenly stopped her and no words would come out. She had tried, she truly had, but it was all just too heavy. In the end, she simply couldn't bring herself to say it all. Since she didn't want to speak, Lian wouldn't force her, but if something was weighing on her heart and she wanted someone to talk to, she shouldn't keep bottling it up. They were friends, weren't they? Jane would never find anyone as kind as Lian again. Even so, she still couldn't confess and only promised that she would keep writing letters. One by one, the students left and went home. With no club activities and no roommate, a lonely vacation began. Lian threw herself into herb research, something she had kept putting off out of concern for the academy and for Jane. She tried to use it to fill the emptiness left by missing her friends every day. But once she truly immersed herself in her research, time slipped by all at once. Whenever she went out for a walk, she would think of the past. Her parents' death anniversary was approaching. Their graves were in a quiet little village not far from the academy. That was her hometown. She had once lived there with her parents, and it was there that they were buried. Aside from the annual festival, almost nothing exciting ever happened there. But perhaps because of that, it felt especially warm and familiar. This year's festival happened to be held right on schedule, so Lian decided to stay the night and walk around a bit. Then something caught her eye. Fruit jam. There was a lot of delicious fruit jam at the festival. She and her parents had always bought a jar. They would just choose between strawberry and apple. When she was little, she always picked magnolia berry flavor. This place was filled with memories. She decided to buy some flowers. Luckily, that little shop was still there. Through the display window, something unbelievable caught her eye, a huge diamond ring. It was far too flashy, wasn't it? Lian thought even a single flower would be prettier than that. She had never used to care what flowers looked like, and had only cared about their medicinal value. But Carl Jan had started giving her flowers often. Her mother and father deserved a beautiful bouquet too, yet she had never found one that felt truly right. If she made a bouquet from flowers she chose herself, she could tell them that her life now was filled with small joys too, even flowers. These days, herbs were no longer the only things that interested her. Perhaps that was Carl Jan's influence. The gifts he gave her always made her happy instead of becoming a burden. Still, no one with even a little taste would buy something like that. And yet, the gentleman drawn in by its sparkle seemed to think the diamond ring was very beautiful. There were all kinds of jewels and ornaments in the world, and everyone had different preferences, but that thing was simply awful. The world was vast, and Lian really shouldn't have cared what some stranger bought. But on the other hand, if she could stop something terrible from happening, then she had to do it. The size and color of the diamond ring were just right, so the gentleman was certain she would like it. He had already begun imagining the moment when she would finally smile in happiness, when suddenly a young woman cried out behind him. She simply couldn't believe he was trying to buy a ring with such a huge gemstone. She had thought it was meant as a gift for his wife. This young lady didn't look like the sort of mercenary a noble would hire, but rather like someone from the village itself. Lian thought he had no need for that ring, and the only reason she thought so was because he reminded her of Carl Jan. Their silhouettes were somewhat alike. It was surprising that a commoner could behave so unreservedly in front of a lord. She pulled a few flowers from a bouquet and tied them together with a ribbon. It seemed she was quite an unusual girl. The girl handed the gentleman a sprig of azalea. In a language of flowers, it meant the joy of love. According to her, he mustn't let himself be led astray by a strange ring. Flowers were a much better gift. Hoping his beloved would like the flowers, Lian said goodbye and hurried away. After that, the lord ordered his butler to buy everything in the jewelry shop, while he kept the flowers for himself. It really was lively here. Sylvia's husband, Leonian, said he would only be gone a moment, and now at last he had returned. He had said just a moment, but it had felt much longer. Leonian Lijianks, Carl Jan's father, the Duke, had wanted to give his wife a special gift as a keepsake for the festival. Lady Sylvia was genuinely surprised when she saw the flowers. She had assumed her husband had once again acted on impulse, run off to buy out some shop, or purchase some useless expensive thing too flashy even for showing off. But this bouquet of azaleas was truly beautiful. The Duchess was moved. Leonian wanted to give it to her as a symbol of his love. She was surprised that her husband had become so thoughtful and touched that he was finally expressing his love in a way she liked. Because of that hopeless issue of love, Carl Jan had been somewhat down lately, which had made Sylvia feel sad as well, but her husband managed to cheer her up again. The Duke, however, was convinced that their son was not in love at all. On this matter, the Duchess was mistaken. Rumors about it had already spread all over the academy. Everyone was talking about the girl Carl Jan was said to have fallen for. A few months earlier, Carl Jan had asked his mother to preside over that disciplinary hearing. As headmistress, Sylvia naturally could not ignore it, so she used every connection she had and finally got those students expelled. She had been so happy because her son had fallen for someone like an ordinary boy. But when she thought about how that girl seemed to have almost nothing besides a pretty face, she felt a little sorry for her, and more than a little disheartened. A few weeks later, after returning to the academy, Lien was summoned to the front gate to receive a letter. The visitor had come in a gilded carriage, the kind one only saw in the capital. The letter could not possibly be from Carl Jan, because he would never do something Lien disliked. Nor could it be from Feord, because this wasn't his style. Though she was deeply suspicious, the butler asked her to at least read the contents before deciding whether to reply. She didn't care in the least what he considered important until she saw the check enclosed in the letter. Apparently, the amount was so large that she simply couldn't bring herself to turn away. Whatever this was about, there was no reason for some mysterious nobleman to seek out Lien. She had to find out what the letter actually said first. In it, Leonian wrote that he had argued with his wife and asked how he could make up with her. Judging by how far he had gone in writing that, he truly did love his wife very much. The girl's knowledge of his wife amounted to little more than the fact that she had been happy to receive the bouquet. It seemed she already had an answer. Judging from the dignified appearance of that middle-aged man, she only needed a little time to write it down. Not long after, a reply arrived at the Ligiank's residence. The butler handed the letter to the Duke and said that the girl had asked him to wait a moment because she would write back immediately. In that case, his lordship understood perfectly. There were a few things he needed to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Lien was already beginning to regret having replied at all. He was probably someone of extremely high status and very easy to offend. It was too late for regrets now. Everything depended on how deeply he cared for his wife. In her letter, Lien told him to make breakfast for his wife, but he had to wear a fitted shirt and tie an apron over it. The Duke had gotten the answer he wanted. He followed the instructions exactly, put on the fitted shirt and apron, and personally toasted bread for breakfast. The Duke of Ligiank's looked incredibly charming dressed like that. It was practically a second honeymoon, and it was a complete success. That older gentleman had recently sent many more letters, asking for more methods that worked just as well. Lien also received letters from her friend Jane and from her aunt. Everyone regretted that she wasn't coming home for the vacation. Her uncle sent his regards as well. Lucas and Arahim both missed her as their little sister. Just hearing that Arahim missed Lien was enough to give her a headache. He was the eldest son in her aunt's household, so she had known all along that his name would eventually appear in a letter. Carl Jan wrote to her first. At least that was some comfort, but she hadn't seen him at all during the vacation. She had thought he would come back in less than a week, but instead it dragged on for far longer. This is wonderful. Carl Jan has wanted to see you for a long time, and he's already on his way. From the contents of the letter alone, the girl had no idea what that meant, when suddenly she heard knocking. Only it wasn't coming from the door, but from the window. Completely out of nowhere, Carl Jan suddenly climbed in through the window, startling Lien so badly she nearly fell over. Afraid he might fall from the window, she cried out, and the two of them tumbled to the floor together. At that moment, tears even welled in the boy's eyes. Looking at the girl before him, he could hardly believe it was really Lien. He wasn't on the verge of tears because the fall had hurt. He was completely fine. He was simply happy from the bottom of his heart. Lien had never imagined he would cry like that just from seeing her. Anyone could tell how much he liked her, yet she felt she hadn't done anything for him. Honestly, if he missed her that much, Carl Jan could have just come to see her. But if he had come too early, the whole vacation probably would have become unbearably dull. When Lien had said, "You can come," she had only thought he probably wouldn't actually do it. But he had really held himself back and stayed away. Because he had kept his promise, she now felt terribly foolish and deeply embarrassed. Lien's flustered look was just too adorable. When Carl Jan finally got to see her, his eyes had turned red, and he had even looked as though he might burst into tears. To cheer him up, this student decided to take him to the photo studio. It had become very popular at the academy. Since he had kept his promise, Lien suggested they celebrate together. A little while later, Carl Jan was overjoyed when he saw their photograph. In it, both he and Lien were smiling. She was the one who had brought him there, and she happened to have a little money on hand lately, so this time she treated him. When they got married in the future, they ought to take another picture too. Meanwhile, the two of them were growing closer and closer. Before long, the vacation ended, and Jane truly had missed her roommate very much during that time. In her letter, she wrote that the cat had subdued a speckled chicken in 3 moves. She had seen it with her own eyes. In fact, Jane was happy to be back at the academy. She had missed all the lively rumors here, and now they were all about a newly arrived transfer student. This year happened to mark the 20th anniversary of the peace treaty with the Abyscanthus Kingdom. To commemorate the occasion, their prince would travel there, and the other side's prince would come to the Lagras Empire. The two great powers were exchanging princes, and the Prince of Abyscanthus would be coming to the Academy of Competition. The Academy had always been like this. Students were not allowed to mention one another's status or rank. Of course, noble children always had some contact with the outside world, and rumors could never be completely stopped, but it was still better than having no rules at all. They said that Prince would attend classes normally, just like everyone else. Now that Jane was back, the academy was bound to become lively again. Today's lunch was potatoes. The harvest had been especially good this year. Lien ordered a potato-themed meal. After hearing what Jane said that morning, she had suddenly started craving them. Potatoes were delicious no matter how they were prepared. Malcolm was in the cafeteria today too, and she was eating potatoes. Malcolm was potatoes. Amelia's skin had been looking remarkably good lately. Apparently, during the vacation, she had spent a huge amount of money on a very rare skincare product. There were many rumors about it, and it was said to be hard to buy even with money. After Amelia started using it, it smelled a little harsh and made her skin tingle, but after trying it several times, she really did see results, so she thought it was worth it. When her friend heard that, she was tempted too and hurriedly asked what the product was called. The moment Lien heard the name Vayman Narina, she shot to her feet as if struck by lightning. In truth, Amelia also knew perfectly well that Lien wasn't avoiding potatoes because she disliked them. Right there on the spot, the girl demanded that Malcolm stop using the beauty product she was currently using at once. She had overheard their conversation and suddenly interrupted, ruining the mood, so they immediately wanted to know who she thought she was, ordering people around like that. In the end, while it might produce immediate results at first, if you kept using it, your skin would eventually pay the price. Lien was completely serious, because Amelia's skin really had improved quite a bit. The haughty noble girls couldn't be bothered to deal with her, so they decided to eat somewhere else. Vayman Narina was famous for its powerful moisturizing effect, but contained a toxin that could not be expelled. With continued use, the poison would accumulate more and more, eventually causing horrifying consequences beyond words. After many accidents occurred, the production and distribution of Vayman Narina were completely banned. The side effects were so severe because neither medicine nor healing magic worked on them. The only person who had ever successfully developed an antidote was Lien's mother, which was why Lien simply could not ignore it. Of course, she couldn't exactly march into those girls' rooms and throw out all their cosmetics, but at least she had warned them. It was also then that Lien thought of making the antidote. If Malcolm refused to stop using it, it would be needed sooner or later. If only she had listened to that clever classmate, she wouldn't end up looking like a shriveled, old dried plum. To clear her head, Lien went to the garden. As expected, walking alone was much more peaceful. Then, like a scene straight out of a play, she ran into a man who absolutely refused to get out of her way. He suddenly told her to keep a low profile and not attract attention, and went on by himself about how things were still not as bad here in the Lagras Empire. Honestly, even he seemed irritated by his own manner, though Lien had no idea what he was talking about. After listening to him, all she could think was that this strange man must be in a terrible mood today. All she could do now was endure it. If this was some kind of test, then she would surely pass. And because she had stopped walking, she noticed that a rare plant of this kind was growing at her feet. But the moment she reached out to pick it, that suspicious man from earlier suddenly shouted. He had barely managed not to make an issue of her blocking his way, but now she was about to pluck a flower and would probably just toss it aside afterward. This student absolutely could not allow her to pick flowers so carelessly. In the Lagras Empire, where Lien had been born and raised, there were all kinds of plants. Normally, fruit develops from the calyx left behind after the petals fall, but this flower was different. It actually needed to be snapped off. Bees liked its scent. After pollination, the petals would open to attract animals. Those animals would eat the flower for the nutrients in its petals. Only then would the flower wither, and the fruit would grow near the roots. Lian needed a part of this flower right now, which was why she picked it. There was no need to come at someone so aggressively when they had only just met. Although she doubted someone so prejudiced would listen, she still wanted to try explaining. But if she was only making excuses, then he had no desire to hear any of it. He also said that if she knew how much work it took to cultivate this plant, she would never do such a thing. It might be just one flower to her, but he would never allow there to be a second incident like this. Whether they would ever meet again or not, Lian only hoped she would never run into this person ever again. From today onward, the real Lian had returned, and Carl Jan had missed her unbearably. When he heard the door open, he thought Lian had arrived, but in the very next second Feyward loudly announced that he was back. Carl Jan hurriedly hid something because he had thought it was Lian coming in, not his friend. Apparently, it wasn't something she should see. He was acting far too suspiciously, while desperately pretending there was nothing wrong. Feyward was stunned that this guy wasn't even nervous about Lian barging in and exposing the fact that he was hiding a secret. In the end, she really wasn't coming today after all. Thinking this was his chance, Feyward immediately lunged at his friend to shove him aside, but Carl Jan dodged in time. With a single move, that remarkable mage grabbed him by the back of the collar and cleanly threw him aside. Carl Jan told him to stop talking nonsense with Lian's name. You weirdo. Though he was a mage, his reflexes and strength were astonishing. Then, at the worst possible moment, Lian walked into the office, startling both of them, seeing the two people she liked in that state. She even thought they were trying out a different kind of relationship and had come out to meet people just so they could continue. After a while, things were finally cleared up. Carl Jan had been hiding something, and Feyward had gotten worked up because he wanted to see it. Carl Jan's strange behavior was hard to deal with, but if Feyward really wanted to find something indecent, all he had to do was look under the bed. That instantly made him panic, and he swore over and over that there was nothing like that under his bed. But if there really was something good, Lian told him he ought to know how to share. That was what friends were for. Of course, it was only a joke. This girl enjoyed watching the reactions of the two of them. Carl Jan probably wasn't really hiding anything, and because of that, Feyward learned that they had met during the vacation, gone out together, and even taken a picture during a time when he had planned to spend all his days with girls. Afraid Lian might misunderstand, he quickly explained that he changed partners often, but he wasn't a playboy. Even if those girls were willing to be with him, he didn't actually like them. He sounded like he was desperately defending himself. At this rate, he looked bound to get himself into trouble sooner or later. In any case, Feyward had only recently split up with the last one. If a relationship had no future, there was no need to keep wasting time on it. To settle the argument and make Feyward finally commit to something, Lian suggested they all take a photograph together. At that moment, Carl Jan secretly formed a plan. First take the photo, then crop Feyward out of it, and finally keep a copy for himself. Once they were grown up, all these pictures would become memories of their youth. This was their first time gathering together after the vacation. Even though they had only been talking for a few minutes, it felt as natural as if they saw each other every day. Just as Lian looked around, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and the two boys immediately recognized Professor Walter's voice. In that tense moment, she couldn't understand why the professor had personally come here, what he wanted, or where that heavy sense of pressure was coming from. Professor Walter wasn't a bad teacher. He just looked like an office worker drained dry by his job. He wouldn't ignore students, but he would never go out of his way to call one over for no reason. It turned out he had a favor to ask and wanted this student to spare him a little time. Naturally, the girl agreed, and so she ended up in the teacher's lounge, where she met a rather troublesome fellow. The man who had scolded her for picking a flower was, as it turned out, someone Professor Walter knew and the new transfer student. Lian herself had also been a transfer student, so she knew what the other person would run into and what he ought to be careful about. This new student had only arrived at the academy today, which was why the professor had asked her to show him around a little. After all, he would start classes tomorrow, so it was somewhat urgent. Walter said that helping transfer students was important, but he himself had other work to do. The professor still had to read the letters students had written to him, which showed just how busy he was. He was only asking for her help, not forcing her. If Lien didn't want to do it, she could refuse right now. In the end, the girl still agreed. She had never imagined Walter could move so quickly. When she asked the man's name, he only said that he was called Kun, without giving a surname. That was how the academy worked. You couldn't mention your status. Even a prince couldn't introduce himself by saying he was a prince right away. In other words, if the Prince of Abascanthus really did have that name, then his full name should be Kun Edgar Abascanthus. It was indeed Kun's first day here. But even if there was something he didn't understand, Lien forbade him from asking questions carelessly. She sincerely hoped he would learn to rely on himself in all things. After all, when she had transferred here, no one had helped her like this, and she wasn't his servant, so she had no duty to guide him around. To make that clear to him, she decided not to keep indulging him, said goodbye, and prepared to leave. But the newcomer wouldn't let her go. He caught her by the hand, though through a handkerchief. According to him, it was academy etiquette. Kun had not treated her like a servant. He had only suggested this after asking the professor about it himself. He did not want special treatment, and even apologized for the awkward situation. Clearly, either he felt embarrassed or his conscience troubled him. Whichever it was, she still had no intention of forgiving him yet. This guy had truly gotten on her nerves. So, Lien said she thought she had seen something, and then when she saw his handkerchief, she remembered that he wasn't the type to favor anyone. In the end, he certainly had his own troubles, but this girl had no intention of hiding how she felt. Their first meeting had been unbearably awkward, but Kun suggested that they at least try putting up with each other for a while. He had no desire to associate with someone who disturbed the natural order, either. It was simply an evil that had to be tolerated. So this young lord decided to endure it for now and accept her presence at his side. Lien thought to herself that there was no way she could walk that far. Her shoulders were already aching from picking flowers all the time. So she left the prince behind and let him deal with things on his own. They said he was sick, but to her, he looked perfectly fine. That was the biggest reason rumors couldn't be trusted. It had been a truly bizarre conversation. Anger, shame, Kun had no idea what he was supposed to be feeling. Come to think of it, he didn't even know her name. All he wanted was never to see her again. The next day, our heroine returned to her usual school life, and today she was supposed to study on her own with a new transfer student. Professor Walter was their homeroom teacher, so it wasn't strange that the transfer student had been assigned to their group. Seeing Lien with a headache, Jane was very concerned and even suggested that she go to the infirmary. Last night, she had told Jane everything. She had just wanted someone to vent to, and Kun and Feyre were obviously not the right people to hear it. Jane thought the new boy was handsome, but Lien thought he was awful in every possible way except for his face. And on top of that, he was the prince of a neighboring country. But in this world, no man could compare to Carl Jan. Carl Jan felt a little bad about interrupting the two girls, but he still asked if he could speak with Lien for a moment. Since he had something to say, she was willing to listen. The new boy hadn't even managed to say much before Carl Jan cut in. Carl Jan had suddenly remembered something about Lien. Yesterday, he had gone to a confectionery and bought her a huge pile of sweets and desserts. The girl was deeply grateful and even promised to treat him to dinner at a very nice place next time. Hearing that Lien wanted to take him out to eat, and at a fancy restaurant, no less, he immediately realized that this was basically a date. To make sure, Carl Jan asked her to promise, and she hooked pinkies with him. The atmosphere turned painfully awkward, as if the air itself had frozen solid. For them, nothing else mattered anymore. Pointing at that little puppy-like fellow, Carl Jan mentioned that Lien had a new classmate. Although she had received the sweets as a gift, she couldn't finish them all by herself, so she shared some with Jane. Getting back to the point, Carl Jan decided to find out what this guy was doing here and whether he absolutely had to see Lien. The prince was talking to Carl Jan, while the other students were terrified of him. But the prince approaching Carl Jan on his own was unusual to begin with. Carl Jan Ligianks did occasionally hear about Lien's likes and dislikes from Jane, but something as private as her emotional state was not the kind of thing Jane would share. Besides, she herself had only learned yesterday that something had happened between Lien and Prince Kun of Abascanthus. There was no way Carl Jan could have known. And yet, the moment the prince decided to come bother her, he showed up with sweets. Maybe he really could sense Lien's mood, and maybe he truly cared about her. But this was Carl Jan Ligianks, the man everyone said was cold and heartless. Well, they would find out soon enough what he wanted. It looked like he was just about ready to send the prince packing back to his homeland. Young Master Ligianks didn't look like a student from this class at all. but he wasn't going to leave either because he always did whatever he wanted. The reason the new student was here was that he was starting classes in this room today. What Carl Jan meant was, why didn't the prince go back to where he belonged? While making a huge scene, the guy assured Lien that he would settle this matter right away. But before that, he told the newcomer to get lost, though he might be generous enough to bring him chair first. At that moment, Kuhn slapped Carl Jan's hand away, and the entire class gasped in shock. The strongest mage in the academy was not the sort to tolerate that kind of insolence. He lunged forward like a madman, but the new guy dodged. He had clearly known the prince would avoid it, which was why he had aimed for the face on purpose. There were no high walls here, no knights to protect Kuhn. So Carl Jan tried to pull Kuhn away from Lien, but Kuhn shook off the hand on his shoulder, and Carl Jan shoved him in return. Like a troublemaking child, Carl Jan had suddenly gone and pushed someone just like that. He was not the type to start trouble for no reason, unless he had some other intention. Kuhn Edgar, crown prince of the empire. No one had ever dared treat him like that, and he simply could not tolerate it. But in the end, he didn't want to make things any worse, so he proposed ending it there. The new boy left the classroom, and when the door slammed shut, the tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Thankfully, everyone returned to their seats afterward and class began, but Lien couldn't focus on the lesson at all. Just then, Hans suddenly announced that there would be another group project in medicinal botany this semester, and Lien snapped at him on the spot because there was absolutely no reason for him to tell her that at a time like this. Recently, Hans had been hanging around with the medicinal botany crowd. Right now, the girl was in the unfortunate position of having to wait on those slow, dragging people. Since he had a lot of friends, but could only choose one, he was set on joining Lien's group. She was the best in that class, so of course everyone wanted to pull her onto their team. The moment that guy crossed his own name off the list, his motives had become completely obvious. Fortunately, no one else was bothering her right now. Apparently, they had plenty of time this semester, and Hans was even wondering if they might be assigned to develop some kind of medicine. According to Lien, the professor knew very well what the students were capable of, so he wouldn't expect miracles. She would do everything she could, and if that still wasn't enough, she would use her own formulas along with the notes she had taken during preparation. Hans was completely stunned when he learned that she had been studying herbs since childhood and had already built up a huge collection of practical notes. He felt it wasn't right to simply enjoy the fruits of someone else's labor. Hearing that, the girl laughed. To her, it was obvious this guy was trying to take advantage of her. Just then, Carl Jan suddenly appeared. His classes had already ended, so he had come over. Maybe he did feel he had gone a little too far before class and had come to apologize, but Lien wasn't angry. Quite the opposite, in fact. Still, what young Master Lijiang's cared about most was who exactly the boy standing behind her was. That was Hans. He and Lien took medicinal botany together. Then Carl Jan reminded her that if she just said the word, he could guarantee this little puppy would never bother her again. But the girl wasn't that absolute about it. Hans was her friend, and he seemed like a decent person. A coward hiding behind Lien was supposed to count as a friend and a good person? What a joke. Even after learning that Hans actually liked someone else, Carl Jan refused to believe it. Under the pressure of Lijiang's anger, the boy had no choice but to confess that compared to Lien, who was his age, he actually liked Jane more. And Jane, who had done absolutely nothing, just so happened to witness this hopeless scene. She walked over and invited her friend to go to the dance hall with her. A dance class had been added to the curriculum this semester. There really had been a lot of changes this semester. So Lien said goodbye to Carl Jan and told him she'd see him soon. Besides, Jane didn't need any confession. She had no intention of getting involved with some random strange man. Dance was the foundation of social life and culture. The academy made no distinction between commoners and nobles, so everyone learned the same dances. And they were partner dances, not solo ones. So this semester had basically turned into a full-blown social nightmare. Lien naturally wanted to dance with Jane, but she also didn't want to take away her chance to be paired with a boy. When the dance instructor noticed that the girl had no partner, she thought something must have gone wrong somewhere. The number of boys and girls was supposed to be equal, though perhaps leaving things as they were would actually be more convenient. Well then, our heroine's partner had already arrived, so the sooner they started, the sooner it would be over. It was time to greet each other, and Kuhn already looked displeased, not even bothering to hide how much he hated this. Today, the boys were to learn the basic steps first, and those didn't require a partner. But next time, they would formally pair up and dance together, so the teacher told them to prepare a flower in advance. and to make sure its floral meaning was appropriate. Kun had seen how the girl reacted when picking flowers, but he didn't say a word about it to the teacher. Lien, however, knew of a flower that was perfect for giving to this guy. Carl Jan and Feyward were in the same class and were now on their way to the dance hall for their next lesson. So, dance lessons had begun today. Thank goodness the partners were assigned by the teacher. Feyward guessed that Lien probably had another class before this one. She would likely practice the solo steps first and then work with her partner. So Lien had a dance partner too. Just thinking about that made Carl Jan explode like a powder keg. The whole time, Feyward tried to calm him down, saying Lien was late because she had gone into the mountains. Strangely enough, on the very day she got a dance partner, she had gone flower picking instead. She made it back to the club room at the very last moment, and no matter what, she looked beautiful. After learning that she had gone to the mountains, Carl Jan mentioned that he could have helped, but Lien had only gone there to pick flowers. The next day, they arrived at the dance hall, and the partners stood facing one another. It was time to present flowers to their partners. And that hateful jerk actually knew how to choose flowers, and had even picked one that was perfectly suited for a dance partner. He didn't even need to explain its meaning. Lien already understood. Normally, no one gave a dance partner a yellow rose, because it symbolized jealousy and suspicion. What was more, this yellow rose was an abyscanthus variety. It was a flower symbolizing rejection, called parasol. Though it was certainly a bit much, Lien still accepted it, or more precisely, she accepted his rejection. Now it was her turn. Putting all her strength into it, she hurled the flower at her partner. It was an ajiga. Kun hated her picking flowers, so she had simply yanked it right out of the ground. She could just plant it back after class, and it would be fine. Apparently, he thought it was just a weed, so the guy assumed she was merely making fun of him. But its tiny flowers grew up along the stem, making it a direct insult to the prince's face. All right, time to practice. They would start with a greeting. First, the girl would curtsy, then the boy would extend his hand and invite her to dance. Since Kun dragged his feet and refused to move, Lien simply held out her hand to him first and asked him to dance. But that guy turned his face away and said he wasn't in the mood. If he kept this up, he was going to drag down her grade, so she decided to correct him properly and make him do it by the rules. The moment Lien wrapped her arm around his neck, Kun completely lost it and struggled desperately to shake her off. That feeling cut deep. Fine, he had been in the wrong, but he shouldn't have been there in the first place. He simply couldn't make sense of the sensation of her arm around his neck. Just then, one student's partner happened to leave abruptly, and that boy offered to partner with Lien instead. He was a sunny, blue-eyed boy named Simon. The teacher agreed, but Simon still wanted to ask her personally whether he could have this dance. The music began, the students moved with the melody, and there was something oddly familiar to Lien about Simon's smile. Strangely, his hand was trembling. He barely touched her at all, and yet his fingertips were stiff. Looking at his face, Lien could almost hear the violent pounding of his heart in his chest. There was something mysterious about him that reminded her of someone else. Because he was someone else. Simon had come here to stay by Lien's side, and now they were dancing, each with their eyes fixed on the other. She knew nothing about him. If not for him, she would have had no partner today. In truth, Simon was very grateful to be able to dance with her, and he was already looking forward to the next class. It was incredible. His hand no longer hurt. And it wasn't just because Lien had distracted him. The bruise had completely disappeared. They danced well enough. Now it was time to return to the basics and learn some dance etiquette. That was the end of today's lesson. It was strange, though she was talking with Simon. Her mind kept drifting to Carl Jan. By the next day, his hand still didn't hurt. It was as if it had been healed by magic, or as if the blow hadn't been that serious in the first place. Everything had its reason, but for now, Lien had to finish writing this letter first. The first letter was from a certain man, asking her to help with his marriage problems. It looked like he had adopted the apron and breakfast strategy. Since he kept replying regularly, our heroine's advice seemed to be working. It was hard to believe he was an upper-class nobleman. The gifts he chose were hopelessly tacky, but he did seem to be a fairly decent husband. The other letter was from her aunt. Lien was happy to hear from her, but the problem was Erhun. The box was already completely full of letters from that bastard. She couldn't stand that disgusting lavender scent of his. For now, the girl was at the academy and wouldn't have to see him. But after graduation, she would either have to return to her aunt's place or live independently. Her family's entire fortune had been spent on her parents' medical care, so Lien had no inheritance at all. Still, she had one advantage. She could make money through herbs, but without capital or connections, she had no way of entering the market. The only thing she possessed was knowledge. She needed a trustworthy business partner. There was also another issue. The cumulative effects of Vaimanarina should have appeared by now. Our heroine had no intention of worrying herself over it. She needed to make medicine. That was what she did best. The problem was that Amelia might not listen to her. But as a medicinal botanist, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. And there was also that guy she wanted to help. That had been strange too. Kuhn's reaction when that student had put an arm around his neck had been far too extreme. Lien had begun to form a vague suspicion. Even if Lien apologized, it wouldn't change anything. Even if she knelt and begged for forgiveness, it wouldn't help him. A few days later, Amelia was admitted to the infirmary because of severe skin problems. When she woke up, all she felt was a burning pain on her face, and then the red blotches began to appear. The girl could barely feel her own face and was terrified it would never return to normal. If only Amelia had listened to that girl back then. But now she was too embarrassed to ask for help. Yet if Lien had been right, then her face was about to turn into some kind of, well, in any case, something very ugly. Suddenly, someone called out to her, calling her a talking potato, but she didn't want to see anyone. Then she realized there was only one person who would call her that. Unexpectedly, that girl left a suspicious-looking little bottle by her side. It was medicine for Vaimanarina. What Amelia was feeling now were only the early symptoms, and they would pass in a few days. Lien had done everything she could. She had left the medicine behind. The choice was now Amelia's. And after she used it, the only thing Lien asked in return was that Amelia at least buy her lunch once. It was absurd. Even after the way Amelia had treated her, she had still made medicine for her. On the same day, our heroine delivered the medicine to the talking potato. Something else happened on her way to the club after school. She may have nearly killed the crown prince of the empire with her own hands. The girl had simply spotted a mosquito and swatted at it on reflex. Unfortunately, she hit a little too hard, and the guy collapsed on the spot. Carl Jan carried him to the clubroom. Lien wanted to take him to the infirmary, but he muttered through his daze that he didn't want to go. Kuhn was burning up all over and looked like he had heat stroke, so they needed to cool him down first. In his haze, the boy asked for water, and Lien told him to hold on a little longer. If help was needed, Carl Jan said he could produce some water with magic. He only needed to fill a jug. But he clearly hadn't really understood what a reasonable amount of clean water meant because he unleashed an entire waterfall on the guy. The problem was that Carl Jan hadn't practiced this kind of magic in a long time, so his calculation was a little off. That was an outright lie. Everyone knew that a genius who excelled at teleportation magic could not possibly mess up basic magic. Luckily, Kuhn was fine. He was even a little more conscious now than before. Lien had brought him here instead of sending him to the infirmary. If his condition worsened, she could end up in trouble. She knew Carl Jan had a bit of a temper and understood what kind of person he was, but this had gone too far. To dry the poor guy off, she decided to go get some towels. But the crown prince could handle it himself. He used wind magic to whip up a tiny tornado. She couldn't help staring in amazement. That was spirit arts. So Kuhn was a spirit wielder, more precisely a wind spirit wielder. Spirit arts required completely different abilities from ordinary magic. There had to be some connection between the Abyscanthus Empire and spirits. First, he thanked Lien for trying to help him. Honestly, he had thought she would just leave him there. And he also apologized for hitting her a few days ago. In the end, there really was something wrong with his hands. She diagnosed him with localized hyperhidrosis. Aside from his hands, he hardly sweated at all. In summer, the prince couldn't regulate his body temperature and often fainted from heat stroke. He suffered from both localized anhidrosis and hyperhidrosis. That is, an inability to sweat and excessive sweating at the same time. Kuhn had gone through this far too many times already. He didn't want to register another case at the infirmary over something like this and make his family worry for nothing. That also explained the rumors that the Prince of Abyscanthus was in poor health. The guy had thought he was keeping a low profile and being polite to everyone, but news of his identity had still spread on the very first day. Since he was in a foreign country, his reaction was understandable, especially when he had to keep fighting his own body all the time. A medicine compounded with suppressant ingredients should improve his symptoms quickly. For the time being, Kun decided not to bother them anymore. Lien invited him to come to the club at the same time tomorrow. That girl really was impossible to understand. After talking with her, the prince found himself wanting to know more about her. But she couldn't keep thinking about Prince Kun forever. There was still another problem involving him that needed to be dealt with. Feord returned to his desk, not wanting to provoke Karl Jan in that state. In a very short time, Karl Jan had sunk into severe self-loathing, feeling utterly worthless, even believing he didn't deserve to be alive. Now Lien was in trouble because of him. He had lost control because of what she said. Karl Jan upset her, and his jealousy always ended up putting her in difficult situations. When Lien was little, every time her mother got angry, her father would try every possible way to cheer her up. But if her father was the one who got angry, her mother only needed one method. The secret was a light kiss, just a gentle peck, and his mood would improve immediately. Lien had remembered since childhood that kisses were her mother's magic, and because of that, she had decided when she was young that she wanted to try it too. The family duck, the flowers in the yard, the forehead of that pink kitten. After kissing the forehead of that truly pink kitten, the girl realized what she had done. She had crossed a line. Even if Karl Jan used magic to keep himself clean, Feord still told him to wash up, at least to wash his face. But the spot where Lien had kissed him was the one place the boy absolutely did not want to wash. He liked the feeling. That idiot Karl Jan had been like this ever since yesterday, to the point that it was painful to watch. His friend had wanted to just leave him alone, but couldn't quite abandon him. So Feord decided to show him exactly how filthy his face was. Karl Jan didn't realize that the problem was about far more than just his face, so he decided to go wash anyway. Lien had been hoping he had forgotten about that incident, but that was not the case. She knew it had all started with that splash of water, but the pressure was so great she couldn't sleep all night. To her, what happened yesterday had not meant much, and what she did had only been a mistake. Karl Jan knew that, yet he still couldn't let it go. He would never forget it. At that moment, the girl wanted nothing more than to run away. She even began praying for someone, anyone, to come save her. As if summoned, Kun appeared at the door. For once, he looked remarkably pleasant, so Lien invited him in, saying she had something important to give him. It was medicine for excessive hand sweating. His hand was the only place he sweated heavily. The student told him that this ointment had to be applied 3 times a day, and once the sweating decreased, he could switch to applying it once every 2 weeks. In other words, she believed his hyperhidrosis could be cured. Lien believed that if the sweating in his palms was regulated, the perspiration there would be redistributed throughout the rest of his body. All Kun needed to do was artificially induce that process so his body could sweat evenly. But clearly, things were not that simple. It seemed he did not trust her. Since he had already begun suspecting that someone else might be involved behind this medicine, then apparently he didn't really need it after all. In truth, Kun did need it, but Lien had no intention of giving it away for free. Whether he chose to trust her was up to him. Ever since childhood, doctors and scholars had always surrounded him, all searching for a way to cure him, but not one of them had succeeded. The ones who tried too hard, the ones who loved showing off their knowledge, had all eventually been driven out of the castle. To be honest, Kun had given up long ago because he knew there was no hope. But now, he wanted to believe just once. Lien had only made a small bottle, so that was all she could give him. Suddenly, the boy said that what she was doing, making medicine with her own hands to help others, was truly admirable. Then he asked Lien where she sweated most easily, guessing it was probably where skin touched skin. Figuring things were more or less over, Karl Jan decided to let this guy leave. Right now, this young man was only hoping that would be enough to earn him another kiss from Lien. But if she didn't want to kiss him, then he would accept the private meeting she had promised him before. It wasn't really a date. She just wanted to buy him a meal, but that was still better than another kiss. If she stayed in the club any longer, everything she saw would remind her of yesterday. She needed to cover those memories with new ones. So the girl agreed to go out with him on the condition that it was not a date, just a simple meal together. No matter what, this was not the end, only the beginning. Lien found herself regretting her loose tongue once again. The shopping district around the academy was packed with luxury stores, since it was frequented by wealthy young ladies and gentlemen with brilliant futures ahead of them. And the restaurant Lien picked was the most expensive one in the area. There was a small incident at the entrance. but in the end they were seated without trouble. This time, Carl Jan was treating, though money could not buy knowledge. In any case, since Kuhn was the one paying this time, she fully intended to make him spend a lot. They were given a wonderful seat, the sunset was beautiful, and the steak was so tender it melted in the mouth. Kuhn saw skies like this every day, but somehow today felt different, probably because it was a special day. Lien was glad they had come here. She had always wanted to see this place for herself, and she should have told Kuhn sooner. If she had told him earlier, he probably would have reserved the entire place, or even bought it outright, but she had wanted to wait until she could come here herself. He had always thought she was not particularly interested in money, but judging by the way she spent it and handled it, she was actually very at ease with it. When I was little, my aunt used to give me pocket money, and she was always gathering medicinal herbs for the people in town. When I was young, I lived in a small village with my parents, but they passed away early, so after that my aunt took me in. My aunt and uncle were both very kind people. That was a long time ago now, on their death anniversaries. I'm the only one who still brings them flowers. But that's all right. In truth, Carl Jan already knew all this. Jane had investigated Lien's background before, so he had already heard the relevant details once. But the reason he was sitting here listening to Lien tell it herself was simply because he wanted to hear the story from her own lips. For the first time, Carl Jan felt that when the same story came directly from Lien, the information took on real meaning and truly moved him. Lien loved her aunt dearly, and not just because her aunt had treated her gently. Whenever she spoke of her, her expression always softened. Without this conversation, Carl Jan would never have known Lien had this side to her, and that only made him want to know more. He wanted to keep listening, and he wanted Lien to wear that same expression when she spoke about herself. So helping her aunt prepare medicinal herbs was what made her who she was today. She was sincerely grateful for that. As it turned out, my aunt was actually from a true upper-class family. Her family was wealthy, so she lived off investments rather than making a living by selling goods. In fact, most commoners who managed to enter the academy came from rich merchant families anyway. Lien was a commoner in name, but her mother and aunt were actually daughters of the noble Almini family. Lien's mother never became a noble lady, but her aunt, who inherited the family headship, brought her husband into the household and managed the family together with him. Later, while studying medicinal herbs, Lien's mother fell in love with a man from the Abyscanthus kingdom. In a Lagras empire, children inherit their father's surname, but Lien's father had no surname at all. In the Abyscanthus kingdom, commoners do not have surnames, which was why Lien became a commoner with noble blood. My aunt had originally intended to adopt me, but I never thought that was something worth bringing up. Usually I look up herbs in books, but even if a certain herb isn't listed, if I've heard of it, I still go looking for it. Sometimes Lien would pester her aunt into taking her on picnics, and once they went somewhere else, she would always dig up a whole pile of plants to bring back. The conversation remained centered on Lien, but in truth, all Carl Jan wanted was to sit there quietly and keep listening. This meeting with Carl Jan had been completely unexpected. The moment that young lady saw him, she immediately cried out, "Isn't that Carl Jan?" And since Kuhn showed absolutely no reaction, the people with her could not help asking whether he knew her or not. Honestly, who she was did not matter. The only thing that mattered was whether she was suitable for Carl Jan, because no one could possibly suit him better than she did. Even though the man clearly said he did not know her, this strange woman kept talking to him anyway. She had heard rumors about the academy before, and when she first heard them, she thought they sounded rather absurd. But now that she was seeing it with her own eyes, she simply could not hold it in and burst out laughing right there. This girl was obviously enjoying the spectacle unfolding in the restaurant. She truly did not understand what was so impressive about it. All she had heard was that this commoner had spent her whole life digging around in the dirt. That shocked her, because who would want to walk into a place like this with filthy hands? It was not as though there was a sign saying dirty hands were forbidden, and besides, as a student, Lien touched dirt at least once a week. Carl Jan actually laughed when he heard that. This woman had the nerve to treat that noble girl's words like some kind of joke right in front of him. Then, without warning, he asked Lien if she could hold his hand, because he simply wanted to leave. The first place that came to his mind was the open sky above the city, though they would be returning to the ground soon enough. Lien had been teleported before, but she had never imagined herself flying through the air. The view before her was so beautiful that it made her heart race. Even so, she had not forgotten the girl from before and worried about just leaving her there like that. From Kuhn's experience, dealing with Lien was much much easier than dealing with a woman like that. She suddenly remembered that they had not paid for dinner, but he reassured her that the restaurant belonged to his family in the first place. The reason he had not mentioned it beforehand was that he feared she would feel uncomfortable. That was why they had been able to get the best window seat, even without a reservation. Fortunately, they had not done anything improper. Even so, this time it was the girl's turn to treat him to dessert. Ever since Jane told her this place was wonderful, she had wanted to come see it for herself. Carl Jan suddenly sensed that something was off, so using the excuse of going to the washroom, he asked the girl to go save them seats first. Lien did not have to wait long. He returned quickly and even brought their order with him. Speaking of that girl from earlier, Kuhn said there were many people who knew him, but that did not mean he knew them in return. The heir to a dukedom, strikingly handsome, with endless rumors surrounding his every move. Something delicious always improved one's mood. So they decided to eat before heading back to the dormitory. To Lien, the dorm was like a shelter from the storm, and she guessed Kuhn probably felt the same way. In a life where people were always watching, one needed a place where one could briefly become a child again. So just like Kuhn, the girl hoped this time would be a happy one. Everything had been going well until they were interrupted. Kuhn never would have dreamed this outing would be so pleasant. When Carl Jan went to relieve himself, he noticed that strange woman staring at them the whole time and finally decided to go speak to her. The girl was overjoyed, thinking Lord Carl Jan had finally shaken off that little brat and come back to her. The man did not know her at all, which was why he wanted to know why she kept following him. He probably did not know that she was a year above him, though that had been last year. She had even taken a leave of absence for a year just to stay closer to him. If he knew how she truly felt, he would surely accept her. Carl Jan had probably seen plenty of people like her. He had absolutely no interest in this woman. Yet she insisted he had misunderstood and accused that foolish girl of being interested only in his status and money. In her mouth, Lien was nothing more than a nobody, a dirt digger. It was ridiculous. Hearing that, Carl Jan actually laughed aloud. If Lien really wanted everything he had, then she was free to use him completely and take all of it for herself. That would be wonderful, in fact. And that girl was not the sort to let herself be controlled, which only made her more attractive. By now, he could no longer tolerate anyone belittling her like that. Time to go back. This was something Lien absolutely must not find out about. Several weeks had passed since that meal with Kuhn. Nothing particularly special had happened. That noble young master still came to ask for advice about the girl he liked, and it really did seem to matter deeply to him. In any case, Kuhn was calm and recovering well. Recently, the only person Lien had really been worried about was Hans. As for all that about not meeting strangers, if you got to know someone little by little, maybe there was still a chance you could get along. For some reason, lately this guy would walk up to people and let out a heavy sigh as though the world were ending. Lien noticed how down he seemed and asked what was wrong, but he only said it was nothing. Hans had already prepared all the summer products, but this time a competitor had launched a new item, making all his previous efforts almost meaningless. This summer cooling cream? It did feel a little refreshing, but in the end it was not all that useful. Hans said the stuff was selling extremely well, and that was exactly what made trendy products so frightening. No matter how one looked at it, this was the worst news lately. The situation was still difficult, and Hans was preparing to gamble on one last move. By chance, Lien overheard a few boys arguing that sweat stains on clothes looked awful. So they decided to dry off first before going back into the sun, and at that very moment a spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. So she told Hans she had made a medicine and asked whether he would be willing to help her sell it. To be honest, he could not do much in terms of promotion, but Lien believed the product would sell itself. She had never considered selling medicine before because she had no reliable distribution route. Before she had the chance to think through what to do, a highborn girl called her over first. That girl certainly knew how to complain. She had broken out in a rash after using Vaimanarina. Lien judged that she had followed the instructions for the medicine Lien gave her exactly as directed. She was actually glad the girl was improving. And because of Lien's kindness, Amelia thanked her in front of everyone. Now, there was no longer any need to use food as payment. Lien felt that a smile alone was enough. She really was amazing. Amelia even found herself thinking that she wanted to become Lien's biggest supporter. From today onward, she was her fan. As for the medicine Lien had given Kuhn in place of cash as compensation, she wanted to ask him for a favor. She was planning to sell a treatment for excessive sweating and needed someone with delicate hands who was good at preparing herbs. Kuhn's excessive sweating had already begun to improve, which was easily the best thing that had happened to him lately. And now the girl had finally asked for the compensation she was owed. Though Lien was still just a student, she suddenly found herself with a large sum of money in hand. Her wallet had never been so full. She would have to earn the money little by little, and for that she needed help. This was not the sort of girl Kuhn could persuade to change her mind, so he was happy to help, especially when herbs were involved. Come to think of it, he had actually learned quite a lot from his mother, who was an elf. This half-elf boy did not resemble his father, but he had inherited from him a talent for elemental arts and a love of nature. That was why he had been so angry when Lien tried to pick that flower before. Elves were a race that loved nature by instinct. It seemed the girl had accidentally brushed up against a major secret of the Abyscanthus royal family. Almost no one knew that the emperor was actually an elf. Just then, ever-helpful Kuhn appeared once again, ready to lend a hand. According to Kuhn, these herbs had to be handled with care for their effects to come out properly, and Karl Jan was a little too impatient. So no, in truth, all he had to do was let Kuhn see just how bad his temper was. The atmosphere between the two men instantly grew tense, and Lien had no choice but to tell them both to take 3 steps back. The more hands they had, the better. So to keep Karl Jan from feeling left out, she simply gave him the same task as well. The young mage vowed to do his utmost, because he wanted to be the one who was the most special and the best to her. He was so busy gathering everything they needed that even walking felt like a waste of time. Then Kuhn suddenly apologized for going off topic earlier, saying it had all happened a long time ago, but he still felt he ought to say it. He had wanted to talk about how Karl Jan had treated Lien in the past, but in truth she already knew, and so did the whole academy. A heavy heart became poison, and overgrown rose thickets were always full of thorns. Still, our girl was quite confident she could handle it, so there was nothing to worry about. After that, the prince said he was sure the man who had run off ahead of them had already taken care of everything. From now on, he would come help Lien every day, so the club room would probably be even livelier for a while. Kuhn noticed the girl's feelings and turned to leave. Feyward watched with no small amount of envy and wished he could do the same. Later, Feyward could hardly believe that he had been given the chance to sell something so valuable, a product certain to become wildly popular in the future. He suggested starting with a small batch to test the waters and said he knew some good sales channels. It would cost a bit of money at first, but overall the risk was still within what they could manage. Lien knew nothing about this sort of thing, so she simply left it all in that man's hands. Hans understood finance and business, but he was not knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. He had actually wanted to attend the business academy in the first place. At that moment, the club room practically turned into a competitive arena for herb preparation. When Karl Jan saw Kuhn take a plant that was not his, he immediately decided Kuhn was cheating to steal the lead. In truth, it was merely an efficient division of labor, and since Kuhn was faster, it only made sense for him to handle more. The two of them were both astonishingly capable. It was hard to believe they could be so fast and so precise. Kuhn said he had worked with plants all his life. As for Karl Jan, after seeing the process demonstrated only once, he was already handling it like an expert. It seemed Lien was the one to blame, because the club room had never once been quiet because of her. To Feyward, that man was incredibly hard to deal with, but there was no room for him to wedge himself between those two. He would only get in the way, and he had no idea how anyone could become an expert overnight. Seeing that he had suddenly become idle, Lien suggested that the two of them clean up the mess together. Feyward was so frazzled by everything in front of him that he accidentally knocked over a container filled with materials. The club room was thrown into chaos, and the girl desperately tried to salvage everything. She was on the verge of a breakdown. First, they had to think about how to replenish the herbs. Last time, those herbs had been found by that student, but she did not want to keep making the trip too often. The problem was that Karl Jan and Feyward both earned club points by subjugating demons, and they had not yet met their quota this semester. So the next time Karl Jan went demon subjugating, Lien was going with him. The two boys were both stunned when they heard that. Danger was danger, after all, and scenes from monster hunts could get rather gruesome. But she did not think there was any problem. She could deal with monsters using demon-repelling spray or poison needles. She was used to acting on her own and was not weak at all. Her reasoning was difficult to argue against. The problem was that this was not a minor target like a slime. It was an official mission, and only students from the combat division were permitted to participate, and that was precisely why Lien had to go with them. They had to venture deep into demon territory and recover the materials Feord had ruined. Demon subjugation sounded impressive, but after they made the rounds of all the herb-gathering spots, it gradually began to feel more like an outing. It had been a while since she had made poison needles, but she still found the process just as easy as ever. She decided to bring her usual tools along with some emergency supplies, just in case. Back when she used to gather herbs with her mother, her father would always make one particular thing for them. It was a savory sweet sandwich with a special sauce, a memory mixed with the smell and taste of summer. Lien had once chased her father around asking for the recipe, but he never told her the secret. Once, her father told her only that she should think about herself. When the day came that she wanted to eat that delicious sandwich, she would have to go find him. Back then she had not understood, but now at last she understood everything he had meant. Her father had always wanted to be someone especially important in her mother's heart, even if only through something as trivial as this. On the morning they set out, she felt a little hungry, so she made a lot of sandwiches. But if she offered them, Carl Jan would definitely eat them all. She herself thought that was a strange idea, yet Carl Jan would probably clean them out even if the taste was not quite perfect. But Lien had put real care into making them, and since it was her father's recipe, she believed they would be delicious. She imagined the look on Carl Jan's face when he accepted one. He would certainly be pleased, and he would thank her. He was sure to like them, because the recipe was one of a kind. Carl Jan had tasted all sorts of strange and unusual foods, but Lien had no way of knowing whether these sandwiches would be anything like what he had eaten before. She could practically see him in her mind, happily taking big bites, and the image came to her with ease, which meant Carl Jan had already shown her that bright, delighted smile many times. The only thing she hoped was that the sandwiches would really taste as good as she imagined. There was a mountain near the academy that the students called the Back Mountain, though of course it was not literally anyone's backyard field. It was some distance from the city center, and the only way there was by horse or carriage. Because the mountain was unusually rich in magical power, it had developed a unique ecosystem and was home to many special plants and animals. But for humans it was also a dangerous place, because there were simply too many demons there. There were two barriers between the mountain and the area where they lived. The last time Lien came here, she had only managed to cross the first barrier. The low-ranking demons there could still be driven away. Beyond the second barrier, however, it was filled with mid to high-ranking demons. If one had to compare them to wild animals, it was like walking among lions. The academy regulated that mountain very strictly, and there were even rumors that professors secretly monitored the students' demon subjugation missions. At the very least, the academy's two top students clearly had no need of protection or supervision. The first thing Lien saw was a monster of terrifying size, and Carl Jan disposed of it with a single spell. Feord worried that this was not something she should have to see, because once the thing was cut open, blood would splatter everywhere. But our girl seemed long since accustomed to sights like this, considering how enormous the monster was. Back when they were first-year students, even they had needed time to get used to it. Yet while he was still frozen in place, Carl Jan had already killed the monster without so much as blinking. That impact was even greater, and it was exactly why Feord had been training so hard lately. But what surprised him even more was Lien. As the monster approached, she was already prepared to draw a poison needle from her waist. This girl was full of confidence, without a trace of fear in her eyes. She truly was used to facing demons. They still had to submit the results of their hunt afterward, so they needed to extract the magic core, and she decided to handle it herself. Feord thought she did not really need to go that far. Even when a demon had been frozen, locating the core was difficult, let alone removing it. But thinking about it carefully, although Lien could not fight head-on, at least she could do this, and she was able to judge the location of the magic core very quickly. This made both boys terribly nervous. If the knife slipped, she could cut her hand in an instant. Lien suddenly asked whether either of them had any objections to extracting a demon's magic core, since admittedly it was not a pretty sight. In a world with such a strange ecology, demons were not living creatures in the ordinary sense. When a large amount of magical power gathered together, it distorted and gave birth to some sort of being. It might look like an animal, but in truth it was only a moving lump of magical power, constantly drawing energy into its core. Even so, its appearance really was very animal-like. Fortunately, with the three of them there, they could deal with it immediately. Finding a demon's magic core was one of Lien's specialties, and she worked with exceptional care. Carl Jan was completely spellbound because she was dissecting demons and pulling out their cores with astonishing ease. So he decided to help as well, using all sorts of spells that most ordinary mages would not even dare imagine. Now, not only was the girl perfectly clean, she was in excellent condition too. This mage even added a purification spell for good measure. Carl Jan had certainly never said his companion was exempt from dirty work, so that guy still ended up with blood all over his hands. After some time, they gathered enough clean magic cores to earn a respectable score. It was time to eat, and Carl Jan was starving, though he normally did not eat much. Honestly, in the past when he and Feyward went hunting, they almost never ate together and had nearly starved themselves. This time Carl Jan had no intention of letting Lien miss lunch, so he prepared food for her first. He had even gone so far as to cast a warming spell on the food, so all that remained was to lay out the utensils. But the moment Lien took out the sandwiches, the man immediately closed the temporary storage space. She had already brought plenty of sandwiches, but if she had brought even more, choosing among them would have been more fun. Eating in the woods was not exactly easy, but once they actually started eating, both men fell silent, which made Lien worry instead. Since she had made them herself, Feyward worried there might be something slightly off, but then told himself that in the end they were only sandwiches. And yet, they were delicious. The flavor was unlike anything he had ever tasted, but the impact of it was incredible. It was amazing. Just thinking that it was already unbelievably good, and that Lien had made it with her own hands, nearly moved Carl Jan to tears. Just then, a sound came from the woods, and Kuhn knew the girl was somewhere nearby. Lien ought to be around here. While those two were stuffing themselves with the food Lien had made, she noticed something moving in the bushes. The strange thing that had climbed up the tree just now had to be some kind of demon, or so she thought. But according to Feyward, there was a protective barrier around the area, so monsters should not have been able to appear. In truth, what she saw was a bird, but not entirely a bird, more like a dog-like bird, a bird dog. Lien decided to go over and take a look, only to find the prince of the Abyscanthus kingdom sitting in the bushes. Kuhn said he was just taking a walk. Carl Jan, however, interpreted it immediately as stalking. Suspicious as it looked, the prince really had walked all the way here from the academy, apparently because he liked walking. He simply thought it was absurd that they had come all the way past the second barrier into the most dangerous demon territory and were leisurely eating lunch. In fact, they really were just eating, and since only 3 place settings had been prepared, there probably was not enough for a guest. Out of courtesy, Lien still offered the man a sandwich, but he refused, saying he did not want to disturb them. When he said that, she told him he did not need to pay, since she had made them herself. At once, Kuhn took back what he had said and agreed to eat with them. When Kuhn sprang out of the grass, that strange animal completely flew out of Lien's mind. But now she saw that tiny black shape in the bushes again. Carl Jan noticed it too and immediately told her to get back, saying it was definitely no ordinary little animal. She threw caution aside, her eyes completely fearless, and charged straight into the bushes where the thing was hiding. There was nothing to worry about, though, because what she had seen was only a small winged dog. Rumor had it that creatures like these, beast-like as they were not born with a desire to destroy. Demons simply killed them first. Kuhn was not entirely sure himself, but he was absolutely certain that no one should come to a place like this unprepared. The club roster may have listed only Carl Jan and Feyward, but Lien had practically begged to come along. Feyward had not objected, but he had hoped there might be some other way. He and Carl Jan had both not wanted to bring her at first. No matter how capable they were, there had to be another option. Carl Jan understood that, which was why he had not wanted Lien to come. He knew why she was so confident, but those poison needles were meant for close-range combat. If she got too close, a demon could pounce in an instant. In the end, the poison on Lien's needles was not anything rare. Anyone in the botanical department could make it. It was lethal poison, and it took effect in less than a second. Once it entered the body, it paralyzed the whole system and disrupted the target's internal magic as well. The stronger the creature, the greater the effect. That was why Feord had considered selling similar potions. It was just too useful for subduing targets. The only reason this poison was used solely within the Herbal Studies division was that it was not easy to administer and very difficult to remove. But Lien had resistance to it. Long ago, she had begun building up immunity to this poison little by little. Kun trusted her. She had changed him in a way no one else could. If Lien had made it, then he had faith in it. After hearing all that, the men were all a little creeped out. It sounded terrifying. Only Karl Jan did not know enough about poison to be sure whether it was truly safe. If that was the issue, then he could confirm for himself whether Lien really had resistance. All she had to do was lightly prick his fingertip. She had long since gained immunity, and with no antidote on hand, the only thing to do was try not to let any blood flow. The instant the needle touched Karl Jan's hand, everything inside her seemed to collapse. Most importantly, Lien was not hurt. For him, that alone was an enormous relief. Karl Jan really was an idiot, even though the girl had told him she was fine. But he still did not wake up, and he was still bleeding. Without medicine, he was done for. The antidote was not strong enough because it had been diluted by her blood. Fortunately, Kun could transport people with wind, so Lien told him to take Karl Jan to the academy physician first. She would get there on her own and begin making the antidote immediately. She had known perfectly well how much Karl Jan cared about her, and yet she had still done something so reckless. Just when she was feeling helpless and desperate, Feord appeared. They would be back on the main road soon. The carriage they had come in was still there, and the young man would help her too. He was right. This was no time to blame herself. She had to get back as fast as possible and find a way to make the antidote. Not a second could be wasted. So Feord even lent her his horse so that Karl Jan would be safe. Before long, Karl Jan opened his eyes again and found himself lying on a snow-white bed. All he remembered was forcing himself to move, then suddenly feeling as if his whole body had frozen. Lien's needle was no joke. It was obvious now that she had brought him back to the academy, and she was probably out of her mind with worry. She had probably cried too. Karl Jan hated imagining her crying, but if she had cried because she cared about him, it made him happy. Just then, Lien's voice came through the air. She rushed into the room, eyes wide and red from crying. The moment Karl Jan saw what a mess she looked like, he immediately offered to heal her. Even after what had just happened, he acted as though he did not care at all about his own injuries. The only thing he cared about was her pain, and that made Lien completely furious. This idiot thought of nothing except his girl. When he collapsed, she had been terrified. If the antidote had been finished even a little later, he really might have died. It was not entirely his fault. Lien could not help feeling grateful that he was still alive. She had only been afraid something would happen to him, but now she was simply happy that he was safe. This young herbalist had so much she wanted to say, but even knowing Karl Jan was out of danger, her hands were still trembling and her chest still felt tight. Lien never wanted to lose anyone she cared about ever again. Somehow, Karl Jan found the strength to apologize to her. His body had simply moved on its own because he thought she was in danger. But even if he were sent back to that moment and given another chance, he would make exactly the same choice. Since the Academy's finest mage was apparently planning to do the same thing again, Lien told him that next time he had better find a safer method. Whether he was saving her or doing anything else, he had to do it without hurting himself, and he had to use magic. To keep Lien from crying again, the man promised that he would never let anything happen to them, and suddenly he felt much lighter. The way the men at this academy spoke to her had always made it hard not to notice. And on top of that, he was always giving her gifts and praising everything she made. There was no way Lien could help being drawn to Karl Jan, but he would never do this again. Healing magic had already repaired her injuries, but the tension in the air was still thick enough to cut with a knife. Even with poison resistance, what Karl Jan had done was way too extreme. She would never do that again. In the end, the only reason this man was so infuriating was because he liked her. That was his problem, not her fault. Karl Jan was a proper, upright man. Once he graduated, a girl like Lien probably would not even enter his field of vision. Lien did not really have any good reason to like him, and yet he loved the way she smiled, the way she slept, and the way she looked at him. He loved the light in her eyes when she talked about herbs, and he loved the courage she showed when she did outrageously bold things. After waking up, The mage finally realized he had fallen completely, but he had not known a person could truly like someone so much that it became uncontrollable. Carljan's obsession with her had already gone too deep, and Lien was actually happy about that, though she still could not say it aloud. Even so, he was sure she had heard the rumors too, that he was a cold, heartless bastard who did not care about anyone. He might even be worse than that, and that would disappoint her deeply. Lien knew it was not right to judge him based on how he treated others, and she knew he was especially good to her. But honestly, Carl Jan ought to rein himself in a little. No one treats everyone exactly the same, right? It was only natural for a girl to want to be gentler with the man she liked, so she would not pry into whatever Carl Jan wanted to hide. She would judge him by his words and actions. Most importantly, she would not listen to what other people said. Those rumors were practically ruining Carl Jan's handsome face. Not long after, the academy director also learned that young Master Carl Jan had finally woken up. When his mother heard something had happened to him, she thought he might have torn down a building or beaten someone up. Sylvia nearly lost her mind when she heard the whole story and immediately rushed over to him. Carl Jan really did hold grudges for an absurdly long time. This was serious because he was exactly like his father. Like father, like son. Carl Jan had not appeared out of thin air. It all went back to when Lady Sylvia was still a student. At the time, as the Academy's heir, she had lived an easy and comfortable life. Her classes were manageable, her friendships were stable, nothing stood in her way, and her ordinary days went smoothly. Then that man appeared out of nowhere, and his handsome face was, without question, a major disturbance. Catching his attention was even easier than Sylvia had expected. The real trouble started only after she had captivated him. It turned out he was the bastard from the Lijiang's family, the one who had been causing trouble all over the academy and beating up anyone who got in his way. The moment Sylvia learned the truth, she wanted to shake him off, but he kept trailing after her like a lost puppy. It took her a long time to get Leon under control. The Duchess had never imagined her son would turn out so much like his father. A few days earlier, she had called Carl Jan into the director's office to ask about the rumors that he had fallen for a certain student. Carl Jan admitted it openly, but the problem started when the lady decided to find out exactly who this girl named Lien was. He talked nonstop for over an hour about how charming she was. That conversation had made everything perfectly clear. Like his father, Carl Jan was clingy and madly in love. Since childhood, he had been raised to believe that everything in life was urgent, and to be honest, that was a little warped. Sylvia had taught her son never to do anything that would hurt himself. She firmly believed that if she could teach him not to solve problems the way his father did, he could still have normal relationships. So far, the only reason Carl Jan had not caused a major disaster was that he still possessed some degree of self-control. But he was too clever, and perhaps he was hiding something. Both father and son could now be ticking time bombs. Sylvia did not want to become the kind of mother who interfered in her son's love life, but she was responsible for him. If things took a bad turn, two people would be burned, and if Lien made one wrong move, the Duchess would have no choice but to step in. Even so, she hoped Lien would make the right decision on her own before it came to that. Not long after, everyone held a party to celebrate Carljan's recovery. Their first joint demon subjugation mission had ended successfully, and the men wrapped it up by stuffing themselves with sandwiches. After a while, Lien called Hans over and brought up the hottest new product of the season. Apparently, she still had not fully grasped the situation. Hans said this was a huge victory. She had done far more than he had expected. If word got out that she was the one who made it, the whole school might come looking for her. Even so, production was still limited, and making a few more would probably not solve the problem. If the marketing succeeded, Lien was not worried that the company would do too well. But Hans told her the production cost of the item. He trusted her, so she was willing to trust him. After they finished talking, the girl decided to call over her new floppy-eared companion. Unexpectedly, it was a demon, but it truly would not hurt anyone. Lien had only fed it once, and it had followed her ever since. If it were a true demon, it would not have been able to cross the boundary. Looking at the fierce-looking mongrel, Hans began to realize that it probably could not tell good people from bad. He thought it was a little strange that this girl kept calling a demon a dogbird. Maybe she really was not very good at naming things. In truth, Lien had simply called it what it looked like, but she still needed to give it a proper name. The first name that came to mind when she looked at it was Toby. That evening at the academy, several students forced a boy to hand over the money he had brought for their meeting. The price was far above market rate, but apparently the kid had really been desperate. Meanwhile, this strange craze over antiperspirant at the academy had only continued to intensify. There was a girl at the academy who was always wiping her ring. She spent practically the entire day cleaning it. The sight of it was unsettling, and everyone gave her strange looks. She made everyone uncomfortable. Arlen's appearance felt like a ray of hope. She thought that if that girl truly cared, then surely she could do it. This was the famous Lien, the one everyone at the academy was talking about. Absurdly enough, those people did not even realize they were hurting her and then turned around and called her weird. She did not even need a word of thanks. Those guys had merely been in the way, so she dealt with them on the side. The girl's name was Nancy, and the ring was the last gift her grandmother had left her, so she wanted to keep wearing it. Something that precious naturally had to be handled with care, but her hands were always sweaty, so all she could do was keep wiping it. Nancy had heard that there was something in the world that could stop sweating, but it was extremely rare, which was why she had no choice but to clean her ring every day. It looked a little odd, but she could not control it, even if she did come across as someone with a terrible temper. To be honest, Lien did not really want to hear all that. She did not need an explanation. And so Nancy spoke to Lien for the first time, and that was the end of it. This girl was easier to approach than she looked. Nancy had assumed she was cold as ice and would never bother with someone like her. At this academy, Lien was a legend. She had first become famous by scoring full marks on the translation exam the very first time she took it. She had to be a complete genius, unlike Nancy, who had only gotten into the academy because of her parents. Ever since Lien came to the academy, countless rumors had followed her. Everyone here looked up to her. Her cold eyes seemed to shout, "Don't come near me." Then came the great purge of the translation department students. The students who had bullied Lien all disappeared. They were expelled. I do not think anything like that had ever happened at this academy before. Nobles usually did not provoke one another. Nancy often saw Lien, but she had never once seen her talking to anyone. Rumor said this girl had fallen for the infamous Carl Jan, but it was entirely one-sided. Could something like that really happen? She was so distant and aloof, and yet she had still stolen someone's heart. There were rumors in town that the prince of the Abyscanthus Empire was pursuing Lien. Now everyone thought she was actually a princess. There were even rumors that she had gone into exile here to escape some dangerous person. But after speaking with her, Nancy did not believe any of that. As she was thinking about all this, the girl saw something unbelievable near her room. That miraculous antiperspirant stick. It looked as though someone had deliberately left it in front of her dorm room. But her name was written on the label, so it was obvious someone had intentionally left it for her. When Nancy's roommate saw the miraculous antiperspirant stick in her hands, she could hardly believe her eyes. In the end, the student had chosen the dark path of the black market, even though the school had recently been cracking down hard on illegal trading. The only person who knew about Nancy's trouble was her roommate, but it turned out that Lien, who lived in the room next door, was the very creator of the antiperspirant. Someone must have overheard Nancy talking about it before it went on sale. That Lien, who looked cold as frost, had listened to the girl and then given her the antiperspirant. Later, rumors reached Nancy's ears that someone was planning something, and she decided to get involved too. She suddenly resolved to take part, for reasons no one knew. Maybe she knew what Amelia was planning to do to Lien. If she wanted to help, it would have to be done quietly. Lien could not be allowed to find out, and Nancy was determined to take part. In that case, these girls would carry out the makeover plan together without Lien knowing a thing. There were rumors that the maker of the antiperspirant was actually a student at the academy, not some major pharmaceutical guild that had stolen the data. Everyone used to think that was nonsense. But now that they thought about it, the first signs really had come from the academy. So those rumors had actually been true. She was unquestionably the most talked about student now. It was ridiculous. Everyone was talking about Lien. Everywhere in town, people were saying she was the creator of the antiperspirant. Carl Jan was displeased by the constant stream of people coming to beg favors from her. Everyone wanted her help and kept swarming around her. Even Kun Edgar, who owed her a great debt, came to see her, though Kun was still staying with the club. But the girl did not think it was any different, so she told the man to calm down. Honestly, ever since Lien realized that she liked Carl Jan, she had found him twice as adorable as before. And not just his face, his expressions, his mannerisms, his voice. Every single thing Carl Jan did to catch Lien's attention. She truly did not want him to read what was in her heart, so she had to slow her thoughts down. Just then, Hans suddenly burst into the room, shouting that he absolutely had to have a serious talk with Lien. He was facing the Academy's 3 most popular men, and the looks they gave him were so murderous that he immediately lost his voice. Good heavens, I think I just saw my grandfather's ex-wife waving to me from the other side. In Carl Jan's words, the way this guy treated public spaces like a joke was almost laughable. So Lien decided to talk somewhere else instead and assured Hans that Carl Jan would not do anything stupid. He had done the same thing during group assignments before, and now that she understood Carl Jan's feelings, she naturally understood him better too. She was beginning to notice things she had ignored in the past, and obviously, he would not cause a scene right in front of her. There was nothing for it. She would just have to take responsibility for keeping Carl Jan in line. Recently, she had said that she kind of liked gentlemen. The moment Kun heard that, he lit up at once. He was going to remember those words and never let them go. Carl Jan very much wanted to know why he had memorized that, but clearly Kun meant to answer in kind. It would only go on forever at this rate, so Yin decided to move somewhere else with her business partner. First, Hans wanted to know whether she was interested in expanding antiperspirant production. To be honest, they were already tired of mass-producing those outdated old products, so Lien thought it sounded fine. Thanks to this girl, Hans's business had been pulled back from the edge of a cliff, but the merchant's blood in him had not diminished in the slightest. This stuff was practically the product of the century. Lien's formula was far too good to waste. The young man promised that if she was willing to share the formula, he would handle everything else. All she had to do was sit back and wait for the money to roll in, taking her share by percentage. It sounded like a dream job, but easy money often meant someone was trying to pull a trick. Even if Hans wanted to copy her formula and sell it, he would only end up making a cheap imitation. He was only bringing this up now because their sales were soaring, and that was all thanks to the antiperspirant. More importantly, he knew very well exactly how much money Lien could make from this deal each month. So she told him to bring the contract as soon as possible. The money was simply too tempting to refuse. Lien stepped outside, and now one of the other men in the room had to leave as well. Carl Jan wanted this girl's charm all to himself, but an annoying nuisance kept getting in the way. But Kun was helpless too. As long as that man kept standing there blocking him, there was nothing he could do. According to this popular gentleman himself, wanting to repay Lien's kindness was more than enough reason for him to remain here. But was there really any way to repay such a debt? Even becoming her servant would not be enough. To be clear, Carl Jan did not say that because he wanted an answer. The man was simply insane. He would even dare to disrespect a prince and injure a prince, and he would not care in the least if it started a war. Apparently, Lien had still not seen what this man was really like. She said she would deal with it herself, but she was Carl Jan's savior. He could not let go. If necessary, he would step in, only to avoid losing what belonged to him. And that also meant medicinal botany class had finally come to an end. Now only the last final assignment remained. Hans could hardly believe they were actually going to write this. Lien had already bothered him countless times about that strange mosquito repellent. She had come up with another new plan for their assignment. It was an idea she had back last summer, when mosquitoes had tormented her mercilessly. Like waking up in the middle of the night to that buzzing sound beside her ear, that awful noise of mosquitoes flying around her earlobe, or getting bitten between her fingers, that itchy, disgusting feeling. Every time she thought about those things, Lien's passion was reignited, and at last the formula had been perfected. Hans was amazed she had not joined some sort of mosquito haters club. If one existed, she would surely have aced the interview. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten to ask how her roommate's letter had been written. The one saying that if Hans wrote and submitted it this time, it would be repaid by graduation. They were talking about Lien's roommate's letter, not her own. He was just a little curious what hopes Jane had for the future. According to Lien, her roommate wanted to meet a handsome, capable man with a bright future. If he wanted to know more, Lien suggested he ask Jane directly. As for that letter, if Hans could figure out what Jane was good at, maybe he could give her a bright future. He really liked her. It was absolutely love at first sight. He turned to Lien, determined to understand what love really was and why it made him so happy. To be honest, even the heroine herself did not really know what love was. She only answered casually, hoping he would stop bothering her. It was wanting to stay with that one person all the time, then doubting whether that was really okay, and sometimes feeling uneasy because he was the only one you could see. That foolish girl thought about him all day, and whenever he came to mind, she would smile without meaning to. She had only realized it after she was already completely in too deep, and by the time she finally understood, it was already too late. Lien had perfectly described how Hans felt. That was exactly what he had been feeling all along. All of a sudden, he made up his mind to say everything in his heart. He would give her flowers in public, read poetry to her, and hoped Jane would understand how much he cared. After hearing that, Lien decided to be honest. His confession plan was absolutely terrible. After classes, standing outside the club room, Kuhn was still hesitating over whether this was really the right thing to do and why he had even come here in the first place. Lien was his benefactor, and the man by her side gave him a bad feeling. So Kuhn had to stay near her and make sure she was safe. He was certain of that much, but breaking the rules like this still sat badly with him. The prince felt that this talk of repaying her was nothing more than an excuse for him to be here. Lien had never asked him to protect her, and those two clearly did not trust him either. So Kuhn truly did not understand why he kept coming to this club. When he saw Yin, the man smiled and said he had not expected her to be the first one there. He seemed so natural, as if he were a club member to begin with. The weather was getting colder, and she only had one blanket. She probably needed a warmer wool blanket. Lien looked terribly sleepy, which was why she was sitting so still. Kuhn could drape one over her himself. He had barely even had time to think before that feeling came over him again, as if he were slowly losing control. When he opened his eyes, the student sensed that something was wrong, or perhaps he was ill. But this was a different kind of feeling, something he had never experienced before, as though he should not keep looking into her eyes any longer. Maybe it was because Lien carried a pleasant scent of fresh grass, like the smell of nature itself, and her hair held that same fragrance too. The prince caught the scent of something that should have been calming, yet his heartbeat only grew faster. It left him flustered, and Lien genuinely seemed worried about him. At the end of the day, she simply did not want to be blamed for the death of a royal, because she had failed to look after a member of the imperial family properly. Kuhn was not a child, so it was fine for him to stay alone in the infirmary, but if anyone else tried to come in, Lien would chase them out. It was all rather baffling, but since she was the one who had saved him, the man had no choice but to do as she said. No matter how firmly Lien insisted that he had already repaid her, Kuhn refused to listen. He was not the only stubborn person in the world, and she was long used to dealing with that sort. Still, he had better behave himself and stop causing her trouble, or she would simply throw him out. He really ought to know when to stop, considering he talked like some prince out of fairy tale. For now, they would just leave things as they were. A letter written to your future self? That really was a gamble. Speaking of letters, Jane had thought her roommate had received another one from her aunt. Just a moment ago, Lien had been smiling as she read the letter, only to puff out her cheeks like a child who had been scolded. So her roommate asked whether she was planning to visit her aunt during winter break, since she had stayed at the academy over summer vacation. Someday, the heroine would go to see her, but for now the two of them had only been corresponding by letter. Because of that, Jane assumed she and her aunt were probably not very close. The letters kept coming, but Lien did not seem to want to actually meet her. If Lien had something troubling her and wanted someone to talk to, she could always go to her roommate. In truth, the reason the young herbalist was afraid to go to her aunt's house was that she was afraid of meeting that person there. She truly feared seeing him. Lien had to turn in her assignment to Professor George. It was due today, and she had only just remembered. The message the professor had left on the door looked rather ominous. She did not want to stay in the office long, but she could not ignore his instruction to wait for him. The moment she stepped inside, she found a familiar sight. It reminded her of the private laboratory she had once had at her aunt's mansion. As a professor, Mr. George surely possessed all kinds of herbs she had never even heard of. That was precisely why Lien was tempted to sneak a look around. This was the professor's treasure vault, after all, and if she were caught, she would likely be punished with confinement. The professor had left his monocle on the desk. He did not usually wear it, but his eyesight was surprisingly good. But for our heroine, it was the perfect chance to collect a fingerprint. On the one hand, she would have to touch the herb leaves first and then touch it, but he was still her professor. If she did not do it now, Lien would keep thinking about it, even in her sleep. Professor George's room was still there, but it was obvious someone had already been through it. At that moment, the darker side of Lien had completely taken over. That trace was still there, just as she thought. Then someone behind her noticed she had touched those oily herbs, and the familiar voice was chilling. The man assumed she had only touched the chamomile leaves. Lien recognized him at once. It was Acanthus, and to him, this could not have turned out better. Many years ago, Lien's mother had been the only one who recognized his talent. So even if it meant teaching her alchemy, he wanted to repay that debt. This girl had spent far too much money searching for a cure and could not even afford to pay him. Acanthus had lost his parents when he was young, so no one understood her circumstances better than he did. But he did not want her to go through the same hell he himself had endured. He only wanted to help her. Back then, when Lien was still just a child with no one to rely on, Acanthus had always stayed by her side. The moment he saw her touching the daisy leaves, he knew it was her. It was something he had once taught her when she had been giving a local bully a hard time. Lien had grown up. Only 5 years had passed, yet Acanthus looked as though he had aged an entire lifetime. So the professor had personally asked him to come. He would be arriving any moment. Just then, the professor rushed into the office in a panic, only to freeze in the doorway the instant he saw the man. Nothing could be read from Acanthus's face. He had gone as pale as paper, as if something were lodged in his throat and choking him. Then he hurriedly said goodbye and bolted out of the office before the girl could stop him. The professor had to know why Ball was avoiding him. He could not just let him leave like that. But Acanthus would not tell him anything and simply walked away, leaving behind nothing but bitterness and disappointment. The whole thing started to worry Lien as well. She had no idea Acanthus knew Professor Walter. More importantly, this was the first time she had ever heard that he had another name, Ball. Unable to resist her curiosity, Lien began questioning the professor, only to learn that Ball had been using a false name all along. They had been classmates for 4 years, and Professor George had always been like an older brother figure to him. The two of them had once been very close. As for Lien, Acanthus had been the teacher who taught her alchemy when she was little. When she mentioned that her mother had once hired him, even Professor George, who had just entered the office, looked surprised. He had always known his student was gifted, but hearing that only made the man even more envious. After hearing the story of their reunion, Professor George thought the two of them probably still had not moved on from the quarrel they had as children. He had also heard that Lien had not gone home over the summer, so he invited her over. But the moment he mentioned having her return to the laboratory again during winter break, she said she would be leaving. She was going to the warm embrace of family, where someone was waiting for her in this cold season. In truth, she had spent several weeks hesitating over whether to go back. It had only been a matter of time, and so fate brought her together with Acanthus once again. Because he still had something he wanted to say before she left, he decided to stay and wait for her. Acanthus looked deeply strained. She had almost never seen him so shaken. All at once, he asked Lien how long she had left until graduation, and she answered that she still had 3 years to go, hoping she would understand him even if what he said sounded strange. He finally spoke and told her to stay as far away from Professor Walter as possible and not to get involved with him even after she graduated. She did not think the professor seemed like the sort of person who would do evil. After all, he was a master swordsman. But if he really had hurt Acanthus, then there had to be a reason, which meant Acanthus might not have told her the whole truth. She did not know why, but she could feel how desperately he wanted her to have nothing to do with that professor. And with that, their reunion came to an end. Acanthus still could not explain anymore, but he was not the kind of person who would ever wish Lien harm. This student had done nothing but feed Toby snacks, and as a result it had gotten quite plump. Now it even looked as though it had once had to fend for itself in the wild. So in the end, Lien still could not get Acanthus to tell her what he had been doing all these years, where he had gone, or why he had used a false name. He had helped her in her hardest days, so she wanted to stay by his side when he was struggling too, but he would not tell her anything. Her heavy thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice, and the handsome Carl Jan appeared at her window. It was bitterly cold outside tonight, so as she pulled him inside, she wondered why he had not simply used the door. Including Toby, she decided to give this man another chance, though he clearly had not expected to see that strange little creature here. This was the little dog they had found up in the mountains. Lien had named it Toby and taught it how to survive on its own during the holidays. But since she was going to her aunt's house this break, she warned Carl Jan not to just show up there without a word. In that case, the young man invited her to come visit him at the Lijiang's estate sometime. The Lijiang's household was famous for all kinds of rumors. An ice-cold duke and a duchess who could always make even him yield in the end. Since it would be troublesome for her to go there, all Carl Jan really hoped for was to at least be able to speak with her properly. But she would be buried in the laboratory afterward and would not always be able to pay attention to his letters. So Carl Jan promised that every time she came out of the lab, he would come see her in person and make sure she was safe. When she talked to him, Lien felt as though she had wandered into a fairy tale. This man really did always appear at exactly the right moment, like a fairy godmother. It was almost like magic. After talking with Carl Jan, her mood truly had improved, so the method was undeniably effective. Strange as it was, whenever she felt sad, low, or weighed down, she always had the sense that he would appear by her side and cheer her up. Just knowing she had Carl Jan made Lien feel that even going back to her aunt's house and seeing that person would not be the end of the world. And so, as the break began, our heroine arrived at Armenia Palace, the second most important place in her life. Her beloved aunt pulled her into a tight embrace, overjoyed to see her again at last. Ever since receiving the letter saying her favorite child was coming home, she had been waiting by the window. It was freezing outside, but that was all right because she had not been waiting alone. After so long, the family was finally reunited. Both her aunt and uncle had been looking forward to seeing Lien. The girl had not written in quite some time, and her uncle had only found out this very morning that she was coming back, nearly losing his breath from the shock. Lucas was waiting for her inside as well, so it was finally time to go into the mansion. Lien had truly returned, and the look on Luke's face was one of utter mischief. He had been the first to spot the carriage and had jumped up in excitement on the spot. Then his mother accidentally let slip the secret he had asked her to keep. The little guy was at the academy too, but he could never see Lien there. If he had known she was coming home, he would have ridden back with her. In truth, the younger and older students hardly ever crossed paths to begin with. Besides, the younger children finished classes earlier as well. Without even giving his stepsister time to catch her breath, Lucas had already decided he was going to order the chef to make her favorite eggplant dish. When dinner was served, there was an unbelievable amount of food on the table, far more than anyone could reasonably need. Her aunt worried that the children did not eat well while they were away. She had not even been this delighted when Lucas came home. The little one thought Lien must be spending all her money on herbs, so she ought to eat plenty of good food like this when she was back. Not wanting to waste any more time, the lady immediately suggested they begin with the stew set before them. It looked like an ordinary dish, but judging by the taste, it had to be something her aunt had made herself. Her uncle was so tender-hearted he was nearly in tears, and he absolutely had to praise his wife's cooking first. But until her aunt tasted the stew herself, she kept telling everyone to stop praising it. The next instant, however, she ordered the maid to take it away at once, and any question of how to eat it naturally became irrelevant. Late at night, after everyone had gone to sleep, he returned. That was exactly why Lien had not wanted to come back to this loving home. That drunk man still showed up, and everyone demanded that he explain himself. He pounded on the door with all his might, ordering Lien to open it immediately. Her brother had come home, and she dared to be asleep? He thought she had better get out here at once. To be honest, this brother of hers was ridiculous, but Lien let him in without the slightest fear. In Elhin's furious eyes, the girl was nothing but an ill-mannered little brat. She dared to look him straight in the eye and did not even kneel before him. So Lien decided to find out where this man who always wore the mask of the good son had thrown that act away, and whether he had become even worse than she remembered. She had no desire to argue with him. She only wanted him to state his business. Elhin was stunned by his sister's reaction. This sister who had run off to the academy, turned everything upside down, and then suddenly returned a year later, actually needed a reason? To Lien, he was terrible, a man who did not value what he had and had ruined his own life with his own hands. If he had no proper reason for coming, then she would tell him to get out. But the real reason was a letter. If she heard about that letter, she ought to understand everything. She had to know who had sent him, and her brother had come because of that letter. Elhin could no longer even remember how many letters he had sent her this year. Ever since she had run away from home, he had never expected her to write back. The thought that Lien might not even have opened the letters was so absurd it was laughable, because she truly had not opened a single one. That answer made Elhin even angrier. He had known from the start that there had been more than just his own letters among them. What was wrong with this girl? She had not merely ignored her brother's letters. She had ignored Rex Begonia's as well. He had soaked the stationery in the scent of lavender, hoping it would remind Lien of the day they first met. The moment she picked up an envelope carrying that lavender fragrance, he had expected it to pull her back into that memory. That day had been the beginning of everything. On that day, he had given Lien a bouquet of lavender, and she had fallen in love with him because of it. But she did not want to remember those painful days, so for now it was best to stay calm. Her brother was nearly losing his mind because he believed that it was Lien's rejection of Rex that had ruined everything. Elhin simply could not understand why she would not accept him, or how long she intended to keep putting on airs. This fool had no idea what a vile man Rex truly was, and Lien thought it was obvious Elhin had gained something from currying favor with him. Put simply, the man was indeed willing to flatter him and profit from it, while Rex Begonia wanted only one thing: his sister. Rex was the heir to the house of Begonia, the ducal family. Whichever woman became his would live like royalty for the rest of her life. But if the Begonia family cut off their investment, the business Elhin was running now would collapse at once. So that was the truth. He was low enough to sell off even Lien for quick profit. Since he would inherit the Count's title in the future anyway, she would be thrown out eventually, and with her personality, she would never be able to make a living on her own. But no true head of a household would ever say such things. What was more, Elhin had not even apologized to their parents yet. He did not think he needed to apologize, because if his business succeeded, the whole family would live comfortably for the rest of their lives. All he wanted was for Lien to look at their parents and understand how much she owed this family. Next week, the Duke of Begonia would be holding a banquet, and Lien had to attend. Otherwise, Elhin would tell Rex everything, and if she did not go, both of them would be ruined. Astonishingly, the man believed her suffering came only from not daring to face him. If she did not want to do it, then she should think of it as being for the family. Exhausted to the core in both body and mind, she silently climbed into bed, her brother's words still echoing over and over in her head. Elhin's parents were his family now as well, and they always had been. Her aunt's smile looked very much like her mother's. They were sisters, after all, and perhaps that was exactly why it hurt so much. Lien owed her aunt's family far too much, and she could never repay it. After her parents died, she had shut herself away, but the people in this house had never given up on her. No matter who reached out a hand to her, she had pushed them away. No amount of words could get through to her. Even during that entire year, when Lien drifted through life like a ghost, someone in this house had kept knocking on her door. That was how she knew she was still alive. Lucas would always sit in front of her room, worried that his sister Lien might come out while he was away. He was the second son of her aunt's household. For weeks on end, he kept running over to her door just to sit there, which was unbearably irritating. But that child did not merely sit there. Every single day, he would read stories aloud to his sister. Because of that, Lien could not sleep at all. Day after day, he did the same thing. It was too bright to sleep during the day, and whenever she stayed awake too long, the girl would begin to think. All she wanted was to sleep forever and vanish completely into a world where no one would come looking for her anymore. Then one night, she finally snapped. Even after Lien chased him away, her brother kept reading, saying he wanted to stay there. Every line of that fairy tale only sounded noisier to her. It was not what she wanted to hear at all. Every day was painful for her. She wanted to cry, but she had already run out of tears. She did not even realize that the anger she felt was the first real emotion she had experienced in a long time. Through the door, Lucas kept reading her the story of a lonely girl, as if forcing the trapped Lien inside to listen. She locked herself in her room every day, but she did not want to be alone, and whenever she stepped outside, her parents were no longer there. She had grown sick of fairy tales, so the girl told her brother to read her a botany book instead. It was foolish of her to have taken something like that seriously. That child did not know what had happened at all. He was simply causing trouble in his own way. If he merely wanted someone to play with, then she thought he should go to his mother instead of coming to bother her. Yet as though leaving were only a single step away, Lucas still intended to come every day. And yet, from that day onward, he never came again. Lien finally got the peace and quiet she had wanted, but a strange feeling rose at her chest. His words about coming every day kept replaying in her mind. She had never expected to feel this way. He had probably been lying from the start anyway. She could not help blaming him, but in the end the one she blamed was herself. She was the one who had told him to go away, so of course he had not come back. After saying something like that, she had no right to expect him to appear again. The waiting nearly drove Lien mad. Then one day, she suddenly heard his voice again. Lucas had returned. Winter break had finally come, and happy sounds once again filled his sister's room. Lien tried not to get her hopes up, yet she kept telling herself that his disappearance had all been because of what she had said. It was then that she realized that no matter how angry she was with Luke, more often than not she had really been angry with herself. In a world where every emotion had gone numb, a bright scarlet anger had finally begun to burn. After anger, what the girl felt was regret tinged with sadness. After regret came relief, and then a faint trace of joy. Every fairy tale Lucas read to her ended with the characters living happily ever after. Lien no longer believed in those stories, but she finally understood that they were exactly what she had needed. Now she understood. When Elhin noticed his younger brother sitting in the cold corridor, he told him to hurry and fetch a blanket. Come to think of it, Lien's room must have been cold too. Then Lucas happily told his older brother that his sister was listening to him, and that during the summer, she had even answered him twice. She had not done anything like that for an entire year, so Elhin had always assumed she simply hated them. But Lucas insisted that Lien had said a botany textbook was better, except he could not even pronounce the words in it. In that case, Elhin took his little brother's side and told him to keep reading, so the girl could gradually feel at ease again. Every concerned word they spoke stabbed into Lien's heart like a knife. She was tired of being alone and shutting everyone out, so she opened the door. The hallway was too cold, so she let her brothers come inside. People always say the hardest part is taking the first step, and Lien now felt that deeply for herself. The first time she opened that door, it felt like it nearly killed her, but the second time was much easier. After her brothers came her aunt and uncle, and even the maid who had spent an entire year worrying about the girl. Before then, the maid had never even seen Lien properly. Little by little, the cold room grew warm. At last, our heroine realized that she had gained a new family, and she decided to step outside. It felt like a true adventure. The thought that all she was doing was walking out of the room made her let out a small laugh. But just as she was eagerly looking forward to seeing Luke, she heard Elhin's voice instead. Everyone was gathered in the sitting room. It turned out her uncle wanted to formally add Lien to the family registry, but Elhin objected because he did not consider her family. Everyone except him regarded the girl as family. If they formally adopted her, then those boys could truly become her brothers. Elhin believed he was supposed to be their only real family, so he could not accept it at all and stormed out in the middle of the conversation, slamming the door behind him. Lien had never imagined they valued her so highly. She was happy, but she also hated seeing them argue because of her. She did not want to destroy the relationship they had worked so hard to maintain, and besides, it was not as if her name absolutely had to appear on the family registry. The girl felt that things were already fine as they were, but her aunt and uncle came to ask again the very next day whether she was willing to let them adopt her. Seeing them face to face, Lien felt their sincerity all the more deeply, and so she refused because she did not want to burden them. She did not explain her reason, but they respected her decision and held her tightly anyway. After that, everything passed quietly. Once the girl came out of her room, time moved quickly, and they never brought up adoption again. Elhin began smiling at her again, as though relieved, and sometimes he even went riding with her. Lien, meanwhile, often spent her time in the laboratory the Count had prepared for her, studying botany. She also caught up on her studies with the help of the private tutor her aunt had hired. As she gradually regained her love for her family, the pain retreated into the depths of memory, and she began to long for the person she loved. She hoped flowers would make a suitable gift, and in the end she really did choose flowers. Lien was simply shy. She did not know whether Elhin would like them, or whether he would be happy. It was the first gift she had ever given him, so she truly wanted him to like it. But when she burst excitedly into the study, she froze at once. There was a guest in the drawing room. She had been in far too much of a hurry to notice the man who had come to see her brother Elhin. Elhin seemed especially tense in front of him, so the visitor had to be someone very important. Since Lien was the one who had caused this commotion, it should be her job to smooth it over. So she offered the flowers to the man, hoping he would let the matter pass. That icy, self-assured man looked straight at her and told her to give her name. Lien was a lovely name, he said, so he would remember it, and he hoped they would meet again in the future. If this noble young man came to visit her brother again someday, perhaps they would meet once more. The next morning, when our heroine woke up, she felt as though she had been brutally tormented. When she decided to return to the Count's house, she had already prepared herself for Elhin's rage and for those terrible nightmares. As for the nightmare about Rex Begonia, she found it almost bearable by comparison, especially since it came from the very first day they met. But she thought Elhin was an idiot. I mean, there were plenty of ways to make money. Lien's name wasn't even in the family registry. If she ran away, her brother's business, along with the whole county, would collapse. The problem was that he loved that family, and she did too. So what else could they do? The girls in our family would never suffer like before again. She had already figured out how to make that academy work for her. Even if she had to sell every formula in her hands, she would never just sit there and swallow her anger. I think a red dress would bring out her soft hair and pretty eyes even more. But blue suits her complexion better, and a fashionable periwinkle blue gown would brighten her face too. The servants almost got into a fight over which dress suited Miss Lien best. Jen had finally gotten a chance to do her makeup, but things clearly weren't going to be that easy. Lien's friend had arrived, and Lucas wanted to go say hello too, but he just couldn't get close. If a girl really cares about her family, then she ought to be a good sister. Not long after, when Lucas saw Hans, he decided to check whether it was true. Was this guy really going on a date with a girl? But the man said he was there for work. Fair enough, considering he was still holding an invitation. By then the carriage was ready, and the moment Hans saw Jen inside it, he panicked. It was honestly adorable. According to Jen, that Count sweated a lot, so he would definitely be interested in that formula. You could recognize him by the mole above his lip. Baron Akadu liked gossip. Countess Lamina knew all about cosmetics and was a rather influential figure. Viscount Artemio was also on the guest list. He was a vassal of Duke Lysian, but he didn't like these kinds of events. He was a bald and very aggressive man. Everyone knew he had once beaten a chef half to death in a restaurant. The reason was that there had been a hair in the dish, and the chef said it might have belonged to the customer. The problem was that Viscount Artemio himself was bald and deeply insecure about hair loss. Jen thought things had escalated so badly because the chef had only been a commoner. Anyway, once Lien finished her training, Carl Jan would have nothing more to do with her. So they arrived at the banquet, and this was no event just anyone could get into. Judging by the rumors, it was not a banquet hosted by the Begonia family, so the heroine could finally relax a little. Elhin was surely waiting for Lien at some banquet far away. Even if he had to stand there all night, he would wait. She would definitely appear. Young lords and ladies stepped into the hall, and just as people said, the future was in their hands. They looked so young, yet their steps were so confident. The young lady in the pink dress had no partner by her side. Count Natalie had come too, still looking ridiculous as ever, with a large mole below his lip. Then, all of a sudden, Jen said to Lien, "Hey, want to dance?" as if she didn't have more important things to do. I mean, the entire venue was lit up by the irresistible Carl Jan Lysian, but right now he looked a little pitiful. Honestly, she wasn't surprised at all. She found herself wondering whether, if Kion had once been that annoying, she might have turned out the same way. Just then, a tune Lien liked began to play, so she invited him to dance. Carl Jan, of course, was willing. To him, it was an immense honor. The place was beautiful. Every plant had been arranged perfectly. The dance floor glittered, and everyone was watching them. Yet because she was blushing so hard, she nearly missed all of it. Even if she thought she would forget this feeling the moment she graduated, that future still felt like a sweet dream. She hadn't expected this. It seemed Carl Jan handled occasions like this far better than she had imagined. His face turned bright red in an instant, yet he was still so natural and composed, as if he had been born to stand before a crowd. Back when Lien had learned dancing at the academy, her partner Simon had been terribly shy. Usually, that would just make you think that even a nobleman's son might not be used to dancing. But Carl Jan danced extremely well, as if he attended banquets all the time. In truth, he hated banquets, but being here with Lien now, he actually felt genuinely happy for the first time in ages. She seemed to understand Kion, yet her calmness about everything was something utterly unfamiliar to him. She was afraid she was being too lenient, and when she thought about how he could have plenty of fun without her, she tried hard to hide her surprise. But it was still strange. He said he hated banquets, and yet he danced so well, and every gesture of his made him look like someone born to having a partner. So he really was absurdly perfect, wasn't he? If it hadn't been for the academy, Lien would never have met him. This person had no flaws at all. The Carl Jan she saw now was too perfect, and Lien realized that he was not someone suited to her. In fact, this young mage had never dated anyone, and the very fact that she thought him perfect made him happier than he could say. From the moment they first met, he had realized that Lien was exactly the person he had been searching for all along. Hearing him say something like that, she could hardly imagine how she could possibly not fall in love with him. Whenever he came close, he absolutely had to know whether she had ever been jealous before. Kion had never cared about anyone like this before, so everything between them was a first for him. Whether it was dancing or anything else, he would never do it with anyone but Lien. It was the language of soulmates, and Carl Jan's words slowly melted her heart. Her thoughts were drifting away from the future, and her heart still leaned toward Kion. She would not go home. She would return to the academy, and so he decided to go with her. She couldn't spend the rest of the break all alone. She had said it on purpose, because she knew that was exactly how he would answer. Elhan had been certain his sister had spent the whole morning preparing for this banquet, and he thought she would definitely come, but she stood him up completely. The man who had been waiting for her had even promised her a seat at the Duchess's table, but apparently even that wasn't enough. When he learned that she wanted to be neither his wife nor his mistress, Elhan was utterly shocked, as if he himself could hardly believe it. Only then did the Duke understand. Lien had been avoiding him because she still didn't trust him. If that girl needed proof of Rex's love, then she had better prepare herself. This term, Lucas planned to visit his sister more often. He had heard she was giving some man advice about romance. So he told her that if that guy said anything strange, she should let him know at once. Lien hugged the little boy tight, told him simply to trust her, and went back to the dormitory. Just then, a huge fireball suddenly erupted behind them. The whole building was blown into the air. It turned out Carl Jan had caused the explosion simply because he saw that adorable little son of Lien's aunt. Fortunately, it was only a renovated abandoned building, so it was probably fine. Lien was long past the stage of being surprised by anything Kion did. She simply took it as the start of a new school year. Anyway, the class divisions would remain the same until graduation, but you could already feel the excitement in the air. Graduation was getting closer and closer. Speaking of which, Jen suddenly remembered a girl named Sarah. She had originally been a year above them, but had deliberately taken a year off to end up in the same class as Carl Jan. Rumor had it that she used to pick fights with any girl who showed interest in him. She had surely already heard that Lien liked him, so who knew what she might do? Still, Lien was quite certain it would not become a problem. She and Kion did not actually spend that much time alone together. Besides, Phile had been treating her quite well lately too. That playboy had suddenly turned into a suitor, or rather, more like a gentleman. To be honest, Jen felt that if you spent enough time with her roommate, your attitude would start changing, both toward her and toward other people. Carl Jan had always been very self-possessed, and Phile had grown quieter as well. Not to mention Kuhn and Hans. Maybe it was because, in front of her, they no longer had to put on an act, just like Jen herself. As usual, Kion appeared right on time, like some kind of flower spirit. By now, climbing in through the window had almost become a tradition. When he started looking for Toby, Lien said she had left Toby some snacks so it wouldn't go wild in the woods. All through the break, Toby and Kion had practically been trying to burn holes through each other with their eyes. He always said he would grow bigger than Toby. When you thought of it that way, it was rather cute that he was competing with a little winged dog. Realizing she was in their way, Jen hurriedly said goodbye and ran off. After that, Kion felt something was strange, because Lien did not push him away, nor did she look at him as if he were a nuisance. More than that, she had actually stayed with him until the very end of summer break. Something had to be off, but in truth, the girl simply wanted to be more honest with him and with herself too. Kion put on a pitiful expression and brought up the man from that morning, so she had no choice but to explain that he was her aunt's son. She had decided to be frank with him, and that meant there was no need for him to keep pressing over things she had already told him. As for personal matters, she still had not told him, There was no need for him to know those either. It was only a fleeting feeling that would naturally fade after graduation, and it was not a relationship Lien wanted to keep developing. Still, since she had decided to speak openly, she told Kion that if there was anything he wanted to know, he could just ask her directly. Lien would tell him anything. All he had to do was ask, because she had long known just how deeply he liked her. And even if his feelings were a little unsteady and a little clumsy, Kion was still not like that other man. So everything would be all right. Carl Jan would never do anything that made her hate him. Professor Walter had just announced the period during which students could change clubs, and classes were also temporarily free to attend. In any case, Lien had nowhere else to go, so she decided to stop by the club room before heading back to the dormitory. She had only just reached the door when she heard voices inside. Kion and File were already there. File had made up his mind. Starting today, he was leaving the club. Since everyone happened to be there, he thought he might as well say it clearly, so he announced that he intended to apply for early graduation. Lien said it was risky. He would be taking the exams a year early, which could cost him a whole year for nothing and money as well. The boy refused to give so much as a single reason, only wearing a bitter look on his face, as though there were a whole story hidden behind it. Thinking about it carefully, Lien realized she had not spoken to him since the break began, and she felt he ought to think it over again. But File only said that he would not regret this choice, and then he left. After hearing the full story, Kun could only think that File was being unbelievably awful. In Kion's eyes, that guy should at least have had the decency to come and drive off that annoying outsider. Lien told both of them to stop it already. They've been far too conspicuous in physical training class. It seemed our young lady was going to have her hands full in the joint class held together with Carlton's class. Suddenly, Jin recognized File's signature yell, though Lien was seeing it for the first time. Apparently, during physical training, the fencers practiced and sparred with one another. That was how it worked. Lien had never actually watched them train, nor had she ever seen File holding a sword. The moment he had a weapon in hand, he looked like a fish back in water, full of confidence, stepping toward his future. In class, he had always looked tired before. Maybe Lien was wrong, but Jin felt the same way. Oddly enough, even though you could sign up for a month's worth of classes, you could still skip most of the actual sparring sessions. So even though File clearly liked fencing, he was still avoiding it. He was not the type to choose a monthly course for no reason, but File clearly had something on his mind. And if he did not want to talk, it was hard to get anything out of him. Since Lien did not know what was going on, she could not help. Kion did not say anything either, which made the heroine feel as though she was the only one who cared. Then again, maybe that was normal. Men were probably just like that. She suspected they would not even keep in touch outside the academy. Lien had always felt she and File had grown very close. He had told her many things too, but it was not that simple. Maybe it was a family issue. File had once mentioned that he was in a succession dispute with his older brother. Seeing that File was nearby, Lien thought that since she had run into him, she might as well ask him directly. But when she peeked around the corner, she saw him kissing a girl, which only gave her even more questions. When File noticed his friend, he was struck completely speechless, and the girl with him flushed crimson from embarrassment. It was honestly shocking. People said this guy had been living pretty freely lately. Well, that was certainly something to celebrate. Now Yin no longer had to worry. At least she knew he was doing all right. Just then, File suddenly appeared in front of her, breathless, begging her to hear him out. He had already shaken off the girl and said it was all a misunderstanding. But at the end of the day, he had no obligation to explain his private life to anyone. The truth was actually complicated. File was getting engaged. The girl he was to marry was someone else. As a noble, marrying at this age was entirely within his rights. He needed power if he was going to stand against his brother. At that point, File suddenly realized, why was he even explaining all this to Lien? If all of this were really so obvious and reasonable, then there would have been no need for him to run here to explain himself. The situation was a mess. The guy did not even understand what he was doing himself or why he was telling Lien any of this. In the end, he apologized for saying so much pointless nonsense, then left. That was why File had decided to quit the club, because he did not want to become the bad guy. He wanted to be the sort of friend Lien would like. It sounded awkward, but that was the only role he wanted to have. The girl could not hide her dejection for long. Her friend noticed that something was weighing on her mind. As expected, Jin really was good with people. She picked up immediately that something was wrong. Lien wanted to know what Jin usually did when she had worries she could not bring herself to tell a friend. For example, what if you thought someone really wanted to say something, but once they said it, it would hurt too much, so they just could not get the words out? Maybe they felt things had gone too far already, and there was no turning back, so they were stuck where they were. While they were talking, Jin spotted the stalker she had mentioned earlier, the one obsessed with Carl Jan. That long-haired girl who was always clinging to him was actually in the same class as him. Our young lady could hardly believe her eyes. It was that strange woman who had interrupted their date. Her name was Sarah Brandy. She was the younger sister of a marquis, and, well, she really was a little unusual. Even though she was in the same class as Carl Jan, she always sat as far away from him as possible. The first time Lien saw her, she was completely infatuated with Kion, while he was unwilling even to look at her. Sarah wore a strange pair of gloves, and the key thing was that she wore them with her school uniform. Just then, Jin suddenly felt very curious about what exactly her friend and Hans had been busy with lately. Hans had already secured another business deal. All Yin had to do was choose one product from among them. She had handed over so many formulas that his planning team had absolutely no idea where to begin. So the girls suggested they launch two things first, a magic suppressant and a painkiller. The magic suppressant was an enchanted item that released the magic built up inside the body. It would be a huge help to Kion. There were many painkillers on the market, but most of them affected the user. That is, they had side effects. Lien had improved the formula. So one of the products she brought out was incredibly rare, and the other was guaranteed to be wildly popular. The only problem was that she had repeatedly warned Hans that under no circumstances could anyone learn that the formulas were hers. She had mentioned it before, but it sounded as though even Jin did not know the full story. Lately, Jin had been talking with Hans often, mostly to exchange information. The guy learned quickly. In the end, it was all about trading information, fashion, rumors, gossip, that sort of thing. Those powerful people were especially sensitive about business, and rumors really did affect them. That was why Jin had heard that the Duchess of Begonia had recently died. She had been ill for a long time, but when she passed away, not a single person had been at her side. There were even vicious rumors going around that her death had been suspicious. Hearing that, all Yin could think was no way. No matter how crazy he is, he wouldn't go that far. That can't have happened. Rex will make Lien the Duchess, just as his mother said. Not long after she refused to become Rex Begonia's mistress, the heroine quickly came to see his true nature. During one of their meetings, he told her to call him Rex directly instead of Your Grace, and at the time Lien did not understand why he was suddenly being so kind to her. In truth, the reason could not have been more obvious. He had been completely obsessed with her from the very beginning. It was not easy to marry a commoner, but Rex was determined to make Lien his wife. She had thought he was joking and never imagined that was what he meant, and of course she did not like it at all. But that Duke happened to have exactly that sort of taste, and he was willing to go to extremes for it. That was the day Lien first truly felt fear. The only thing she could do was curl up and tremble. Rex kept destroying her laboratory, and when he finally calmed down, he actually smiled gently and said he had only lost control a little. From then on, every time she went to see her so-called future lover, he would become like that. Lien should have asked someone for help, but at the time, she had no idea who could help her. The strongest heir of the House of Begonia, born into a military family closely tied to the Count's house, she was no match for him. Her fear of Rex's growing power and of what he might do to Armenia left her completely lost. And for the first time in her life, Elhin, who had long since lost his mind, became a threat to her as well. Thinking back on how Elhin had been the one to bring that Duke here, Lien finally understood that perhaps she and he had never been on the same side at all. Elhin's reaction to that whole matter was beyond disappointing. He clearly had no intention of seeking justice for her, thinking he would care about her just because she was the daughter of the couple who had raised him. That had been a foolish idea. As for expecting Elhin to go to war with Rex Begonia for her sake, to him, That was a joke. According to him, the fact that she was fed and looked after meant she should be grateful for any attention she received. He said she reminded him of her father, as if someone without parents was desperately trying to curry favor with the nobility. Amid the endless stream of accusations, the moment the heroine heard him insult her father like that, her whole body turned cold. Elhin did not make her despair, and he did not make her sad, but he forced her to face one cruel truth. No matter how much Lien loved and cherished her aunt's family, Elhin would never consider her true family. When the conversation ended, that bastard kicked the vase off the table, and it shattered at her feet. He knew full well that she had only recently begged her father to buy it for her, but now nothing could be undone. From that day on, Elhin began scheming against her by any means necessary. He ruined assignments, stole things from the laboratory, and deliberately made a mess of the food. He made sure every trace pointed to Lien. It was a complete frame-up, but her aunt and uncle trusted her completely from beginning to end. Only her reputation among the servants began to crumble little by little. Ellen's plan could not have been clearer. He wanted to drive Lien out of the house and then send her to Rex Begonia, and in what role did not need to be said. So one day, our girl decided to quietly ask a maid for help, making sure no one would ever know. It was a little strange, but what she asked for was not anything bad, just something she needed for private use. The maid thought that a young lady of her age would naturally have some secrets she shared only with friends, so she was very supportive. She was happy to help, because Lien had no friends her own age in that manner. The young herbalist could not casually trust just anyone, but this time she was lucky. What she was lucky about was that it was other people's trust and care that carried her through that nightmare. And because of that, Lien finally obtained what she needed to expose evil for what it was. Rex was truly a complete bastard. He always chose places where he could hurt people and stir up chaos as much as he pleased, and still get away with it. The only evidence she could possibly use against him was his own testimony. Just thinking about that made her hands shake. Even the act of gathering evidence itself felt meaningless to her. But one day it would be useful. She had to believe that. One day, she would tell someone about the suffering she had endured. But for now, all she could do was endure and make it her duty to protect the people she cared about, including herself. Her aunt, her uncle, and Lucas. Lien swore to herself that this time she would protect her family. After facing her directly, Elhin finally understood that she did not want to be his plaything. She wanted to become the Duchess. Lien was stubborn and wanted to preserve her dignity, and even so, the Duke agreed. In truth, there was a great deal of opposition at home, especially from his mother, who always watched his brothers like a hawk. For Lyanna, Elhin would do anything. It would take a little time, but she only had to endure a bit longer. He did not want anyone standing between them, and whoever got in the way, he would remove. Elhin wanted the Duchess to give her approval, but was he really saying he would even lay hands on his own mother? Up to now, nothing Rex had sent in his letters had ever truly counted as a gift. Those things always arrived only after something had happened. Rex Begonia was the kind of man who could get away clean no matter what he did. Lyanna had fled to the academy to escape both him and Elhin, but her decision had changed nothing. Still, she had to find a way. Ever since she decided she had to stop Rex, she had been searching for a method, but had found none. Then Kion suggested they go for a walk to that cafe they used to visit, or gather some herbs, or maybe get something to eat along the way. It was a week of free time because the inn was not far off. All the students remained at the academy. It seemed Fiode had ultimately gone home for spring break without ever finishing that conversation in the corridor. No matter how quickly he traveled, he would still end up spending more time in the carriage than at home. Kion said that while his son was away, the Marquis Anonymous had already chosen his heir. To Lien, that meant File was out there confirming the situation and fighting his own battle alone. After thinking it over for a while, she finally decided what she would do this spring break. The news that File had returned home spread throughout the entire mansion of the Marquis Anonymous. After personally confirming it, the eldest son of the Anonymous family, Lou Anonymous, asked whether the young man had already gone to pay his respects to their father. To be honest, File did not think he needed to explain himself to that man, which was why he said he would handle it on his own. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with his father's decision regarding the succession, but as a son, he should at least have shown the proper respect. If File had acted a little more decently, he would not have been ignored like this. In Lou's eyes, he was nothing more than a child who did whatever others told him to do, Lu did not even really see him as a younger brother. The angry voices of the two brothers gradually died down, but the corridor filled with a strange sort of magic, as if two angels, Lien and Carl Jan, had descended from heaven. File could hardly believe that she had actually come all the way here just to find him. She had even canceled all her plans for it. Even the heroine had never imagined the story would develop like this. It was completely unexpected. At some point, Lu told his younger brother to step back first, saying that he had something to discuss with the guests. If his friends had come all the way here, then File must have left without telling them. Lu concluded that they had come to cause trouble under the pretense of friendship, so he decided to receive them as his own guests in order to make up for his brother's rudeness. After introducing himself as Lu Anonymous, he openly admitted that he had not made proper preparations to entertain visitors. Lien knew that he was not a child born to the Marchioness. It seemed the family had not even cared enough to give him a proper noble name. In truth, what Lu wanted to confirm was that these people would not let File skip a grade. Otherwise, it would be far too hard for his older brother to catch up later. Then Lien frankly admitted that she had stayed silent until now because she was afraid File would drive her away, but they still thought of him as a friend. She believed Mr. Anonymous was acting this way because his younger brother threatened his chance of becoming the head of the family. File had always opposed Lu in everything, so she told him to stop acting like a coward and just say things clearly. But hearing those words only made Anonymous all the more certain that his younger brother had finally found real friends. Since last summer, File had become more and more radiant, so Lu had guessed that he had either gotten a girlfriend or made new friends. Carl Jan knew how much the eldest son cared about his younger brother, so it was obvious he had already heard that File had been chosen as the heir. Now everything made sense. File was the heir to Marquis Anonymous, and Lu had no objection to that. In that case, Lien could not understand why he did not want his brother to skip a grade. The eldest son of the Anonymous family decided to explain from the beginning, because this girl did not know what his brother had been like in the past. The old File had been even worse than the rumors said, but why had Lu never simply told her that? After the eldest son of the family became his enemy, File changed drastically. He began learning proper manners, and he became more refined as well. Only then did Lien understand that Lu had been using himself as a stepping stone to push his younger brother forward, while also hiding the fact that he was not the true heir. Lately, File had looked much brighter, so he must have been happy at the academy. That child would never listen to his older brother, which was why Lu had decided to ask these friends to stop him. As far as Lien knew, the head of the house had truly doted on File when he was young. This was not some kind of love disguised as strictness. He could have been a good older brother, a proper member of the family, and guided him onto the right path. File had already lost the safe place that could have welcomed him back, lost the older brother he dearly loved, and now he even had to doubt his whole family. And now Lu was saying that everything that had happened so far was merely his younger brother going astray for a while. But the truth was that these brothers did not have much time. They had no idea when the final decision on the heir would be made. Lu still cared about him and still wanted to be a good older brother, but right now he could not do that. Raising File into a worthy Marquis was the only thing he could do. Lien felt there had to be another way, something else he could do to show his younger brother that he cared. She wondered what he would do if there really were another way. Not long afterward, every servant in the mansion was ordered to assemble at the training grounds. It was not for heightened security or anything like that. It was simply because Lu and File were about to hold a sword duel. Even though Lu himself was still clumsy with a sword, he had suddenly challenged his younger brother to a sword match. Before he rushed forward and swung, he even warned File not to let his attention wander. Lu was so awkward that it was almost laughable. He was always saying things his brother could not understand, ignoring him, and refusing to treat him like a younger brother. Furious, File struck hard to find out what on earth was wrong with him, and in an instant he knocked the sword right out of Lu's hand. He sent the other man's sword flying with a single blow. He truly was remarkably skilled with the sword. So this man had actually dared to challenge File to a duel only to humiliate himself in front of the servants. Barely controlling his emotions, the boy realized that Lu had brought him here to act out the role of the older brother being trampled by his younger sibling. File could not endure it anymore. His brother was treating him like a complete fool. He was truly exhausted by all of this. All he wanted now was to live a quiet and peaceful life. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, Lien only hoped this child would finally be able to let go. File had proved that there was something he excelled at, and he had even defeated his brother, yet of course he was not happy at all. After returning to the academy, he always gave his all when practicing swordsmanship, smiled brightly, and shook hands with every opponent. That was why people began to wonder whether he truly wanted to become a marquis at all. More than that, he seemed to genuinely love swordsmanship itself. Liu felt guilty about that. He should have asked his younger brother what he really wanted first. What he meant to say was that File would become the next Marquis Anonymous. Liu and his father had already discussed it. Even though that child had obtained the very thing he wanted, he was still suffering and unsatisfied, and that infuriated Lien. In her view, hiding his feelings and then turning his back on his younger brother was entirely the wrong thing to do. Lien wanted File to understand that he had already changed, and that even if he did not become the Marquis, he was still a member of this family. He was an expert swordsman, which meant he had a chance to join the Imperial Knights. Ignoring and burying his own talent was just too foolish. As for the status of Marquis and the like, it was nothing but a troublesome, headache-inducing burden. Lien told the young swordsman to take up the sword he was best with, embrace the talent in which he was strongest, and smile. Even if he tried to push away those waves of emotion, they would keep coming back, like a sandcastle being washed away again and again by the sea. When she told File to smile, he could not hide his tears at all and could only lower his head. A week had passed since that day, and only then did it finally feel real that File had returned to the clubroom. He had always wanted to come back here, but he could not pretend that nothing had happened. The boy was even worried that if he tried to say thank you or anything like that, Carl Jan might just throw up on the spot. After agonizing over what to do, File decided he would simply greet them as usual and say nothing more. He absolutely hated that stale old cliche where friends fall for the same girl. Spring break ended, File returned to the club, and the new term began. The Academy Festival was approaching, and in order to avoid running a booth, Carl Jan proposed that they simply suspend club activities during the festival. The clothing club would exhibit and sell clothes, the baking club would set up a sweet stall, and the mosquito club would, well, deal with mosquito problems. Of the two of them, the one participating in the model arena was Carl Jan. The model arena was a glamorous fashion show where one could witness the burning passion of student designers. It was an immensely popular event, and this competition had always been a symbol of what was most cutting-edge and stylish. File's body was well-trained from practicing with the sword, but he truly could not understand why anyone would choose him to be a model. After all, clothes simply looked better on a strong, muscular body. So File proposed that they start a rental service and let the boys borrow his physique. But Lien thought it was better to enjoy something else rather than make people suffer. There were things that were both fun and thrilling. That was the ultimate thrill attraction, a haunted house created by Carl Jan using illusion magic. First, the room had to be extremely dark. People would move forward through the darkness along a marked route. Then on the way to the exit, they would suddenly be startled by ghosts or monsters. But it could not be too excessive. Tall antique furniture paired with the sound of a crying baby would definitely make the atmosphere even tenser. Lien also wanted to see blurry human silhouettes and eyes peering at them as they passed corners or windows. Recently, she had completely stopped hearing any news about the stalker. It was as if that person had given up. When Sarah's name came up, File immediately understood that she meant the girl who had recently withdrawn from the academy. Students expelled from the school were usually given a grace period of more than a month, and many people made use of that time. Most of the haunted house was completed through Carljan's illusion magic, so all the club had to do was hang up the sign and the preparations were basically finished. As time passed, the Academy Festival finally began. The Academy gates, normally closed to outsiders, were open to everyone. It was a rare chance for outsiders to see the Academy's finest students display their abilities. However, among the swelling crowds, an unexpected guest appeared. None other than the war hero, Grand Duke Caristinus Petitua of Abiscanthus. He simply had to see with his own eyes what sort of person could capture the prince's attention at such a remote school. When it came to the competition on the model stage, Kuhn always advocated cooperation. But File said that the point was not the clothes themselves, though this time he had no choice but to go along with it. Besides, Kuhn had joined another club and was not supposed to be here. Yet he had secretly slipped back into the club room anyway. In fact, this was because some documents needed to be sent over to him, though the boy planned to deal with that later. This foreign prince was clearly attracting far too much attention. If Karastinas wanted to find that damn model arena, he would have to ask for directions himself. The problem was that his presence was so intimidating that everyone around him fled in fear. In the past, half the country had wanted him dead, and the other half had been terrified of him. But now, no one recognized Mr. Petitua anymore. Just as he was lamenting the passage of time, he accidentally bumped into a black-haired figure. It was astonishing that a child with such an important hair color to Abyscanthus would appear in Lagras. The old man had just been about to stop the girl and call out to her when a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his chest. As though fate had arranged it, the phantom pain from an old wound flared up again at the exact moment his aide was not with him. Seeing that someone was in trouble, the kind-hearted girl immediately ran over to help and even offered to take him to the infirmary. But he said it was only an old wound acting up and refused her help. Still, the girl could not bear to watch him suffer, so she took out some painkillers for him. Even then, Karastinas refused to take them, convinced it would pass soon enough. In the past, too many comrades had relied on such things to suppress their pain and had ended up trapped by them. The girl desperately urged him to take the medicine, assuring him that it had no harmful side effects. As Karastinas looked at the person trying to save him, something in the depth of her eyes stunned him. He stared in a daze. Those nostalgic black eyes and black hair could not possibly be mistaken. She alone could make this old man believe that the medicine had worked immediately. He felt much better now. The young lady introduced herself as Lien, a very common name in Lagras. No matter how strongly Lord Petitua had objected, that useless fool had still threatened to marry a girl from Lagras. The war was over now, which meant that one day that child would give his own child a Lagras-style name, and that girl would bring him happiness rather than hatred. If they had truly had a child, that child would probably be about this age now. When the old man praised her name, Lien laughed. In truth, she liked the name herself as well. She had a strange feeling that although she had never met him before, she was not afraid of his stern face at all. Thinking about the old man she had met that morning, Lien momentarily forgot that she had come to this eerie place to find Carl Jan. This haunted house was far too realistic. At times like this, she realized that Carl Jan really was a top-class mage. But when she thought that Carl Jan was supposed to be somewhere in here right now, it felt unbelievable. The room was completely empty, without even any furniture. He had said he would be floating in the air. Lien suddenly spotted him among the trees, and when she reached out to touch him, she jumped in surprise. The next second, however, she realized it was only an illusion. The figure vanished together with the ghost. Then, while Lien was completely off guard, Carl Jan suddenly appeared again and nearly scared her to death. She had thought he was simply exhausted from using magic for so long, but in reality, he could keep it up for a whole month without problem. The moment he heard that she was asking him out, his whole face turned red, and he even started sweating. Their booth was only open in the morning. Lien suggested that after lunch, they go look around at the other clubs, not giving him any chance to refuse. In truth, the only person she could really go with was Carl Jan, so Carl Jan agreed. At the same time, an invitation to the haunted house arrived on Rex Begonia's desk, but to him it was nothing more than a nuisance. The Academy Festival was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Lisa had come too. While File was checking the walls, Lien also decided to wander around a bit, though she had no idea where to start. In the corridor, she suddenly spotted Jen, who was in charge of Kuhn's model arena appearance. At that moment, Rex entered the heroine's line of sight as if he had appeared out of nowhere. She had no idea why he was here. Following that fragrant trace of magic, the stranger desperately wanted to meet Lisa. These girls all had slender figures and pointed ears, and they were known for their beauty, agility, and speed. But then another girl suddenly appeared, and she looked as though she had endured countless hardships. This girl was clearly carrying many heavy burdens, so the elf decided she absolutely had to help her. She told the poor child to take a deep breath first, because she was going to use magic to calm her down. That aura was like a forest, and her features were so exquisite, so full of nature and magic. Without a doubt, this was a true elf. After sensing the same magic as Lisa's, the elf concluded that she must be Lien and asked how Lisa and Lud were doing. At first, the girl was completely bewildered, but she quickly caught on. Lisa was probably her mother. This person was far too beautiful for anyone to handle easily. Her name was Sophia, and she had been a close friend of Lien's parents for many years. But then it came out that Lien's father was not named Lud. Sophia remembered his name as Evelyn had. If it was Evelyn had, then that must have been her father's name. Only then did the elf girl realize that he had changed his name because of that old man. Sophia calmly asked after her parents, completely unaware that they had died 6 years earlier. Upon learning the truth, she declared without hesitation that a swordsman had killed them. Lien felt that she seemed to suspect someone, even though her parents had supposedly died of illness. Sophia had a son around Lien's age, a half-elf who would age before his mother, but she still treasured the time they had together. Parting was painful, of course, but she hoped they would remember the happy memories they had shared. Hearing that the girl was now doing well and had a place to belong made the elf girl very happy. She had never expected to sense Lisa's magic in a place like this. It was almost as if Lisa had guided her here to help this poor child. Although the waiting area for the model stage was off limits, Karastinas still went to check on Kun. In another 3 hours, Jen would transform the boy into a work of art and send him stirring up a storm in the fashion world. Mr. Petitua had never looked around a local festival before, so Kun treated him to a sandwich that tasted pretty good. Although he was already used to local food, this kind of sandwich still felt odd to him. The flavor was too mild. The boy had originally thought that the sandwiches his godfather made were ordinary sandwiches, but after coming here, people told him that this kind was what counted as ordinary. It was a sandwich topped with the very sauce Karastinas had invented with his own hands years ago. That was the most delicious kind. Even more astonishing was that the benefactor who had cured Kun's illness had also made this same sandwich for him. As I recall, he had nearly lost control because the taste was exactly the same as the one his godfather made, yet people called it merely ordinary. Karastinas could hardly believe that the girl was really called Lien. After learning that Karis had also come, Sophia knew she absolutely could not let him and Lien meet and recognize each other. One after another, the students coming out of the haunted house looked completely dazed from the terror of being attacked by ghosts. The world Carl Jan had created had become the true source of conflict for couples who had originally come hoping to cuddle cute ghosts and flirt a little. This is not a place for patching up broken romances, brother. This is a haunted house, and we're closed for tonight. Lien was a little late for her shift because she had been visiting other club booths. Sophia had calmed her down somewhat, but she still had to find a way to shake Rex without causing a scene. After thinking about it for a while, the girl asked Carl Jan to lend her a little magic for the time being. It seemed that even after gaining new power, Lien was still Lien, just with a different hair color, at least in her own opinion. But in other people's eyes, she already looked like a completely different person. The face reflected in Lien's mirror had changed entirely. She had only asked Carl Jan to cast a spell to make her look different, but she had never expected the result to turn out like this. Because of that, she also got to see Carl Jan's true appearance. Looking at a complete stranger in the mirror felt rather strange. The girl did not want to become the center of attention while on a date, which was why she had asked to change her appearance. Carl Jan had to change as well. Once he learned they could move around under different names, he immediately grew excited and decided to call Lien in. So the girl agreed and announced that from now on she would call him Sean. The entire Mysticism Research Society had worked desperately all semester and produced a mountain of high-quality magic stones. Whoever scored the highest in darts would take home the grand prize. Carl Jan was using magic to support their booth, so Lien resolved to win the prize for him no matter what. She was just about to show off the special skill she had practiced since childhood. Just as Lien was about to throw her final dart, a man suddenly interrupted her and asked for the name of his beautiful opponent. This young man felt that the shy young lady before him had something special about her. Because he kept chattering on, she finally had no choice but to tell him she had a boyfriend. To make him shut up, Lien grabbed Carl Jan's hand and introduced him as her man. But in that fellow's eyes, even friends hugged and clung to each other, so merely holding hands meant nothing. Isn't it terribly rude not to introduce yourself at all? The boy said, demanding that the girl introduce herself. But every time he said something, a girl with the same hair color as his immediately smacked him hard on the head. The shy Amira apologized on his behalf, saying that this relative of hers became more outrageous every year. Strangely enough, Petitua saw Lien in Un's eyes and remarked that the two of them were astonishingly alike. At that moment, the darts game ended, and the stall owner gave the girl a consolation prize. Ever since Carl Jan had been introduced as her boyfriend, he had seemed to freeze up, and in the end, he simply collapsed. Lien followed him into the men's restroom to look after him, but she was already worrying about what she would do when the time came for her to leave. Without caring whether it might be a little improper, the girl gently kissed Carl Jan on the forehead and thanked him, saying she had enjoyed today. Even though she knew she was being selfish, she still decided that until she sorted out her feelings, she would not tell this boy how she felt. While Carl Jan was unconscious, Lien gave in to her own heart and gently kissed him on the lips. Then she ran away, leaving the child behind with nothing but an unbelievably strange good night. Before going on stage, File's brother even encouraged him, saying that he could handle anything. The praise grew more and more exaggerated by the day, and File naturally noticed it too. Lien, however, was a little disappointed. She had expected to see a performance worthy of a championship-level model arena, but the overall impression was rather ordinary. In the end, it was more like a popularity contest led by students who liked cosplay, simply a tradition that had carried on over time. In order to show Lien some cooler clothes, File got her a backstage pass. Even now, File was still somewhat caught off guard by how genuinely she reacted. It was completely unlike her usual self. The arena was full of gorgeous and elegant clothing, but File outshone everyone else through sheer popularity alone. Jen was in charge of Kuhn's outfit, and just how she had produced that effect was utterly mysterious. And although Lien herself had not thought much of it, Kuhn still recognized her at a glance, even after her complete transformation. He had assumed it was something Jen had done. After all, the girl looked like a completely different person now. In truth, the prince had recognized her from that scent of grass and earth around her. Of course, it was not a real smell, but the aura given off by her magic. Lien had not come specifically to see Kuhn. She was more interested in seeing Jen's work. She truly cared very much about her friends. He was beginning to like her more and more. The instant that forest-like aura spread through the room, Sophia rushed in like a gust of wind. Now she recognized Lien's presence. Karistina's, too, finally understood that magic had always been surrounding her. Kuhn was stunned to learn that his mother and godfather knew Lien. The girl, too, was caught off guard by the news of their connection. The elf who had at first seemed annoying turned out to be Kuhn's mother, the beautiful and kind woman Lien had met earlier. So the old man who had nearly fainted was actually this young man's godfather? They met again in front of the stage, and that creepy old man was still pestering Sophia. He claimed he only wanted to discuss what he thought of Kuhn's performance, but it did not look like a simple intention at all. In any case, Sophia was very happy to see Lien. Kuhn was truly lucky to have a friend like her. She had just been thinking about whether to write a letter, but now she could simply ask the young prince to deliver it. Looking at that child, Karistina's became more and more convinced that she was his granddaughter. Just then, Sophia suddenly suggested that they all go take a look at the model party being held backstage. Kuhn said that Jen wanted to introduce them to the other designers, and if she was going to be there, Lien was willing to go too. So they said their farewells for the moment, since everyone still wanted to keep enjoying the Academy Festival. After the children left, Sophia admitted that she had done it on purpose, and it seemed Mr. Petitua had noticed as well. Since she was actually Lud's daughter, that meant she truly was Karistina's own granddaughter. Even though the elf worried she had no right to call her that, the old man still regarded the girl as his granddaughter. It seemed he had forgotten that, back then, Lud had run away with Lisa to escape his watchful eye, and that Lien had been born from that union. At the time, Karistina's had threatened that if that vile woman from Lagras so much as set foot on his land, he would kill her on the spot. He was the one who drove them away with his own hands, saying he would kill them, casting them out of Abiscanthus. If not for him, Lud and Lisa would not have died and left their daughter all alone. But to his ears, all of that sounded like madness. The old man only wanted to find his granddaughter again. In the name of the forest, Sophia warned him not to go near Lien. In Lagras, he was nothing more than a pitiful murderer. Everything that had happened left Karistinas completely shaken. His only child had left him, and the one who had pushed that child away with his own hands had been him. After the Academy Festival ended, the girl finally decided to write a letter to her friend. Even though the two of them lived in the same room, and she could have just said it directly, she insisted on writing a letter instead. It was a little strange, but she simply could not bring herself to say it face to face. Jin had something she wanted to confess to her, something she had done a very, very long time ago. It was no coincidence that they had become roommates. Jin had accepted an offer to get close to Lien and dig up some leverage on her, in exchange for having her family's debts wiped clean. She was not trying to excuse herself, but the only things she ever passed along were things like what kind of boys Lien liked. She had never truly meant to harm her. Not long after Jin started carrying out the task, the person who hired her summoned her again. He had changed his mind. He no longer needed information about Lien. The girl had done as ordered, so just as promised, Carl Jan cleared her debt for her. She should have felt relieved that she no longer had to betray her friend, but the first thing she thought was that the debt was finally gone, and that gave her peace of mind. The reason that important young noble had changed his mind was that Lien truly hated being watched. She had not realized it herself, but after gradually getting closer to her, Carl Jan had discovered that much. He had known from the beginning that Lien disliked being pried into, but he thought it would be fine as long as it remained secret. Later, though, the boy realized he simply could not bring himself to do anything that would hurt her or betray her trust. The two of them were both too broken, far too broken, to deserve being Lien's friends. To say something like that in front of Carl Jan was unbelievably dangerous, but Jin could no longer stay silent. The Academy tyrant, famous for his foul temper, said nothing at all and only stared silently at the night sky. Jin could not keep doing this. She had dragged it out for far too long. She should have confessed immediately. But after all these months, she still had not found the courage to tell Lien the truth. Sometimes, when Lien seemed to be in a good mood, Jin could not bear to ruin her day. Other times, Lien looked down, and, as her roommate, she did not want to add to her worries. Sometimes, Jin felt she had no right to upset her before exams or before holiday. She kept telling herself she would say it after the Academy Festival ended, making excuses again and again. Now she had decided to burn the letter and tell her everything in person. A confession should not be written on paper. If Lien learned the truth, maybe she would never want to see her roommate again for the rest of her life, but at least Jin would still be able to say goodbye with her own voice. The writing on the paper slowly burned and turned to ash. Jin did not even know when exactly she had started going down the wrong path. She had once lived like an ordinary student too, but after her father's business failed and the family went bankrupt, she had to leave the academy. All her friends abandoned her. Not a single one of them would even reply to her letters. It was then that she realized she would never be able to have friends again, and that was why she accepted Carl Jan's offer. Today, Jen had decided to tell her everything. She did not want to run anymore. This was her responsibility. But the moment she saw Lien holding that cursed pen, she knew her friend already understood everything. The girl who had made a deal with Carl Jan found it hard to breathe under her friend's gaze, a gaze that already knew the truth. Jen had never wanted things to come out this way. This was the worst possible outcome. Not long before, Lien had noticed a note left on her desk. The sender had asked whether she wanted to know where Jen had really worked during her leave of absence. Lien had heard from her friend herself that she had worked as a maid in some noble household at the time. It was obvious from the start that the sender meant ill. There was not even a signature. The whole thing felt wrong, so Lien decided to ignore it. Just as she was about to burn the anonymous letter, she started looking for matches and noticed something strange. The feather on the pen had turned blue. It seemed the memories inside it were full, but it had been used up far too quickly. After listening to the last recording, Lien heard the conversation between her friend and Carl Jan and every agreement they had made. Realizing she had been exposed, Jen began apologizing, saying she had meant to tell her sooner. The truth was that before returning to the academy, she had worked at Duke Rickian's estate. She had become Lien's roommate and approached her under young Master Carl Jan's orders. They had paid the girl to provide information. Carl Jan had been using her from beginning to end, so Jen had hidden all of this the whole time, even when Lien talked about the Rickians, even when the three of them were together. The heroine had always believed they were her friends, but it turned out they had been playing her from the very start. The person she should have been wary of was not Sarah Brand, but them. There was no point in her staying here anymore. Jin could not let her friend leave, because the one who truly ought to go was herself. In that moment of collapse and despair, Lien could only wish that all of it were a lie. She wanted Jin to say it had all been made up, or at least to explain herself and ask for forgiveness. She knew that hope was meaningless, but the pain was simply too much to bear. Her only hope was that her mother or father, anyone, would answer her and tell her what she was supposed to do now. Carl Jan still could not take his eyes off the gift Lien had won for him at the market. More and more precious memories have been piling up between him and Lien. Photographs, the squirrel doll. Even he could hardly believe it, but then the fool suddenly heard his girl calling to him from outside the window. It sounded impossible, didn't it? But to be sure, Carl Jan still decided to go downstairs and meet her outside. He had to know what had happened. If she needed him, he would always come running. Lien was colder than ever today. Without even lifting her head, she asked what he wanted. Honestly, if she needed something, Carl Jan would give her even the thing he treasured most. If she wanted magic, he would cast it for her that very instant. She only glanced at the keychain he had given her, and her eyes immediately reddened. Burning with anger, she snatched up the doll and swung it around, not even sure whether she wanted to throw it at him or throw it away altogether. For a moment, her anger seemed to recede, and she asked him whether he really thought she liked Carl Jan. He had clearly believed he was doing something she would want, but to Lien, it was laughable. The truth was, it had only been his selfish desire for satisfaction and his warped obsession. He only wanted a girl to serve as a doll in his game, someone who would accept everything he did without thinking too much about it. Lien only hoped he had enjoyed pretending to be her friend, hoped that to him it really had just been a game, because she had never suspected a thing from beginning to end. Carl Jan himself had once told her to speak if she ever needed anything, so she told him to get out of her life. She never wanted to see anyone like that self-centered bastard again. A month passed, and after that day, Jin still had not returned to the dormitory. Lien guessed she might have moved to another room, but the more she thought that, the heavier her heart became. Carl Jan, who used to appear out of nowhere calling her name, had now vanished completely as well. She could not even clearly remember what expression he had worn the last time she saw him. Now, only the stillness of the dorm room and that purple hyacinth reminded her that time was still passing. She asked Hans to look after Jin, even though Jin actually had many friends. But right now, Hans was the only person who could comfort her. To avoid Carl Jan, Lien stopped going to the clubroom, so she also lost the chance to run into File and Kuhn. In the end, this heartbroken heroine was left all alone. Professor George suddenly summoned her to his office on urgent business, so she hurried there at once. But in the professor's office, an unervingly over-cheerful person suddenly lunged at her. It turned out to be Acanthus. Professor George had told him about Lien, so he had rushed over in a hurry. The professor had suddenly written to say that Lien was in great danger, and her godfather had been badly frightened and come at once. The professor had also said that one of her classmates had asked him for help, and added that Lien loved herbs and knew a great deal about them. So if Acanthus knew any interesting stories related to the subject, he should tell them to her and help lift her spirits. Still, her godfather was very curious about what exactly had happened to make everyone so worried about her. Lien could no longer pretend nothing was wrong, and burst into tears right in front of him. After a while, Professor George poured her a cup of hot tea with one of his experimental contraptions. Seeing Lien relax at once, Acanthus could not help recalling how, when she was little, once she started crying, she simply would not stop. When she was young, she had always wanted to be friends with him, but he had kept his distance, and that had hurt her badly. Every time her godfather talked about those days, he would laugh. There were not many things in his life that could make him laugh. Apparently, school life had been much harder on Lien than he had imagined. Sometimes the answer was to get away from it all. Being a traveling herbalist was not such a bad life, so Acanthus proposed that she come along with him. Lien had never imagined such a possibility. He gave her time to think and told her she could tell him her decision later. Acanthus was the only person who shared memories of her parents with her. Perhaps he could help Lien find her way. After the conversation ended, she unexpectedly ran into a talking potato in the hallway. A potato, round and a little cute. Amira felt she was almost starting to like the nickname. Still, that was far less important than the founding of the Lien Appreciation Club. or LAC for short. Naturally, the full name was the Lian Appreciation Club. The Academy already had a tradition of all sorts of hobby clubs, things like a bubble wrap club, a cat club, and a baking club. So this group had created a club to let everyone know just how amazing Lian was. And their goal was to surpass the Carl Jan fan club and the File fan club. It made sense for Amira and Kuhn to be here, but the heroine had never expected to see her neighbor Nancy here too. As it turned out, Nancy had already guessed who had given her the deodorizer, because Lian's skill in that area was famous around here. The club had even more members than expected. Perhaps Lian had never realized how much of an impact she had made. For example, there was Chris, a first year in the herbology department, who joined because he saw Lian as his role model. And Ilya admitted that ever since the incident where the transfer student was driven out, she had started admiring Lian. Bella had actually been jealous of Lian at first, but later became one of her supporters too. And the repellent idea was what brought Ari here. This young herbalist had no idea that so many people looked up to her. Nancy said they had really wanted to hold a party with all the club members, but lately she had been so downcast that all they hoped for was to see her smile. In truth, Lian had only been doing what she thought was right, simply trying to make life a little easier for herself. But these people were trying so hard for her because she had helped them before, and now they wanted to return that help. Maybe they were not as close to her as her true friends had been, but they still wanted, in their own way, to tell her that they would stand on her side. It seemed Lian had been wrong. She had thought she was all alone again, but that was not true. It looked like she had better stay after all. She had reasons to remain here, and there were things she had to overcome for herself. It might take some time, but she would endure it and eventually come through. 1 folding bed, 6 single desks, 7 blankets, 2 pillows, and a sofa carried over from the staff lounge. Even with all that, Lian would probably still think sleeping back in the dorm was more comfortable. After showing her around the fan club room, the members told her she could stay there and rest, and that they would even make up a place for her to sleep. Not long before, they had invited her to the fan club's birthday party. She had expected to see a room full of strangers, only to find that she actually knew many of them. Because it was a new club, they had been assigned a room in a corridor hardly anyone used. The girl did not know which departments all these people came from, but she ran into familiar faces from the past here. A month had passed, and rumors about Jen and Carl Jan had also begun spreading everywhere. Lian was right at the center of the storm, but she chose to ignore it. She only wanted to clear these people, who filled her entire mind, out of her head. If she forgave them, everything would return to normal. But even if everything looked normal on the surface again, her wounded heart would still keep aching. When Carl Jan brushed past her, he lowered his head and apologized for appearing before her again. But he could no longer endure this pain. The moment Lian saw the heir to Duke Rikin kneeling before her, she immediately told him to get up. His hands were trembling with pain. The only one who could save him was the girl still alive inside his heart. If only Lian could have taken satisfaction from his humiliation, laughed at the sight of him on his knees, and thought that he deserved all of it. If only it could have made her feel better to blame everything on Carl Jan. But words begging forgiveness were not something he should say in a place like this. Though feelings still remained in her heart, the girl still could not forgive him. She only turned and walked away, even though, by all rights, she ought to have wanted to rush over and hit Carl Jan the moment she saw him. Sarah watched the whole thing from nearby. She had thought their relationship should already have been completely ruined. Only then did she realize she had not done enough. So she decided to go further still until everything was pushed past the point of repair. The note exposing Jen had used the same paper, and the handwriting was exactly the same. After rumors spread about Lian clashing with Carl Jan, other gossip began spreading too, and somehow Lian became the target of some kind of misunderstanding. Security at the academy was far stricter than it looked. Outsiders could not simply wander in. Thinking it seemed unlikely that either someone from outside or inside had done it, Lian began to wonder whether it might not have been a person at all. Today, Toby had not shown up at snack time, and all sorts of ominous thoughts sprang into her mind. She decided to go look for him outside, intending only to check the places where he usually hid food and then come back. Her worries were not unfounded. Little Toby was dead, murdered brutally among the bushes with a cold weapon. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Carl Jan longed for the girl he loved, memories of her flooding his mind again and again. Not long ago, Lian had told him that if she did not say anything herself, she did not like people digging into her private affairs on their own. He should have told her the truth back then, but now that she had already left, nothing he said mattered anymore. Carl Jan was utterly dejected, finally realizing how foolish and cowardly he had been. He had even thought of simply leaving the academy, but the farther he was from her, the harder it became to breathe. Carl Jan missed her so desperately that all he could do was hold the flowers that had once made her happy and beg for forgiveness again and again. Even if this was how he would have to live forever from now on, he only wanted to hear Lien say his name once more. So when he heard her calling for him in despair, he rushed to help without the slightest hesitation. Lien, covered in blood, was panicked and helpless, clutching Toby's equally blood-stained body and not knowing what to do. He was so cold. He was only a weak little magical beast. If this was the end, Lien simply could not bear it. At her most vulnerable moment, a low voice came from beside her, warm and gentle as it wrapped around her. That sudden sense of safety made her believe everything really would be all right. Tears welled in her eyes, and just hearing Toby's voice made her heart feel as if it would burst. When Carl Jan saw her finally smile again, he was overjoyed, even if she had only come to him because she needed something. He had no right to complain, considering how deeply he had hurt Lien, but simply being able to help her made him happy. Whenever Carl Jan was around her, he would smile like an idiot. He tried so hard to do the right thing, yet every word Lien said to him made him either laugh or cry. He was completely different from Rex. Rex did not care about her at all. When she was with Carl Jan, she felt important, cherished. The girl simply could not sleep on any other sofa. She had never liked houseplants before, yet someone kept sending them to her anyway. She hated empty rooms because they let all sorts of messy thoughts crowd into her head. And, believe it or not, Lien had actually tried to hate Carl Jan, but it seemed she simply could not do it. In the end, the gentle feeling she had for him pulled her back to his side. Still, he would not get another chance. After what happened, the first person to come asking about the details was Jen. She had heard Toby was badly hurt, so she brought a calming medicine in case Lien became too distraught. Jen had come back, and during the time she was gone, Lien had thought about a great many things. Why had the girl who never lowered her head to anyone suddenly shown weakness in front of Carl Jan? Why had she asked what type of boy Lien liked when they first met? And why, when she joined the club, had she acted as though she wanted to stand on Lien's side? All of it pointed to one conclusion. Jen had been Carl Jan's informant. But when Lien thought back on it, what truly pained her was only the look on her friend's face that day, as if she wanted to say something but could not, and had probably been searching all along for the right moment. Lien did not want that girl to ignore her feelings, yet those very thoughts kept tormenting her. In the end, more than anything else, she wanted that idiot Jen to go on being a good person. The notes left for Lien were full of veiled malice. Someone had even hurt Toby. So next time, that person would likely hurt a human directly. Yet they still did not know who the one behind it all was. If someone knew that Jen had worked at Duke Rickian's house, then that person was most likely a noble. The one who attacked Toby was probably a woman, someone who stood to gain from breaking Lien and Carl Jan apart. If the culprit's thinking was truly that extreme and radical, then the heroine already had a suspect in mind. If that girl had really done it, Lien would never forgive what she had done to Toby. The next day, Sarah opened her mouth by cursing all the fools too blind to realize everything was about to collapse. But then her eyes suddenly fell on the gift box someone had left on her desk. The moment she looked inside, she froze. Her reckoning was coming soon. Lien had actually decided to send her a knife, with a note giving a location enclosed with it. It was practically like confessing to a crime herself. Sarah had been following Carl Jan, and she also cared a great deal about the fact that Jen had once worked at Duke Rickian's estate. To be safe, Jen had called Carl Jan in as backup, all to force this lunatic to reveal her true colors and obtain a confession while they were at it. Somehow, Sarah had learned about the relationship between them and completely lost control, her thinking turning extreme. So she concluded that Toby had to die. As soon as Carl Jan arrived, he suggested they simply ask her directly. The sight of those two standing together drove Sarah completely over the edge. She had believed they could not even bear to remain in the same space. She truly could not believe that Lien had forgiven the two swindlers who had toyed with her. What Sarah hated most was exactly that kind of person, someone who acted caring and gentle on the surface, only to slowly drain the life out of others. In the end, Lien too would be cast onto the street, just like that low woman Sarah had once pitied. After hearing that, everything became perfectly clear. This girl, consumed by revenge, really had killed Toby. Once Carl Jan learned she had targeted Lien, he began considering what to do with her. But there was no need to worry. He would drag this murderer into a hell meant for her alone with his illusions. Simply having her arrested would have been enough. But once Carl Jan set his revenge in motion, it was terrifying. Burning with hatred and rage, Sarah could not endure such humiliation. She drew her sword and thrust it straight at him. As if possessed, she wanted nothing more than to kill him. Yet Carl Jan completely ignored her, not even sparing her a glance. If the Rickian heir could not belong to her, then he should belong to no one. But things were not that simple. Illusion magic was his specialty, and he had succeeded in turning the tables on her. Since she knew that now, Carl Jan wished her pleasant dreams. The attempted assassination of the Duke's son was soon made public. Sarah was expelled from the academy, and the court sentenced her to exile. The only thing Lien did not understand was why Sarah had panicked so badly in the end, as though she had completely lost control of herself. According to Carl Jan, Sarah had been under the influence of magic at the time. The earrings she had been wearing were a cursed item. Anyone could tell at a glance that the thing itself was not especially powerful, but it affected people whose emotions were already intense. In the end, magic does not change a person's nature, nor does it create feelings out of nothing. It is more like whispering evil thoughts into your ear. Though this attempt had not entirely succeeded, which was unfortunate, Rex would try again. Rex Begonia was wandering outside late at night again. What could be better than returning home to be greeted by your dear brothers? That was Rain Begonia, the second son of the family, and Roll Begonia, the third son. Ever since their mother died, their father's condition had steadily worsened, so Rain could not tolerate Rex roaming around instead of helping manage the family affairs. If he still refused to seriously consider the future of the house, then the second son was prepared to make him give up his position as heir. In his eyes, Rex was no better than a childish brat, loitering aimlessly in the streets. Since it was far too late to keep arguing, Roll told the two of them to get some rest first. Rain couldn't let that despicable, obnoxious guy who was only a year or two older than him look down on his brothers. Lien couldn't go home for the holidays again this year, but Aunt Lien understood completely. Ever since the term began, she'd had to listen to Lucas complain every single day. So compared to that, she might as well feel sorry for me instead. Now Lucas has moved up to the higher grades too, so Aunt Lien sees him every day. In her last letter, Annie also told me to write about what academy life was like. Honestly, nothing all that special has happened. Every year, there are more assignments and more responsibilities, and my life is packed full now. In spring, we held the field games. Since no one dared throw a ball at Lien, she ended up eliminating Carl Jan herself. In summer, we visited Hans's workshop. Those modern large-scale production lines were actually pretty cool. Then in autumn, we went on the club picnic. Fear won the Imperial tournament. I've also grown much closer to my friends. We've fought, made up, and drifted apart at times, but maybe that's exactly why they say friendship only grows stronger after quarrels. Now Professor Walter is pressing us to pull ourselves together and study seriously for the exams. He told everyone it would be best to start thinking now about what they want to do after graduation, or if they keep putting it off, it'll be too late before they know it. By the upper years, students start slacking off, falling in love, and then drift through life after graduation without any real direction. Acanthus had once told Lien to keep an eye on the professor, but for 2 whole years she hadn't found anything suspicious. Of course, she wanted to be cautious, but Walter already disliked students to begin with, so getting close to him was impossible. At last, the day came to celebrate Hans. He had now officially come of age. His birthday was the latest, and everyone else had become adults long ago, so he'd always felt left behind and all alone. Jen had already told him ages ago to stop acting so cute. If he already had a girlfriend, then as a man he should stop flirting with everyone. Those two had already been dating for 2 years, but Lien still just couldn't get used to it. After that, the subject turned to the tragedy at the Begonia ducal estate. Their family business probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. About 3 years ago, the Duchess of Begonia died. Not long after that, the Duke fell ill as well, and he passed away 2 days ago. Then yesterday, the family's second son died in a carriage accident. For high society, it was an enormous shock. Everything had happened far too conveniently. It didn't look like an accident at all. Lien felt sure the one behind it was Rex. She guessed he was in such a hurry because she was close to graduating. Once she left the academy, the barrier protecting her would be gone, and after graduation, she and Carl Jan would no longer be able to stay together like friends. It seemed it was finally time to prepare to say goodbye. Carl Jan would do anything for Lien. Rex would also stop at nothing for his ambitions. She didn't want things to turn into a family conflict, so she had to distance herself from both Rex and Carl Jan. But that wasn't easy, because she didn't know what the other side might do, or how she was supposed to cut ties with him. Maybe because Lien spent the whole night thinking about these things, her body felt especially stiff first thing in the morning. Jin burst into the room so suddenly that she startled her. Where'd she gone so early on a Sunday morning? It turned out Jin had come because of that letter. The Duchess of Reconnecting wanted to speak with Lien. Apparently, our young lady still hadn't fully realized that Carl Jan's mother wanted her to come at once today. That restaurant she used to visit often with Carl Jan was run by the Reconnecting family. But meeting his mother in a place that so obviously looked like a date spot was far too strange, wasn't it? Still, Lien had no time to worry about how she felt, because Carl Jan's mother had already arrived. Jin said the Duchess was a good person, but since she wasn't her son's girlfriend, just someone of maidservant birth, she couldn't really offer much advice. And that was exactly the problem. As things stood, Lien wasn't even Carl Jan's girlfriend. She knew he loved her, and she loved him too, but the rumors about them had already spiraled out of control. Since the opportunity was right in front of her, Lien decided to use it to start drawing a clear line between herself and Carl Jan. Because after graduation, too many obstacles would stand between them. If she'd truly made up her mind like that, then Jin wasn't going to stop her. It looked as though Lien intended to deliberately make the Duchess dislike her, probably in 3 steps. First, test the nature of their relationship. After they met, the Duchess hinted that Carl Jan was completely besotted with her. Since the other woman already knew, Lien answered frankly, "Those rumors are far too exaggerated. We're just friends." Second, test the strength of their bond. Because she knew Lien had always been close to Carl Jan, the Duchess wanted to judge her discernment. As a mother, she wanted to know whether this girl truly believed her son had become a better person. After apologizing, our young lady still gave a negative answer. Her reply was very clear: no. Carl Jan was not a kind and gentle person, but he treated Lien well, and that was enough. He was completely infatuated with her. The Duchess felt her son would never allow anyone else to evaluate him like that. And then came the real centerpiece, trying to separate them. Sylvia offered her a huge sum of money. The final stage, bribery. This was the perfect chance to offend Carl Jan's mother, so I had to nail the matter down right then and there. Lien agreed to take the money. After all, they weren't serious, which meant they could break things off today. Hearing that, Sylvia rose from her seat, while the girl sitting across from her braced herself for whatever came next. If Lien had merely been enchanted by her son, the Duchess would have tried to save her, but this girl had backbone. She could keep herself steady, speak honestly, evaluate Carl Jan coolly, and cast him aside without fear. This girl was the only one who wouldn't let Carl Jan control her, so Sylvia asked her to look after him. The next day, the exam results came out. All the people the professor had worried about passed smoothly and with excellent marks. Hans in particular stood out. In the practical exam, he made a perfect painkiller and earned an exceptionally high score, probably thanks to that new formula. Unlike the old medicine, it had none of the irritating side effects and was also cheap to produce. That formula had now been made public and had even been incorporated into the curriculum. Hans's painkiller was selling like crazy. If only Professor George could bring the herbalist at his side into the laboratory. Meanwhile, Lien performed rather badly on this exam. Of course, only by her own standards. Compared to the other students, she still passed with high marks, but ordinarily, she was on a completely different level. The botany professor had once thought she was some extraordinary genius when it came to herbs, but it seemed obvious that, on the eve of graduation, her mind was elsewhere. With her ability, she could easily become a royal herbalist. The merchant guilds and the Alchemist Guild had probably already set their sights on her too. As for the professor, he was merely indulging in the one-sided fantasy that Lien might become his research assistant. Ever since meeting the Duchess, she hadn't been able to concentrate at all, but at least she had still managed to pass the exams. To figure out what she should do, she decided to seek advice, but not from her friends and not from Professor Walter either. Doing that would be like laying all the family's dirty laundry bare before her own kin. The professors were no good either. What she needed was a noble, someone outside the circle, someone she could trust at least a little when it came to private matters. Lien, who normally had only the vaguest sense of who was actually in charge of the academy, made a surprisingly shrewd choice this time. At that very moment, the advisor received her letter at the Lysian estate. To speed things up, Lien had obtained a magical envelope that allowed instant delivery. But this time, she sent the letter first. In it, she disguised things as the story of a friend, but Lysian immediately saw through it and realized Lien was writing about herself. The letter described a conflict between two noble families and a girl caught in the middle. Then, all of a sudden, a noble woman proposed marrying her to her own son. That noble woman was probably the true head of the family, which was why she showed such unusual enthusiasm toward a girl who wasn't even noble by birth, and that naturally made Lien suspicious. Lysian understood at once. Lien had walked straight into one of high society's most classic traps, and her uncle couldn't just stand by and watch her make the wrong choice, so he used teleportation magic outright. The choice in question was Lien's marriage, and that was one thing he would never allow. In a cafe in the commercial district near the academy, the heroine learned that the noblewoman had not, in fact, been interested in her personally at all. My uncle said this family is immensely powerful, and for families like that, marriage is always a political tool, a means of consolidating power. Lysian understood this perfectly well. He hardly needed to say it outright. They were never the kind of family that would marry a common girl. If that was the case, then there had to be something they hoped to gain from this marriage. What they needed was a puppet. My uncle firmly believed that if a woman could decide on her own whom her son should marry, then she must stand at the absolute top of that household's food chain. And noble women like that sometimes see even their own sons as rivals. Clearly, the way she was choosing a daughter-in-law was nothing more than a way to hold tightly onto her own power. If Lien really married into that family, she would become nothing but a puppet. Whoever that woman was, she was playing a dangerous game. But Lien didn't want power. If she had, she would have become Rex's Duchess long ago. Lysian believed that when a person endured too much for too long, one day they would be worn down and make the wrong decision. Right now, she was caught between two families. She first had to think carefully about what she would do if she were truly driven into a corner. If war really broke out between the two families, if people were hurt because of it, if a struggle for power erupted, if in the end she herself were cast aside, when that happened, would Lien really still be able to think only of herself? It was far too cruel a choice. The smartest thing to do was to make sure there was never any chance for any of that to happen. Now that the problem of their difference in status had been laid bare, and because she believed Carl Jan would love her forever, she had already prepared herself to entrust even her life to him. She couldn't just dump all the responsibility on him. Maybe preserving the status quo was best. And in that instant, Lien suddenly realized that no matter what situation she was in, she wanted to be with the person she loved. Thinking she might be better suited as a daughter than as a bride, Lysian abruptly offered to adopt her. He had only one hopeless son, so he felt that rather than that, he'd sooner leave everything to a daughter like Lien. And if she were willing to become his daughter, Lysian promised he would treat her like his own flesh and blood, and even find her a husband worthy of her. But she still hadn't even gone to cash the check he'd given her for offering advice. To her, spending a rich man's money was difficult in itself. In truth, this heroine had already found a path of her own, and she would never give it up lightly. Incidentally, today was graduation day, and Lien's address was about to change once again. She was going home. Thanks to Hans's trading company, the wealth Lien had accumulated had become astonishing. Those medicines had completely transformed the market, and she was probably richer than a whole crowd of nobles put together. And she transferred all of that money to the county where her aunt lived. Even if Lien died someday, and the Begonia family sought revenge, there would still be enough funds left. The heroine had already decided that after graduation she would take only a small sum with her, just enough to live on, and cut off all contact with her friends completely. Then she would flee to a small village where no one knew her and live there alone until Rex forgot about her entirely. Through Hans, she had already quietly arranged a place to stay. Ever since they first met, he had never once broken a promise. Lien had to sever all contact with every one of her friends. Rex Begonia would definitely keep an eye on her to see whether she's still associated with those people. Naturally, she would have to say goodbye to Carl Jan as well. When they met, she said she just wanted to see him once, because there wasn't much time left before graduation. Carl Jan meant a great deal to her. He had always been her safe haven. Everything that had happened now felt like a dream. Lien had once been genuinely happy, and he knew it, because as long as she was happy, he would be happy too. The pain of parting crashed down heavily on her heart. She had made all her preparations to leave, but she didn't want to go at all. Just then, Carl Jan suddenly remembered something and handed her that keychain. As if he felt she needed something to hold on to, he offered himself to her along with it. He only wanted to tell her that he, too, had been happy when he was with her, and that after graduation, he wanted to make even more memories together. What Carl Jan wanted was exactly that, to have all of it with Lien, the girl who had already taken deep root in his heart. Denying everything even as she did so, she suddenly grew flustered and said she had to hurry and think of a solution. She didn't know what to do and didn't have a plan yet, but she would come up with something. Though he didn't know exactly what she meant, the young man still understood her, and he was already prepared to support her with everything he had. And because of that, Lien had to promise him that, if it was for the sake of being with him, she would ask him for help. That was what Lizien had really wanted. She didn't care in the slightest whether it was a foolish decision. This heroine would not give up on happiness, and she would never let go of Carl Jan again. Because she once again refused to go home, that young man was clearly furious. He heard that Lien intended to move out as soon as she graduated. Final exams were over, and the graduation ceremony would be after winter break. If someone at home had done something to upset her, then Lucas wanted to know exactly what it was. To begin with, he had grown far too tall, and when he came close, it only made his older sister uncomfortable. To answer in order, Lien would not be returning to the Count's estate. Things had simply reached this point. But Lucas immediately guessed it had something to do with Hans. Their parents loved their children too much to notice it. But he knew his older brother could be a real jerk sometimes, so he figured he must have done something to anger Lien. But in the end, it was simply time for her to live independently, and everything was fine. The Sword of Begonia and the magic of Lizien were the most powerful families in the Laglos Empire. Rex had purged his own family and seized complete control. The country itself might even fall apart because of him. To stop Rex Begonia from creating more victims through his actions, Lien had to stop him with her own hands. Only then could she be with Carl Jan in peace. But before that, she needed to revise her plan a little. She had planned to disappear right after graduation without even telling Carl Jan. The only people who knew were Jen, Hans, and that uncle. It wasn't because they had fought, and it wasn't because she didn't love him anymore. Quite the opposite. At first, she hadn't even wanted to come back, but in the end, she changed her mind. She simply couldn't leave Carl Jan. So the first step of her plan was to seduce him at the graduation ball. According to Jen, he had already lost his mind over her long ago. So Lien felt the reason she was in such a rush was that graduation would separate them. In truth, Lien planned to return later when the time was right, but until then she would hide herself and disguise her appearance with magic. The only problem with the plan was that Carl Jan would have to wait for her the whole time. And while he waited, his feelings for her might cool. That was exactly why she wanted to win him over completely at the graduation ceremony and make their relationship undeniable. Jen would help her, making sure her friend outshone everyone tonight, not just charming Carl Jan, but captivating the entire ballroom. This graduation ball was held after the new year, by which time everyone had officially come of age. The graduates raised champagne and wine and toasted one another, but no one could afford to let their guard down. Many of them had already been formally presented in high society alongside their parents. And every year, formal wear was prepared especially for the ball, so the graduation ceremony was almost like a grand gathering of nobles. It was said that both Carl Jan and Fier had come alone, But the real surprise was fear. Just 2 or 3 years earlier, he had been flirting everywhere and had never been willing to settle down seriously with anyone. But later, he suddenly poured all his energy into swordsmanship and seemed like a completely different person. Back then, Carl Jan had said he would cast mental control magic on himself so he wouldn't lose control. At least that way, he wouldn't faint. Lien was ready as well. She had even booked a room at the most luxurious hotel for tonight. She had even prepared a special potion in advance. It could be said that everything was absolutely foolproof. This girl was not treating their feelings like a game, nor was she trying to force Carl Jan into anything. He had already made his heart clear to her long ago, so she would never doubt those feelings again. But Lien wanted to truly feel him, remember his warmth, and confirm his existence, so those memories could become the strength that carried her forward. So tonight, she wanted Carl Jan to belong completely to her. Sure enough, just as she had expected, the deadly image she presented today was simply too much for that young man. He couldn't hold out at all. Honestly, she had truly gone all out today. Jin was amazing. Fear could tell too. She was stunningly beautiful, almost like a bride on her wedding day. Jen had made that outfit especially for her. Normally, people only picked matching flowers or imitated the style of some rich noble. But in Fear's eyes, if you wanted that look to truly shine, you had to choose the right man to match it. To keep him from misunderstanding, Lien even said she wasn't trying to seduce his friend, without realizing she'd hit exactly the wrong nerve. Whatever the case, Carl Jan ought to have come to his senses quickly, but after that single shock, he still collapsed completely. When Fear realized that Carl Jan had actually stopped breathing, he was stunned and broke into a cold sweat. Being so beautiful someone was struck speechless was one thing, but making someone stop breathing was beyond excessive. Emergency. Carl Jan had actually fainted right there in the lounge. After that little commotion, the mood of the ball only grew more intense. Surrounded by the party and all the cheerful noise around her, Lien felt like an idiot. She had utterly ruined her plan. Everyone at the ball looked 10 times sexier than usual. She should have taken that into account. No one could possibly have predicted Lien would be this beautiful, or that Carl Jan would be this obsessed with her. She had tried so hard, yet little by little she realized that tonight probably wouldn't go smoothly at all. So this audacious girl decided to knock back a strong drink, only for someone to stop her. Knowing she had already scared the soul out of her dance partner, Fear thought she had gone a little too far. According to him, that guy had calculated the strength of the control magic based on previous balls, and this time it was obviously going to need to be increased further. Lien said she simply couldn't enjoy the night to the fullest, but even so, Fear couldn't let her drink. So he decided to wake Carl Jan up. As his roommate, he had a foolproof method. Wrapped in Fear's warm coat, the girl didn't realize that she had already closed her eyes. She even thought she had returned to the hotel. The graduation ceremony would be over soon. In her heavy drowsiness, Lien felt someone trying to take her back to her room. Carl Jan appeared at the very last moment, just in time to see a suspicious man trying to take his girl away. In truth, Kun had only been trying to escort her to her room and had been looking after her the whole time. But according to Carl Jan, he had only been lurking in the corner and staring at her suspiciously without taking a single step forward. If Kun really were her man, he wouldn't have left Lien drunk and alone, and he certainly wouldn't leave before she was safe. It seemed he didn't understand that he could never become her man. Carl Jan was absolutely certain of that. Just then, in her drunken haze, Lien heard Carl Jan's voice and mumbled softly that she had been waiting for him all along. That sentence alone made Kun suppress his unwillingness, take a step back, and entrust Lien to the young man. Most importantly, Carl Jan had arrived now. Lately, he had been studying extremely powerful control magic, so he decided to escort her back to the dormitory himself, or anywhere she wanted to go. Lien told him the hotel at the corner, 3rd floor, room 301. She wanted Carl Jan to personally put her to bed. After returning to the hotel, the young man was preparing to call for a maid to remove her makeup and help her change. But now that they were alone together, what Lien wanted most was simply to hold on tightly to him. However, Carl Jan thought they had to consider everything more carefully and couldn't make a decision like this on impulse. If not tonight, then there would never be another chance. The place, the time, the decision Lien had arranged everything for tonight. In fact, the young man had no objection at all. Quite the opposite. The girl he loved had no idea how fiercely desire was burning inside him, or what violent emotions he was holding back. But at the most crucial moment, Lien suddenly pulled away. She felt uncomfortable. Before the ball ended, she had to make herself completely clean. For this young mage, that was no problem whatsoever. He effortlessly cast a purification spell. His near-miraculous magic could even cleanse away the alcohol. This was Lien's last chance. If she didn't push Carl Jan away now, he wouldn't stop. It sounded far too tempting, especially those lips of his that made you want to kiss them and never stop. But he was the heir to a ducal house, and she was just an ordinary girl. This might be the only chance they would ever have to be together. That was their fate, but Lien would not let fate decide for her. No matter what it cost, she would return to that man. Winter break ended, and the students had only one final week left at the academy. Lien really had seen him, and even if everything still wasn't perfect, she would find a way to make it right. She especially liked that color, a pure white tinged with the faintest blush of pink. It was beautiful. Suddenly, Jen felt as though someone had arrived. She had always been the first to sense when someone was approaching. Lien really liked that place. During winter break, she had already gone to see the house where she would live in the future. After the graduation ball, during winter break, she had gone out of her way to look at the house she would one day live in. It was a remote, quiet little country cottage that hardly anyone ever visited, and it was just the right size for one person. As expected, Hans had not let her down and had been a great help in finding the house. It seemed that aside from studying, he was good at almost everything. Lien planned to disappear completely after graduation, but there was no need to feel down about it now. She would come back, to reassure everyone. She even told us she had finally achieved her goal after graduation. But once she graduated, she would have to cut off contact with Carl Jan completely, though the reason she was leaving was precisely so that she could see him again someday. After graduation, Carl Jan practically clung to her every moment and had already asked Lien out more times than anyone could count. He didn't care in the least if other people saw them. If anything, he wanted everyone to see, so no one else would dare set their sights on Lien. The young man even promised to restrain himself a little, just so she would let him stay by her side a little longer. Graduation was right in front of them, yet Carl Jan still couldn't bring himself to let her go. Leonian thought it was such a waste for someone to graduate from the finest academy and then simply leave without even deciding when she would return. So the Duke decided to intervene personally. He summoned the butler, ordered him to find a residence near a certain address, and then buy up every house in that area. After the graduation ceremony ended, while all the students were busy packing up everything they had accumulated over the years, Lien received a letter. It arrived just as she was about to leave the dorm room that had become like a second home to her. It was one of those letters people write to their future selves. It seemed they were being returned before everyone moved out. Since Jen had brought it over, there were also other letters for Lien and a package. It turned out that Acanthus had sent her a graduation gift to congratulate her on finishing school safely. He had thought long and hard about what might be useful for her future, and in the end, he chose an hourglass. He said she would need it whenever she thought of him. The narcissus carved into it was beautiful, though instead of sand, the glass was filled with a strangely colored liquid. There was also a letter from the owner of the house Lien had recently taken a liking to. They were writing to explain that the verbal agreement from their last meeting had changed. Apparently, every house in the village had suddenly been bought up by some enormously wealthy figure, so the owner could no longer sell the house to her. Lien had already packed all her things, and she had to leave the dorm tomorrow, but now she had nowhere to go. Everything had suddenly fallen apart. If she only started looking for an apartment now, there was no way she could find anywhere decent so quickly. Just then, Jen abruptly said she needed to go out for a moment and told her friend to stay put and not wander off. That letter to her future self seemed a little unusual. It said that she was doing well now, and then asked how her future self was doing. But Lien felt that her current situation was not good at all. The plan she had worked so hard to put together had all fallen apart in an instant. Maybe the problem was that she had placed all her hopes on a single solution. Along with the gift had come a bit of life advice. Acanthus had told her to live for herself alone. But if Lien abandoned her family, her aunt, her friends, and love itself, and ended up completely alone, could that really still be called living? She did not know. As her thoughts churned, a knocking came at the window. As usual, Carl Jan made his dramatic entrance through it. When he asked for her help, the girl replied in surprise that she would need to know what was going on before she could answer. So this was what he had been awkwardly trying to say all along. Carl Jan simply wanted to suggest that they live together. His mother was looking for a female companion who could truly keep her company, but she had so much energy that hardly anyone could keep up with her. So if Lien was willing, he wanted to formally invite her. But just a moment ago, she had thought he was about to propose. Thinking it over, this was also an opportunity. If she moved into the ducal mansion, Rex would not be able to come find her so easily. The problem was that Carl Jan did not know about her connection to Duke Begonia. No one could predict how the Duke and Duchess would react. Even so, his parents would surely side with their own son. Compared to clashing with another great house, driving Lien away would obviously be easier. Though Carl Jan had no idea what she was worrying about, he was already prepared to help her and promised he would always stand by her side. Listening to him, Lien felt, both then and now, that somehow everything would work out in the end. But if she told him the truth directly, no one knew how he might react. So she decided to look for another way first. Even so, she remained anxious because she still had no idea how to gain the approval of the Duke's family. Until she and Carl Jan made their relationship official, it was as if nothing had happened between them. Since she also did not know whether Carl Jan would even cooperate, Lien decided to take things one step at a time until she found a new place to stay. Operation Just Friends officially began. Most importantly, Carl Jan would take care of her. But she had forgotten one crucial thing. Once this family decided to get close to someone, they moved with terrifying speed, and they did not care in the slightest what Lien thought about it. Just as Duke Leonian had hoped, the butler bought up all the houses in that area. If there was a problem, then solve it. Now Lien had no reason left to refuse the Duke's offer. He welcomed her with open arms so that she could become his daughter. And yet 8 hours later, they discovered that she had vanished as if into thin air. When Leonian returned dejected after losing his perfect daughter, his wife was in a fury because he had not even eaten dinner. Since they could not find Lien, he immediately decided to report her as missing, convinced that something must have happened to her. But when he heard her voice, he whipped around so suddenly that even Lien herself was startled. The Duchess was overjoyed to finally see her. In truth, the mere fact that she was willing to meet the girl was already a tremendous delight to Leonian. Although Lien had come in the role of a maid, both the Duke and Duchess had long since thought of her as both a daughter-in-law and a beloved daughter. The only problem was that Sylvia thought Lien was the ideal daughter-in-law, while Leonian could not accept her marrying a rascal like Carl Jan. He wanted to find her a husband worthy of her, even if he had to search the whole world. Of course, having her as a daughter would also be wonderful, but the Duchess truly wanted to see grandchildren like the ones Lien and Carl Jan might have. So the young master personally decided to escort her to her room, but she wanted to speak with the servants in the mansion first. After all, she had come here to work, unless that was only an excuse and Carl Jan actually just wanted to spend all day with her. Lien would make sure they could meet, but she would also leave them time apart. She had often seen the head butler before, but this was the first time he had formally introduced himself. He said his name was Morel Tazoa, and that he was pleased to serve her, milady. Even though she was only a commoner, Morel did not dare treat her discourteously, or he would be scolded for it. Their brief exchange was interrupted by the steward's sharp rebuke. He demanded to know what exactly they were doing. Artemir berated Morel, saying he had told him to escort the guest to her room, not stand chatting idly in the hallway. That, he said, was exactly why Morel had remained nothing more than a butler. Hearing such rudeness, Lien decided to stand up for Morel and said she had spoken to him first. Furious, Artemir sent Morel back to work and took over as her guide himself. All the way there, he muttered under his breath that the Duchess had picked up yet another stray cat or dog, and that this mansion was practically turning into a busy public station. Now Lien understood. He was trying to put her in her place. She did not care. She was already used to being treated badly. To Artemir, she was just like Jen before her, merely someone taken out of charity. In his eyes, the girl was just a commoner, and commoners were always crude and ill-mannered. At first, the steward offered to prepare bathwater for her, but because the bathtub in her room was dirty, he took her to another room instead. Just as he had expected, this little fledgling had walked straight into the trap, and now she would have to figure out how to get herself out of the mess. An hour later, Morel finally realized that leaving a commoner girl alone with that thoroughly aristocratic steward had not been a wise choice. But he realized it too late, because the alarm had already gone up. Bringing Lien into someone else's bath and then hiding her clothes was easily the stupidest thing Artemir had ever done. Hearing a scream from the bathroom, Morel ordered whoever was inside, assassin or spy or whatever, to leave the room at once if they valued their life. A familiar voice calmed him down. Although Lien had startled him, he quickly grasped what had happened. The butler understood that she needed clothes, so he at least brought her a robe first. But when the door opened again, the girl felt that this butler had moved rather too quickly. Standing in the doorway was Carl Jan. He looked utterly confused as to why Lien was in his bathroom. The steward had clearly set her up on purpose so that she would appear in the young master's room and then be thrown out afterward. Embarrassed, she pretended nothing was wrong and said she had not known this was his room, then told him to go outside first. But Carl Jan took that to mean she had already started making good on the promise she had made to him. He could even smell his own scent clinging to Lien. Just as he had said before, he did not care in the least whether others saw them. If anything, he wanted everyone to know. If this kept up, Lien really would not be able to handle it. Her very first day as a maid was a complete disaster. Before graduating from the academy, she and Jin had talked about this, and now nothing had changed. The same sort of thing was happening again, and lately it had been happening more and more often. Yesterday, she had barely managed to escape from Carljan's room. It had been awful, and the voice that kept calling for her would not stop. When she woke up, the maids had brought water for washing up along with fresh clothes. The sunlight was especially strong today. Though the weather was nice, that kind of sun was actually bad for the skin. Thinking the maids must have a hard time working in it, Lien brought out sunscreen, the kind that truly protected the skin. It was a formula she had mixed herself. She had learned how to make it while at the academy. She still had plenty on hand and had already made enough to last through the whole season. In a lavish estate like this, servants usually stayed for a long time, so they tended to become very close. Because of that, Lien had to win over her new co-workers, especially the haughty Artemir. He clearly had something against her, which meant he was the very first person she needed to bring over to her side. The effects of the sunscreen appeared immediately, and the maids all thought that remarkable people truly did always gather around the Duchess. But they also noticed that Miss Lien's behavior was a little strange. She was always covering her wrist. Rumor had it that although she knew the Duke as well, the one who had truly recommended her for this place was the young master. So the maids began imagining all sorts of things, wondering whether one of those powerful people had hurt her. That was why, at the Duchess's tea gathering that day, Sylvia suddenly began speaking about her husband. According to her, that man was very strange and had likely crossed the line countless times already. Sylvia apologized for how difficult her husband was, and for her to say that it was actually rather severe. More than that, she was convinced that Lien was covering for that child and saying he had actually behaved quite well. So the heroine simply went along with it and said they had fought yesterday, and that she had even told Carl Jan to stay away from her. The moment Sylvia saw her bandaged wrist, she panicked, thinking her own son had done it. If Lien said it was an insect bite, the Duchess would immediately order the entire mansion to be thoroughly cleaned. If she said it was a rash, the Duchess would instantly send for the finest doctor in the entire empire. So the girl had no choice but to admit that it was a bite mark. She simply had no way to refuse Carl Jan. That very day, the Duchess moved her room to a separate wing and even gave her a private laboratory. Lien had not wanted to accept such a gift, but staying in a mansion after refusing felt too awkward. So a week later, she moved in anyway. Looking on the bright side, she had successfully made enough sunscreen for all the servants. It seemed she was gradually beginning to adjust to life as the Duchess's confidant. At that moment, the butler Morel apologized for the interruption as he entered and said there was something he wanted her to see. He held up a jar of the sunscreen Lien had distributed to the servants, but it gave off a harsh chemical smell. It was obviously not the cream she had made. It turned out that the one behind it was steward Artemir, who had ordered his subordinates to mix something into the sunscreen. Miss Lien might not know this yet, but she had already become the servants' favorite topic of conversation. The gifts she handed out had caused quite a sensation. Everyone was praising her, and the younger maids were paying attention to all kinds of her likes and interests. They were even worrying over whether the Duke or the young master had given her a hard time. Morel thought the excitement would die down soon enough, and that people would find some new gossip, but Steward Artemir was clearly very displeased by it. Apparently, Miss Lien's fountain pens had also been wildly popular back at the academy. The younger maids envied her lovely, delicate belongings. More exaggerated still, there were even rumors that the academy had a fan club devoted entirely to Miss Lien. It was obvious that Artemir was trying to ruin her reputation among the servants. Although Morel was loyal to the Duke, he did not have enough authority to interfere directly, so he at least decided to inform Miss Lien. Luckily, he came to her, because this girl was not the sort to sit there and take a beating. Since the senior butler was willing to help her, she decided to launch a counterattack with him. Although the young lady was already imagining in her head how to bring Artemir down using the fake cream, what really mattered was identifying the chemical mixed into it. Since Morel had reliable connections in the estate, she asked him to hand the fake cream over to them. Their task was to quietly find out where those ingredients had been purchased. Lien could identify 2 of the components just by the smell, and one of them in particular had a very distinctive scent. Once you find out where that ingredient came from, I want you to buy the same cream and bring it back to the mansion. After that, have the steward's informants carry both that one and the original jar, and casually mention to others that a maid in town saw a cream today that looked almost exactly like the one Miss Lien handed out, and it was shockingly cheap. That way, anyone who knew what was going on would definitely notice. After all, no one could resist gossip that juicy. The maids all knew that the cream Miss Lien had given them was handmade, so the maid most trusted by the butler suggested they compare the 2 by smell, since the fragrance was supposed to be the same. But the moment they caught that strange odor, the girls immediately said the cream smelled wrong and clearly had something odd in it. That would make them suspect it was counterfeit, especially since there really had been servants distributing that stuff lately. When someone put it on their face, all they felt was a slight stinging sensation, which clearly was not good for the skin. Miss Lien was an honored guest of the mansion, and she had shared the cream with everyone out of kindness, only for someone to swap it out. If these malicious rumors reached the Duke or Karl Jan, it would look as if the servants were deliberately smearing an innocent girl's reputation. If I remember correctly, the one handling distribution of the cream lately was Tresh. He never used to care about cosmetics, so everyone became suspicious. Word was that he was one of Artemir's men, and whatever the steward said, he obeyed without question. On top of that, everyone could plainly see that Steward Artemir was especially cold toward Miss Lien. In the end, everything unfolded exactly as Lien had expected, and Steward Artemir's reputation plummeted. Now, even the servants openly said he was deliberately targeting her, and the fake jar of cream became the final straw. It seemed the girl had already forgotten what they had been talking about just before, but the news was so good that even Morel forgot what he himself had been saying. Suddenly, Lien clutched her head, and the butler guessed it was a headache because she felt as though someone was calling her. Lately, Lien had been feeling rather strange, though she thought it was only mild dizziness. As the loyal butler of House Rickian, Morel could not simply stand by and watch someone close to his master suffer. Lien was touched by his gentle words, and it made her wonder why the Duke had made Artemir steward rather than him. Morel's ability to manage the estate was clearly beyond reproach, but personality was never a factor given much weight in such appointments. Ever since Miss Lien had arrived, the servants all felt that the atmosphere in the mansion had somehow changed. Morel suggested she go speak with the young master. After all, Karl Jan was a mage and could sense magical influence. Perhaps the heroine was being affected by something cast by the mages of the estate. Though it would be an embarrassing conversation, she could not keep ignoring it. When she went to see the Duke, she explained that for more than a month now, she had been hearing a certain voice, and that it had become worse after moving in, especially after the day Lien told Karl Jan to stay away from her. The voice had grown even clearer. The voice sounded a little like Karl Jan, calling out to her all the time, though it was usually quieter when she was asleep. It might have sounded as though she were losing her mind, but Lien had already confessed even more outrageous things to the Duke before. So the Duke asked her whether she ever had the feeling that she knew where Karl Jan was, as though her heart itself would guide her straight to him. It sounded like something mystical, but when she thought about it carefully, it really had happened. What she was experiencing now was actually a magical effect called a mate mark. Put simply, it was a kind of resonance magic. Two people connected by such a mark could sense each other's location. If Lien could hear Karl Jan calling her, then that meant he had cast that magic on her. According to the Duke, the spell could only be established with the consent of both parties. There was no way to force it through trickery, which meant she should have known what happened when he cast it, and yet she had absolutely no memory of anything of the sort. The key, however, was that a mate mark was placed by touching a spot near the heart while looking into each other's eyes. About a month ago, something had happened at the academy, during a period when Lien had barely slept at all. That was when the mark had been placed. Once the truth came out, Carl Jan was severely scolded for making such a decision on his own. Normally, he hardly ever used powerful magic at all. He simply possessed an overwhelming amount of magical power. The scene was so much like Sylvia scolding Leonian that it was impossible to look away. Carl Jan blamed everything on his father, but his father snapped at him to shut up first and stop talking back. Lien could not tolerate anyone speaking to the Duke like that. If not for the Duke, she would still have to go on enduring that boy's clingy selfishness. And since Carl Jan was not yet Duke, she felt he ought to show his uncle the proper respect. Seeing the spirit in this girl, the Duke had to admit that Lien truly was meant to be their family's daughter-in-law and no one else's. Without even asking what the couple themselves thought, Leonian ordered his mother to be summoned at once so the wedding date could be decided immediately. He had originally believed that the girl had not truly fallen in love with Carl Jan and had therefore wanted her as a daughter rather than a daughter-in-law. But if her feelings really were that strong, then the Duke proposed that she become part of House Reconnecting, and he promised that no one would ever again be able to harm her or the people she loved. Judging by the bewildered look on Carl Jan's face, he clearly had not investigated in advance the fact that someone wanted to hurt her. In truth, he would never do anything Lien disliked. No matter what, he would wait until the day she was willing to tell him in her own words. The heroine felt a little happy, because now there was finally proof that she and Carl Jan loved each other. But now that the mark existed, she could no longer deliberately keep her distance from Carl Jan. Lien did not know whether staying with the Reconnecting ducal family was the right choice. She was afraid that trouble would come because of her. But suddenly she cast those thoughts aside, because she realized that this family had already accepted her as one of their own. They had taken her in before she had confessed anything at all, so she decided to try opening up to them. The one who had truly turned her life into a complete mess was Rex Begonia. Knowing the relationship between House Reconnecting and House Begonia, Lien did not want to cause them any serious trouble. After hearing this, Carl Jan pulled her into his arms and told her that no one would ever drive her away. Both House Begonia and House Reconnecting were among the greatest pillars of the Lagras Empire, so Lien had always been very conscious of public opinion. But the Duke, speaking for the whole family, told her that House Reconnecting was not nearly as fragile as it looked. If he drove his daughter-in-law away over something like this, Sylvia would never forgive him. Perhaps those were only lies meant to reassure her. The girl herself would not have believed otherwise if that thought had never crossed her mind, and yet she was still overjoyed. She did not have to leave Carl Jan. She did not have to leave the person she had fallen in love with. Hearing those words made her incredibly happy. After that, a new rumor began circulating in the mansion, that Lien's room had not been moved to the east wing at all, but to the same floor as the master suite in the main building. The maids had already started talking excitedly about wedding preparations. It would surely be lively, joyful, and packed with guests. Every attempt the steward had made to carry slander about that woman to the Duke had failed completely. Having decided to take action himself, Artemir began looking for the maid responsible for serving tea to the Duchess and her lady-in-waiting. This girl with no backing at all was exactly the pawn he needed. Not long before, Morel had warned the girl that the steward would soon summon her, because when Miss Lien was on duty, she was the only one with any chance of getting close to Artemir. Although Morel could not openly say why, he still instructed the maid to keep a fountain pen on her at all times, just in case. Artemir believed that this parasite who played the innocent little white rabbit had to be exposed. He told the Duke that he was worried about the situation in the estate and that there were things which must be brought to his attention. As the longest-serving man in the Reconnecting Duchy, no one had more experience than he did, so he could not ignore even a possibility. The steward hinted to the maid that she should put something into that girl's drink, something that would make her lose her mind. Then, if 3 days later she was found running around naked and screaming like a madwoman, Artemir could present himself as the one who had seen the problem coming. After that, he could casually bring up the fake jar of cream that had suddenly gone missing. The plan looked perfect until the Duke suddenly activated the recording function of his magical feather pen. After the steward made that suggestion, the maid was terrified, afraid she would be thrown out because she had nowhere else to go. But Artemir intended to soothe her, make her trust him, and get her to do exactly as he said. Pretending she merely wanted to cover the grassy smell of the tea leaves, the maid cautiously asked the name of the herb. Completely unsuspecting, Artemir let it slip that it was a poisonous herb that disturbed the mind. He even promised that if everything went smoothly, he would use his influence to secure her a better position. Realizing he had been exposed, the steward hastily insisted it was all a misunderstanding and claimed that commoner girl had been doing shady things in secret from the very beginning. He claimed she had been peddling some strange ointment, and that once he caught on, she had probably started resorting to tricks. Early the next morning, all the servants were suddenly summoned, and oddly enough, the former head steward was nowhere to be seen. Unexpectedly, it was butler Morel Tizoa who appeared before the mansion staff and told everyone to remain calm. He had gathered them all to announce two things every servant needed to know. First, Miss Lien and young Master Carl Jan were now together, and before long, this guest would take a new family name and become a member of House Reconnecting. As a welcoming gift, the Duke and Duchess had permitted Lien to choose a new head steward, and in her view, Butler Morel was the most suitable person for the position. It was also time for him to inherit the title of Viscount. In the Duchess's words, anyone who could not accept their new daughter-in-law had no right to remain here. More importantly, she said that respect was something the girl had earned with her own hands. Despite having no real power whatsoever, she had still won people over. Lien was happy that someone knew everything about her and still accepted her as she truly was, and that was why she had finally felt at ease enough to bring Toby as well. When Sylvia heard that the eldest son of Lien's family was in urgent need of help, she offered to send a capable person to assist him. But the heroine asked her not to interfere in that matter. Even if Iraq himself came to ask for help, she wanted Sylvia to refuse. The truth was, Lien was very good at making money, and no matter how badly Ellen Armenia had messed things up, she still had the ability to preserve the county. Still, if she truly needed help herself, she would not hide it, because they had already promised to be honest with one another. Now that everything had been made official, it seemed life would only grow busier. But Carl Jan was sure everything would remain as it had before, even though his partner apparently had not known that was possible. House Reconnecting did not actually need to concern itself too much with social engagements anyway. Those only brought a pile of trouble. Still, if Lien wanted to attend a ball, she could. After hearing all that, though, she was thinking perhaps she should just let it go. But considering the agreement tied to this ball and the royal family, perhaps she really ought to go after all. An invitation had arrived from the Marquis of Luana, inviting her to the Lu family's succession ceremony. Fier had been busy preparing to join the Imperial Knights ever since graduation, so this would be a good chance to catch up. But the reason Lien hesitated was not whether she wanted to go. It was that she was afraid she might run into Rex at the ball. Hearing that, Carl Jan pulled the woman he loved into his arms and assured her that she would never see him there. Just thinking of Rex made her feel sick to her stomach and sent chills over her body. Carl Jan's words alone were enough to calm her down. With the heir of House Reconnecting by her side, Lien could sleep peacefully. That lowlife would never get close to her again. Sweet pastries, check. Morning paper, check. Toby was here too, check. It was the perfect start to the morning. Tomorrow was the ceremony for the Marquis of Luana's succession. Starting today, Lien had decided to truly relax and restore her peace of mind. Maybe eating sweet first thing in the morning was a bit much, but girls had times like that. She had simply really wanted some, so she had them prepared. Fortunately, Jen had given her that hot water bottle, so she could fill it with hot water and tie it against her stomach. Then there was a sudden knock at the door, and Toby started barking the moment he saw the butler. Cleaning had been arranged for now, and tomorrow morning the maids would come show Miss Lien the dress she was to wear the next day. She accidentally let slip that if her stomach was bloated, a formal gown would not look good, and the corset would not tighten properly either. But she did not want to set that dress aside. The butler froze at those words as though he had been struck by lightning. Toby seemed to instinctively know who outranked him, so he never dared bark at Carl Jan or the Duke. The front page headline was, of course, the epidemic that had broken out in Abascanthus. Related reports had already appeared before, but the situation was now becoming more and more serious. It seemed to be spreading at an astonishing rate. The symptoms were very similar to the disease that had taken Lien's parents' lives, but the illness her parents had suffered from had not been contagious. This was something entirely different. Kun was a prince, wasn't he? So she hoped he was safe, especially since he had also been her classmate. At that moment, Carljan's sharp eyes locked directly onto her. He had to confirm whether Lien was thinking about someone else and leaving him aside. She had hesitated for only an instant, but even that did not escape him. Apparently, this meant that to her now, he was no longer merely a friend. Thinking of the training that would help him break free from the control magic and live independently, Lien asked how it was going. Carljan had been using that magic since the very first day, so she had made him begin training immediately. As it turned out, looking straight at her without using control magic was not easy. She was simply too attractive. Before they left for the banquet, she suggested they practice making eye contact for 30 seconds first. To Carljan, that sounded like an endless stretch of time, at least until he heard that in exchange, she would grant him any one request he wanted. That single line was what made the boy nod in agreement. But now it seemed more like Lien had walked into a trap herself. The next morning, Carljan barely endured the full 30 seconds, his heart nearly bursting. Now that he could ask for anything, all he wanted was a kiss on the cheek. Lien found that strange, because by now there was hardly anything they could not do. After waiting so long, it was hard to say which of them was actually more patient. Perhaps she should not have done it right before entering the ballroom. It was not a kiss on the lips, only on the cheek. Yet she ended up getting herself all flustered for nothing. It seemed she really had gone too far. She could not control her feelings at all, and Carljan fainted once again. Not long after, the celebratory banquet for the Marquis of Luana's succession officially began, and they were several hours late, which in Flora's eyes was a terrible way to treat a friend she had not seen in so long. Lien had never imagined Carljan would actually faint, and even now he still had not appeared. Still, since she was already here, fear told her to go and enjoy herself for a while. Jin also seemed to be somewhere nearby. She had nearly forgotten to congratulate him on joining the Imperial Knights. Just then, the great doors of the Imperial Hall swung open. It turned out Lien was not the only one who had arrived late. The guests from the ducal house of Begonia had arrived, and a flash of fear crossed her face at once. Fear sensed that something was wrong and could barely pull her attention back, because she looked thoroughly terrified. But when the red-haired young man walked in, it became clear that the visitor was not Rex. Fear had not really been keeping up with noble society lately, but the red-haired young man looked to be the third son of House Begonia, Roll Begonia. Lien was clearly not present in mind, so he decided to find out what exactly had happened. He even offered to take her to a lounge to rest, but she insisted she was fine. Fear's worry immediately boiled over. Every sign suggested that Lien had not been properly looked after at the ducal household. In anger, he sent his younger brother to fetch a doctor and ordered water instead of wine. Lien cut him off, saying she had simply gotten her period and hoping he would finally understand that she could handle it herself. The heroine really was in awful condition that night, while Jen and Hans were busy frantically handing out calling cards. She was already feeling unwell, and after that fright, the thought of going home started to take hold. Then suddenly, a man's voice sounded out of nowhere. The man who introduced himself as Roll Begonia said he wanted to speak with Miss Lien. Just in case, the young lady first prepared the poison needle she always carried with her before letting him in. The moment young Master Roll spoke, he got straight to the point and told her she had to leave this country as soon as possible. The way he leaned on his cane made it clear it was no mere accessory, and that eye patch surely had a story behind it as well. Strangely enough, Lien immediately guessed this was probably about Rex Begonia. From the sound of it, he had completely spiraled out of control, and that was indeed the case. The people who might once have been able to stop him were all dead now, and nothing worked on him anymore. Roll's older brother had gone utterly mad, and as the person he had fixated on for years, Lien had of course long sensed that this day would come. The only reason the youngest son of House Begonia had made it here alive was because when the whole family fell, he had dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. Rex needed to keep at least one Begonia alive to handle his dirty work. Lien understood perfectly what Roll was saying, but she would not run. She knew she might be able to take some money and disappear far away, but that was because Roll had something precious he wanted to protect, and the heroine had the same. So she had already decided to fight that bastard head-on. She had companions now, truly dependable companions, a group of people who were hers. This girl was not like Roll. From what she had done, those companions were from House Reconnecting, and that was precisely why the young man had come here today. None of this would be easy. His brother would destroy not only the family, but even himself, if that was what it took to get what he wanted. But Roll still hoped, even prayed, that Lien would never one day have to kneel before him and beg. He sincerely hoped matters would not come to that. Before leaving, he apologized to her on behalf of every dead member of his family, saying that without question, it was their bloodline that had produced someone like Rex. A person could not choose their family. She could not blame the rest of Rex's victims for what he had done either, but she would never accept an apology in his brother's place. Anything connected to that man always ended this way, and it weighed heavily on her. Fear arrived at just the right moment. He had already told his younger brother everything and said the carriage to take Lien home was waiting up front. She still looked a little disheveled, but she had already explained why. Before she left, Fear told her to at least have Carl Jan use a little healing magic on her. Apparently, he had worried for nothing. Lien was actually all right. Not long afterward, a letter arrived at the Armenia household. Another letter had come from the Duke of Begonia. How many more times was he going to keep sending these letters that made it look as though he cared especially about Lien? He used to have a decent reputation, but lately all sorts of rumors had begun to circulate, and for some reason, her aunt had a bad feeling about it. Thinking of how her niece had chosen the Duke's estate for her first place of employment, she was growing more and more uneasy. She had heard that Duke Rikian and his heir were both terrifying men. Her aunt thought that if she had known all this earlier, she should have hurried and found Lien a husband back then. This would not do at all, so she told her husband to make a list of every unmarried man. Just as she was deciding to apply some pressure, the sight before her left her utterly stunned. She recognized that man. Since matters had already come to this, Lien's aunt invited her to a matchmaking meeting at the appointed time. Obviously, because the girl had not been in touch for quite a while, she could not help but feel anxious. After deciding she had to withdraw quickly and explain her relationship with Carl Jan, the heroine found that she did not even know where to begin. After going over everything again in her mind, even she herself could not make sense of what exactly she and Carl Jan were now. One thing was certain, they were definitely no longer just friends. But what kind of relationship they were actually in remained frustratingly vague. Usually, love and marriage began with friendship. First came a confession, then becoming lovers, and only after that a proposal and marriage. So although Lien had already told everyone in the mansion that she would become part of House Rikian, in reality, nothing had truly been settled. There had been no proposal, not even a proper confession. Carl Jan had simply brought her here, but he had never once actually said he loved her. The marriage had already been decided, so his parents had accepted her as their daughter-in-law, but they were not actually married yet. Ever since coming here, Lien had felt a quiet unease, unsure of what they really were now and how she ought to define herself to Carl Jan's family. Only now did she realize that she had never seriously thought about this before, while Carl Jan seemed perfectly satisfied with the current situation. So she immediately decided to talk and softly called his name. Carl Jan appeared in front of her in an instant. That was the mate mark. It was the first time Lien had used it. All she had to do was call his name, and she could immediately bring Carl Jan to her side. She had called him here because she wanted to talk and figure out what exactly they were to each other. For the first time in his life, Carl Jan instinctively sensed the weight of the situation, as though he had to choose every word with care. Strange, wasn't it? They had already done many things that friends did not do, and yet they had never truly said, "I love you." Lien said that next week she had plans of her own. She had to withdraw from that gathering, but explaining it would take far too long. So she intended to go there in person and simply say that she already had a boyfriend. That was why she was asking Carl Jan to pretend to be dating her. Remembering something from their academy days, she decided to tease him a little, but the part about having a boyfriend was serious. Up to now, she had only passively accepted Carl Jan's feelings. This time, she wanted to take the first step herself. Why did she always have to wait for him to say it first? So she decided to confess first instead. Carl Jan was overjoyed, though honestly, he had originally thought she had come to confront him about something. Ever since he had overstepped and investigated Lien's background on his own, ruining things, he had lived in fear that she might not actually like him. Even though he had already brought her home, and the two of them had agreed that she would become part of House Reconnecting, he still felt insecure. And it was not just him. Lien herself had many complicated thoughts. That did not mean she did not care about him. Feelings were simply hard to put into words. Even when you knew everything, before truly hearing those words, anyone would feel uneasy. Love began in the heart. Carl Jan loved Lien deeply. Lien was his girl, and he was completely captivated by her. But tonight, things were only getting worse. That bastard had actually cut off the flow of letters. He had blocked all interference with magic, and had now even started using low-grade demons to deliver messages. Clearly, Lady Sylvia did not care in the least whether the recipient got hurt because of it. Rex Begonia had forced this household's future bride to keep fighting such things all alone until now. The Duchess could no longer stand by and do nothing. House Reconnecting was now officially stepping in. Meanwhile, somewhere in the royal capital, the month's supply ledger and information on business partners had arrived at a merchant company. After reviewing the materials, the owner suggested reducing trade with the ducal house of Begonia. It seemed there was no longer any need to grovel before them as desperately as before. As for the other companies that still had not severed ties, there was nothing much to worry about. Their influence was not what it used to be. Word was that House Begonia was in trouble. To placate the Duke, they would end up paying an extremely heavy price. At the meeting, Duke Leonian said that the Begonia vassals who had once served the previous ducal line had accepted their offer. Carl Jan had found out that the supporters of the late second young master had now joined Rex's side, so he had planted spies among them. According to Sylvia, the current duke had seized power through rule by terror, so his reign would not last long. But if they pressed him too hard, he might lash out in desperation. They had to wear him down slowly and not let Lien get hurt. At that point, Leonian suggested that they simply wipe them all out at once, and this time Carl Jan also agreed with his father. But clearly, neither father nor son had seriously thought about how heavy a burden such actions would be for Lien. Even if it was his father who had spoken, if Lien heard words like that, she would certainly be hurt. Carl Jan knew that too. He had only said it with his mouth. He would never truly do anything that would make Lien hate him. Even so, the Duchess remained deeply worried, because judging from the frequency of those letters and the obsession behind them, the other side was no longer just some simple madman. No matter what happened, Carl Jan had one duty above all others. He had to protect Lien. Just then, the butler suddenly came in with news. It sounded like Miss Lien was having a rather serious physical problem. That evening, the atmosphere at dinner was completely wrong. The Reconnecting family seemed distracted, abnormally silent, answering only with vague, half-hearted remarks. In truth, the butler had recently happened to overhear Miss Lien talking to herself. While rubbing her stomach, she had said that she could not overexert herself. It had sounded as though she were carrying something precious inside her belly. Sylvia even boldly guessed that maybe she simply liked touching her stomach. The Duke thought this was far too delicate a matter to ask Lien about directly, especially since they still could not quite call themselves a true family. Carl Jan, however, was full of confidence that if he proved dependable enough, Lien would tell him. Seeing everyone lost in thought, the girl decided to eat something light and then return to her laboratory. With the news of an epidemic spreading across the empire, she had thrown herself into research. At the very least, she had to try and see if something would work, right? By the way, if you asked Lien what 3 things she hated most, she would answer at once: Rex, Iraq, and eggplant. So she always used all 5 senses to search for any sign of eggplant in her food. But today, the spices confused her judgment. The brightly colored dishes on the table, along with the bizarre mood at dinner, kept her from properly choosing what to eat. The moment the smell, taste, and texture of that vegetable exploded in her mouth all at once, her overly sensitive senses completely lost control. She nearly broke down on the spot, almost throwing up everything in her stomach. Knowing she absolutely could not vomit here, Lien squeezed her eyes shut and desperately tried to force that bite down. But she simply could not do it. To keep from disgracing herself by throwing up in front of everyone, she had no choice but to bolt from the table. When the Duchess asked when her last sensitive time had been, Carl Jan said it was 2 months ago. No swollen belly, plus morning sickness. Everything matched. There was no room for doubt anymore. It was a child, the grandson or granddaughter they had long awaited. Sylvia had given up on ever holding a grandchild after Carl Jan turned 3. In that instant, she immediately recalled how agonizing it had been when she herself carried her son. Childbirth was an extremely dangerous thing to begin with. Carl Jan realized that with Lien's delicate body, she would surely have to endure unimaginable pain when the time came. But Sylvia was also happy. Back then, whether it was morning sickness or strange cravings, her husband had borne all of it in her place. The moment he heard that, Carl Jan demanded that his father explain exactly how he had managed it with magic back then. According to Leonian, using magic on a pregnant woman was forbidden. It was not something he had intentionally cast. It had simply happened naturally. They said that if a husband loved his wife deeply enough, the wife's morning sickness would transfer to the husband. That made Carl Jan think his love was still not deep enough, and that was why Lien had to suffer pain she might not have had to bear otherwise. Since this matchmaking meeting had been arranged by a noble family, Lien could not decline it with only a letter. So she decided to go in person, and she specifically told Carl Jan to stay home so that her match would at least survive to return home. The plan was for Lien to apologize as soon as they met, explain the situation, say that she already had a boyfriend, and then apologize sincerely once more. She arrived early, and the other person seemed to have arrived before her and was waiting upstairs. The girl had intended to apologize the moment she saw his face. But when she saw that the person sitting by the window waiting for her was Fear, all her plans changed in an instant. Our heroine reacted in a completely different way. She could hardly believe it. So he was the one she had been matched with. Fear had known it would be her even before checking the name, but he had deliberately said nothing because he wanted to see her shocked expression. Maybe this was better, actually. Lien had been worrying about how to tell her match that she had only come out of courtesy. She had no idea how difficult it had been for Fear to squeeze leave out of the Imperial Knights. Of course, there were people who simply took leave whenever they wanted. From the way he said it, Lien guessed that he was either being worked to the bone or putting in twice as much effort as everyone else. She knew nothing about swordsmanship, so she had no idea how skilled he really was. But if the rumors were true that he was likely to be promoted to commander, then Lien truly admired him from the bottom of her heart, because that was genuinely amazing. In that case, Fear told her to just head back first. He was planning to use this opportunity to properly enjoy his leave anyway. The girl had another appointment after this, so she had to hurry off. Not a second could be wasted. Before leaving, she dropped a bombshell, saying that she and Carl Jan were together now, expecting at least a congratulations. Instead, he looked utterly stunned, as if to say, "You barged into someone else's matchmaking meeting, and that's all you plan to say?" There's a kind of friendship between them born of shared hardship, and that was why Lien told him. Then she said goodbye and told him they could talk more the next time the three of them met together. After seeing the clinic run by Margaman, our heroine realized that maybe she really should attend those classes. At the entrance, she ran into Nancy. Nancy had recently reached out to her on her own. Apparently, the people from the dormitory were planning to get together soon, but Nancy had something else to discuss. She needed advice. She could have written about it in a letter, but if she did not explain it properly in person, the matter would surely be completely misunderstood. You know, right? A disease is spreading in Abyscanthus, and they call it Monstera. Lien had heard about it recently as well. Even in Lagras, cases had begun appearing one after another. The infirmary staff had been worrying terribly over it. Nancy wanted to know whether, if they contacted a genius in plant-based medicine, there might be some way to cure Monstera. This was not for her own sake. Her father was sick, but she still begged Lien to listen just a little longer. The symptoms were exactly the same as Monstera, but this illness was not contagious at all. The whole family had been caring for him, yet not one of them had been infected. The moment she heard that, Lien understood without a doubt that this was the very disease that had taken her parents' lives. If Nancy reported everything truthfully, her father would be quarantined and then refuse treatment. That was why she had never dared ask for help. And now her father's tissues had already begun to break down. Lien still did not have a solution, but she promised she would try to find one. She had already been researching a treatment for Monstera. She could not guarantee it would work, but she had to try. Maybe our heroine was already too late. Maybe she would not be able to save Nancy's father, and Nancy too would lose her family. Lien would never allow such a thing to happen again. never right before her eyes. Her mind was so fixed on that goal that she was not even watching where she was going, and she accidentally collided with someone. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a stupid misunderstanding, but Rex Begonia had finally found his so-called true love. In his mind, Lien had remained frozen like a ghost, so he had almost forgotten that she also had a heartbeat. The Mad Duke was thrilled the instant he saw her. He had been searching for her for 4 whole years. Her mind was filled with nothing but calling Carljan's name, yet her brain would not obey her at all. Lien still had one final trump card. House Reconnecting was her ace, something even Rex could not lay a hand on. He struggled with everything he had just to see her. Every day, without her felt like agony. Rex couldn't get that girl out of his head for even a single day. Every day, every moment, he thought of her. Like a mouse caught in a predator's claws, she kept whispering the name of the one she loved. But the Duke believed the name she ought to be crying out was Rex, not that man's. Lien clung to her last shred of hope, pouring magic into every cry of Carljan's name. Just when she thought she was truly finished, she felt those familiar, strong hands settle on her shoulders. Carljan had rushed there with all his strength and shoved that bastard away with everything he had. But even back in her man's arms, Lien still couldn't calm down. She was panicking, breathing far too fast, almost on the verge of passing out. To help her recover, Carljan held her face and told her to breathe slowly with him. Watching the lovers, the Duke burned with rage of being betrayed and could hardly believe that bastard had dared to touch her. Rex finally understood. Since Lien had chosen this trial, he had no choice but to accept it. But that mage from House Reconnecting had to be stopped, and Rex would have to use truly lethal high-level magic. Begonia had brought a large number of attendants, though they were useless in front of a mage. Rex now had to pay the price. His fate lay in Lien's hands, but now things had changed a little. Carljan gave him a choice: an arm, a leg, an eye. Anything the Duke had 2 of could be taken. But one should be left behind, right? The one who made the choice was Begonia. Carljan Reconnecting and he were the same kind of man. If Lien wanted that lowlife, then Rex would become Carljan for her. He only needed patience. After what had happened, she had been badly frightened, but she had not been physically hurt. The attending physician gave her a sedative. All she needed now was proper sleep. Carljan still couldn't control his bloodlust, and the magic around him was raging wildly. The only thing barely keeping him calm was knowing that this was bad for Lien. Even so, it was incredibly hard for him to steady himself. In the end, he let Rex Begonia go with only one warning: don't kill yourself before your appointed death comes. As for Miss Lien's condition, there was something the doctor had to tell them. At that very moment, outside the room, the Duke felt a force instantly suppress the rampaging magic. If something like this happened in the mansion, it meant either Carljan or Sylvia was in serious trouble. When Duke Leonian burst into the room, he saw his wife pressing the doctor with question after question. As instructed, the girl had been examined to make sure the shock had caused no harmful effects, especially to determine whether she might be pregnant. But just as expected, there was no sign of pregnancy in the young lady's body. The instant he heard that, Carljan stormed out, determined to seize Rex Begonia at once. Sylvia even told him to demolish the Begonia ducal house while he was at it. Only 10 seconds remained until the destruction of House Begonia. Even after that meeting, there was still no news from Lien. Nancy worried that maybe she had placed too much on her shoulders. Lien was always the one helping her, even though they had never been that close to begin with. And then the girl she had been thinking about appeared right in front of her. The reason she had come late was that there were things she had to deal with first, so she hadn't been able to contact her immediately. Before coming here, she had gone to the address Nancy gave her and met Nancy's father to confirm the situation. Lien wanted to do everything she could. She had brought every medicine she was capable of making, but her father's condition truly was very severe. Yet when Nancy smiled and said that he was much better than before because she had been caring for him all this time, the sadness in Lien's heart eased at once. What she feared most was her father dying without receiving any help at all. Lien had not abandoned their family, and she would never forget that kindness. That night, she swore she would keep searching for a cure so that this would never happen to anyone else. If only she could throw away every painful memory completely. But if you do not face your problems head on, they will cling to you forever. Once, trying to save her parents, she had made a mistake and run away from them and from Rex Begonia. She didn't want to do that again. The place she belonged was here, beside her family. She had made everyone worry, but she had only wanted to quietly confirm a few things, so she had stepped away for a little while. Realizing it was already late, she suggested they all sit down and talk properly like a real family. Carl Jan had warned him back then, but in the end they formally placed Rex Begonia on the wanted list. He also made sure to obtain testimony from the guards Rex had hired. According to the Duke, House Begonia was already tearing itself apart from within, so they would be unable to mount any meaningful response to a declaration of war. Moreover, Roll Begonia had witnessed Rex's atrocities with his own eyes and had become a force against his elder brother's tyranny. Lien remembered that at the banquet, he had warned her to beware of Rex and escape quickly, so he had been resisting even then. When Duke Rikian heard that, he suggested giving the Begonia dukedom to Roll. Originally, he and Sylvia had intended to destroy that family completely and build a new power on its ruins. To ensure House Rikian would not become a threat to the imperial family, they needed a rival of equal strength. Lien felt as if she had accidentally brushed against some enormous secret. So many people were willing to go to any lengths for it. She decided to take everything away from Rex and make the medicine. If she started now, she knew she could do it. She wanted to go to the Rikian County, known as the homeland of mages, and study herbs there. Because there was still too much that needed to be dealt with, she decided to postpone the wedding for now. Fortunately, the Duchess was already happy enough just to have her by her side. Lien simply could not refuse any of her requests. Before long, Roll Begonia learned that the people who had once turned their backs on him now wanted to invite him to their ducal territory. Apparently, the speech in which he had harshly denounced Rex's actions at the last banquet had moved them. Then Roll suddenly noticed a note on his desk wishing him good luck. From the handwriting alone, he knew it had been left by the person who had mysteriously approached him at the banquet. Thinking back on that unfinished conversation, Roll finally guessed who it had been. First, he decided to prepare himself, join forces, and establish a brand new ducal house. A few days later, Lien climbed into a carriage so that she and Carl Jan could enjoy the feeling of traveling like wanderers. She had never seen such vast fields before. Warm sunlight poured over the land, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. The girl was deeply moved by the atmosphere here and even suggested that if they had children someday, she would like to raise them here. Hearing her speak of such a future delighted Carl Jan, but he also said he could not bear watching her suffer through pregnancy. From a stunned look on Lien's face, it was clear she had not even realized she herself was the one he was talking about. Meanwhile, in the border villages, there was still no sign of improvement. 3 more people had died today, and 2 others were in critical condition. This was no ordinary illness. Sophia's herbs were completely ineffective against it. More children became orphans every day, and food was growing scarce, so the elf girl promised to go into the forest and search for food. Normally this sickness was not contagious, yet now even isolated remote areas with no outside contact at all were suffering repeated outbreaks. Prince Abiscantus had completely lost control of the disaster. He could find no way to slow it and no way to stop it from spreading. Things had grown so dire that even when Prince Abiscantus lay down to rest, he could not sleep at all. Caston understood that if he exhausted himself now, then when the truly critical moment came, he would be too weak to use his power. It was obvious that if his friends from Quinn's Academy knew how recklessly he was pushing himself, they would be furious. But when he was with them, he had been only Quinn, not a prince. Now he could no longer simply go before them and say that he couldn't hold on. One thing was certain, that old master was plotting something and he wanted to contact Lien again. Teacher Quinn had heard from his mother that Lien was the granddaughter of that grandmaster. If Caston said he did not want to see her, he would surely be lying. But even if the man was her maternal grandfather, he had no right to interfere in her life on his own. The prince did not know his true feelings, but he was certain of one thing. Lien had the right to know everything and make the decision herself. That was probably what the general feared most, being rejected by the only family he had left. Once all this turmoil was over, Prince Abiscantus wanted to bring Lien, who had saved him, here. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Lien was excitedly explaining over and over that she was not pregnant and had not had a miscarriage. It looked as though Carl Jan had convinced himself that she had lost those memories because of the shock. As soon as the maids heard that Lord Carl Jan was coming to the main castle, they became terribly nervous. So the rumors really were true. They said a witch who could make magical potions had come to the Rikian estate and had bewitched Karl Jan with a love potion. As long as she could control their master, even if she were the devil's daughter, the servants would welcome her with open arms. Karl Jan found it very hard to believe that Lien's gentle hand on her stomach and her morning sickness had all just been misunderstandings. What happened that night at the ball had not been an impulse. She had planned it. It absolutely had not been some stupid mistake. And besides, even if something really had happened, she would definitely have told her fiancé immediately. When he heard that, Karl Jan pulled her into his arms, relieved that the woman he loved had not gone through such an ordeal. The next day, Lien was in an exceptionally good mood. She could wander around freely and look at all kinds of rare plants. Then she suddenly spotted a figure around a corner and stopped in her tracks, trying to make out who it was. To her surprise, it was a man, and not just any man, but Professor George. He should have been teaching at the academy right now, so Lien felt she absolutely had to ask what was going on. The moment Professor George realized someone was following him, and that a meddlesome black dog was wandering where it had no business being, he immediately turned and ran. But then something beast-like suddenly blocked his path, trapping him completely. But once he saw that it was Lien and Karl Jan, the professor immediately told them to stop right there and not come any closer. He was dressed far too heavily for the weather, yet insisted he was freezing. He looked as if he might spontaneously combust at any moment, so Lien told him to take off his coat. Only after his condition had been laid bare did George insist that the illness was not contagious, and that in 3 months not a single person had caught it from him. But Nancy's father was sick too, suffering the same tissue damage, and those two men had never met. Moreover, the disease did not seem to spread to those close to the patient either, so something was clearly wrong. In fact, Lien's parents had also died of this same strange disease. After that, she invited the professor to her laboratory for tea. He had already taken a long leave from the academy, disappeared completely, and was living in total isolation by himself. He also had no idea where he had contracted the illness. If this epidemic had swept across the entire empire in just a few months, then if someone had first contracted it and then passed it to George, there should have been many patients. 3 months ago, he had been swamped, had not gone to the lab, and had not seen his graduate students. Only Walter had occasionally come by to talk with him. Just hearing that name made Lien uneasy. She remembered her adoptive father's warning. Even after graduation, she was never to get involved with Professor Walter. So she abruptly asked what kind of relationship Abiscanus and Walter really had. It turned out they had once founded some sort of club together and had been inseparable for a time, only to grow distant later. The moment George recognized his symptoms, he returned here at once, back to his homeland, began his own research, and found a treatment. Lien already knew that the key ingredient was Cape gooseberry. She too had been trying hard to gather all kinds of materials. At first, her parents really did seem to improve, so she had thought she had actually made a cure. But later, despite clearly improving because of those berries, her parents suddenly took a dramatic turn for the worse one night and collapsed unconscious. Lien had still been too young then, and to this day, she still did not know why they had deteriorated so severely so suddenly. If the two of them were going to work together on a cure and use the professor as their sample case, then the professor absolutely could not just suddenly die one day. They had to make the cure as quickly as possible and save the people who might fall ill in the future. This time, their girl finally found the courage to go all in. She knew she could do it. She had family, friends, and a mentor. She could do this. Lien held out her hand and asked the professor to shake the hand that had already begun showing symptoms, because from now on they were partners. There was no doubt that in old George's eyes, she had grown into a top-class herbalist, and he was placing his hopes on her. Then, all at once, she noticed a strange-looking mark on his wrist. The professor said it was only a mosquito bite, but in truth, Lien had seen the same mark when she examined Nancy's father. The moment he heard that, the professor realized everything had changed and immediately asked whether her parents had borne similar marks as well. If their guess was correct, then Monstera and this disease were actually one and the same, and it was being transmitted by mosquitoes. But now the question was, what kind of mosquito? Lagras did not have mosquitoes like that. At that moment, Karl Jan suddenly decided to help, even though he couldn't tell one mosquito from another by color, wing shape, or legs. Most of Abiscantis was hot and humid all year round. There had to be swarms of mosquitoes there, so it made sense that the epidemic had begun spreading from that place. If they gathered mosquitoes from different quarantine zones, they could identify exactly which kind was spreading the disease. For a mage of his level and a descendant of the Rickian bloodline, opening a protective barrier to capture mosquitoes was child's play. But the instant he realized those things were not mosquitoes at all, his view did a complete 180. Even though Yin had clearly asked him not to go, Carl Jan somehow went straight to Abyscantus anyway, not the least bit worried about whether he might be infected. Professor George had heard some things too, but for Lien to have Carl Jan so completely under control, she really was something else. He understood why she was angry, but he also felt it was time to forgive Carl Jan. After all, thanks to him, they had made an important discovery. Those things were not mosquitoes at all, but magical beings disguised as mosquitoes. Magical beings were, in essence, pure clumps of magic power, but their structure was profoundly unnatural. In other words, they had been artificially created. So the professor concluded that someone was making these magical creatures and scattering them throughout the world. It was certainly a shocking hypothesis, but they could not simply ignore it. Mr. George firmly believed that even if one combined both empires, only a very small handful of people would actually be capable of creating such things. Hao Yin wished it were only a matter of time before they caught the culprit, but more people were being harmed every day. To speed things up, the professor suggested going to speak with Walter. He was an entomologist, and when it came to mosquitoes, no one knew more than he did. He was also the founder of the Modern Society. Thinking back on what the professor had just said, Lien finally understood. He and Acanthus had founded that mosquito research club together. So Acanthus had suspected Walter because he had feared something like this would happen and had warned them years ago. Since it was necessary, Carl Jan had Professor Walter summoned at once, actually dragged straight out of his bath. While the professor changed clothes, that boy explained that he had placed tracking magic on him. In fact, he had eavesdropped on Acanthus and Lien's conversation, and that had not sat well with him at all. Carl Jan had clearly assumed Lien would explode in fury because he had done something like that behind her back, but fortunately, it ended up being a great help. Besides, they had already talked through everything and now understood better than anyone what they wanted and did not want. What worried Professor George more now was what to do next, especially since they had failed to find Walter any proper clothes. Later, in the interrogation room, after hearing about the mosquitoes, Professor Walter claimed he knew nothing about it. He had actually been the first to propose creating Mogarden, but the club had been funded almost entirely by Acanthus, and Acanthus had personally conducted all the experiments as well. If that were the case, there was no reason to suspect the professor, but perhaps he was still hiding something. So Yin asked Walter whether he knew what had actually caused the relationship between the two of them to fall apart. The fact that she had dragged him here just to ask that left him utterly stunned. Because it was a secret, and until she was satisfied with his answer, she would not tell him. In other words, she had practically kidnapped him. So the first thing Walter did when he opened his mouth was start making demands about the meals. He wanted a new menu every meal, and the bed had to be properly made too. In truth, it was not that he knew nothing. Walter came from the renowned swordsmanship house of Reynos. His father had been a famous figure in the war involving Acanthus. One might even say he was comparable to General Kylus of Abyscantus. At times, the professor thought that perhaps this was exactly what had ruined their relationship. After all, in the eyes of an enemy nation, so-called war heroes were often nothing more than bloodthirsty butchers and murderers. It turned out Lien had no idea that Ball had once lived there as a child, probably because other things had been happening at the time. Academy rules required students to conceal their family surnames so they could mingle more closely with other students. And at the time, Walter had been so focused on escaping that suffocating family and finding a friend that he had no attention to spare for anything else. Because Acanthus was very sensitive to blood, but for some reason only got bitten by mosquitoes, they decided to create a mosquito research club. Killing a mosquito swollen with blood made a terrible mess, and by forcing himself to watch it directly, Acanthus was able to gradually overcome his fear of blood. Then one time, Walter forgot to put the lid back on the insect cage, and the whole place descended into chaos. Although Lily had caused all of it, Acanthus still thought it was too much to say she had fallen for his friend. They had once been the best of friends, and it had looked as though their friendship would last forever. But later, Walter's father came to visit, and that was when Acanthus decided to reveal who he was. The man looked perfectly ordinary, but the way he stared at that child was unnervingly intense. Professor Walter's intuition at the time had not actually been wrong. It was just that for Acanthus, for the boy who had then been Ball, the matter was far more complicated. This tragedy, unknown even to Walter and Lien, had taken place a very long time ago. Ballman was a child born with astonishing magical power, and the Lagras Empire coveted that talent. But Ballman loved alchemy, not magic, so for their son's happiness, his parents decided to flee to Abascantus. Later, when Lagras archers swept through the village, Ballman too became a victim of war. Ballman was only a child then, left all alone in a cruel world. During the invasion of Abascantus, General Reynos slaughtered every civilian along the way, and yet his homeland praised him as a hero. And because of that, Abascantus lost its final chance at victory as the Lagras army crushed them head-on. Looking back on the fact that Reynos had killed his parents but spared him as an act of so-called mercy, the man did not even remember having let that child live. That day, Ballman, utterly twisted by his encounter with that monster, turned away and fled under the excuse that he had things to do. After his parents died, he had survived by begging and scavenging through trash. No one was willing to take in a child from Lagras. Both countries had rejected him completely. Revenge and grief were smothered beneath the simple instinct to survive. For Ballman, who had only barely managed to stay alive and had wanted nothing more than to start over at the academy, that day had been a nightmare. It was as if the past had returned to haunt him and force him to relive that terror all over again. A voice inside him whispered that his so-called new life had been a lie. So he distanced himself from Walter, shut himself away in the laboratory, and threw himself into alchemy. His first invention was called Ballman Crenina, a cosmetic product that ended up causing severe side effects in many people. So he decided to create something deadlier and more insidious than slaughter in plain sight, something capable of ruining both empires. In the first stage of his plan, Ballman created Arlena using his parents' names, and it would bring suffering to countless people. The effect was terrifyingly effective. To get what they wanted, people simply ignored all of the severe side effects. It was then that Ballman understood. Once people got their hands on something like this, everything would soon spiral completely out of control. But the frenzy did not last long. A country herbalist developed an antidote to Ballman Crenina, and the entire plan collapsed. Ballman did not care. His next experiment had already been planned, so he decided to begin clinical trials, and he wanted to do it somewhere that would never attract attention. His target was the very herbalist who had ruined his plans. Ballman had already burned down his own home with his own hands and betrayed the dearest friend he had once considered a brother. So even before the herbalist family that trusted him and employed him, he closed off his heart and continued his experiments in secret. But that gifted child reminded him so much of his younger self, the child surrounded by his parents' love and obsessed with alchemy. That was when he knew he had to leave. His revenge had only just begun, and he could not allow himself to feel sympathy. By then, Ball had already begun experimenting on that couple, so all that remained was to confirm the tragic result. The talented child had not been happy about his departure. To her, Acanthus had become a true friend, and she had thought he was only going back to his family. But since he had no family and nowhere to return to, the girl had offered to become his family herself. Sometimes Ball would wear a sorrowful expression and say nothing. The girl had thought that meant he did not like her family. But when he looked at her, he simply could not make himself walk away. This child truly was so much like his younger self. Not long after, she developed a medicine, hoping Cape Gooseberry would help treat her parents' illness. Only then did Ball realize she was not the person he had been looking for. He could not save her parents. That herbalist believed the girl ought to be just as miserable as he was, losing her parents, ending up all alone, abandoned by the whole world. So he drugged her parents and lied that it had been Lien's formula, also that she would become someone with no one to care for her and no one to protect her. Acanthus decided to look after the abandoned Lien so that she would accept him as her family. He poisoned the couple, and from that day on, Lien believed her medicine had failed. The plague was being spread by magical mosquitoes, so the first step was to find a way to stop that spread. Carl Jan collected samples, and with the aid of a triple magical barrier, they were able to conduct their experiments safely. Though they were monsters, their appearance, structure, and habits were no different from ordinary mosquitoes. Since insect repellent worked on them, Lien could use the same kind of preparation she had once made back at the academy. Even if they looked like mosquitoes, these were magical creatures made of mana. So they were affected by the mana relaxant she had developed to suppress Carl Jan's mana rampage, a substance that weakened the concentration of mana and also worked extremely well as a fatigue recovery medicine. Lien had only hoped it might work, but against those annoying mosquitoes, it was practically an insecticide. She asked Hans to arrange production of the two medicines and asked Carl Jan to send word to Abiscanthus. She had always made medicines for the sake of solving problems. Deep down, Professor George had even regretted that she never pursued discoveries for their own sake. But precisely because she aimed for mass production, she was able to find a solution so quickly, and the professor had no choice but to admit defeat. He also immediately realized that once a production system was in place, anyone would easily guess that it had come from her. Still, with so many lives at stake, Lien believed there would be no problem. The Montella plague that had driven Abiscanthus into despair was finally brought under control. And so, the hero who saved Abiscanthus appeared. The person who prevented the Montella plague was Lien, a herbalist of Lagras and the arena's finest graduate, the saint who protected nations. She had saved 2 empires from the plague, yet she said nothing to boast of it. Professor George knew that Lien would never be happy to see herself described that way in the newspapers. To him, his student was practically a saint. It seemed he himself might soon be freed from his illness as well. The cause and the means of prevention had been found, but there was still no cure. After the professor stopped taking the Perry fruit, his condition worsened. He thought Lien must have believed the fruit really was effective, yet her parents had still died. The old man told her that if she wanted to help others with herbs, she had to cast aside guilt and pity. He was not saying she had to be cold-blooded for the rest of her life. He only wanted Lien to think seriously about it. That was certainly true. If she lost her composure, she would overlook what was clearly right in front of her. Then the professor told her to report everything she had observed so far from the samples. Lien said that once the Perry fruit was discontinued, the symptoms rapidly worsened. Apart from the Perry fruit, she had also tried many combinations of herbs, but none of them had any effect, and she still could not determine which part of the fruit caused the initial relief, only to make the condition completely deteriorate later. Lien analyzed its components over and over, even borrowing Carl Jan's replication magic, but she still could not understand the mechanism. So the professor told her to re-examine the research results, but this time as a true researcher. In truth, Lien already knew the answer. She was simply afraid of it, as if she had been desperately running from it. There was only one reason she had never been able to find any poison in the Perry fruit. But if she admitted that there was no lethal toxin in it at all, then she would no longer be able to explain her parents' deaths. Just as Professor George had thought, she likely understood that even if she had to rule that out first, she still had to uncover the true cause of their deaths. Failure had always been part of the process. It was that very process that had brought Lien's research to where it was today. Ignoring the Abiscanthus superstition that the Perry fruit brought misfortune, the professor plucked the fruit himself and dismissed that belief as blind faith. The heroine herself was fine, but when her gums bled while brushing her teeth that morning, it gave her quite a scare. She decided to buy a new tube of toothpaste on the way back and throw out the old one. First, she planned to develop a new medicine based on those fruits and carefully examine the medical records left behind in Abiscanthus. Meanwhile, Carl Jan had gone to collect mosquito samples. Lately, he had been run ragged because of everything involving Lien. Today, the one serving as her guard in Carl Jan's place was Toby. The road to the shopping street was perfect for sorting out her thoughts. Lien had long wanted to take a walk with her fiancé, but they had never had the time. Once he came back, she wanted to go with him. Then suddenly, she caught a sweet scent drifting from the forest and at once felt slightly dizzy. Before she closed her eyes and collapsed, she thought she was simply overtired. Then she heard Toby barking furiously beside her. When she woke again, the heroine felt a warm touch. Carl Jan had apparently been waiting for her to come to. He told Lien not to worry, but she was absolutely certain that this person was not Carl Jan. The way he said her name, the gentle love in his eyes, the shy devotion he carried. No matter how perfectly he copied Carl Jan's face and voice, he could not fake his heart. So as not to alert him, she only said she had collapsed because she had been overworked from a recent research. But he was too worried to leave her side. Right now, all he wanted was to finally spend time with her properly. When she realized Toby was gone, the man said the dog had barked too fiercely, so he had taken it elsewhere. It was outside. Since it was Lien's pet, he had not harmed it. Of course, she trusted the real Carl Jan, but she still felt uneasy, and even her hands were trembling. She had never fainted before, so this had frightened her badly, but now she realized she should have spoken up sooner. It seemed Carl Jan would have to take care of her now. That had always been his wish, to stay by her side forever and never leave her again. Like a child hopelessly in love, he begged the girl to hold him, saying he would hold her forever too. Lien threw herself into his arms without hesitation. In that instant, the man's heartbeat skipped. She was finally his. Long ago, at a ball, she had not managed to take out her poison needle in time, and that was when she realized it would be useless in an emergency. There had also been another time when the needle case she carried on her had suddenly disappeared, just like now. So after that ball, the girl used alchemy to create something she could truly rely on. It was hard as stone, but the instant it touched human blood, it would melt away. But what was truly deadly was using it at close range after mixing it with the poison Lien had always used. The girl bit the man hard and said Toby would never bark at Carl Jan again after this. At last, Rex revealed himself, though he was still hiding that hideous face. Lien had successfully avoided danger, but she had no idea where she was. What mattered was that Toby was safe, and so was the heroine. She did not call for Carl Jan because Rex was too close, and she feared what he might do. Afterward, she contacted Carl Jan. He was utterly confused, but even though Lien was already exhausted, she explained everything clearly. The boy did exactly as she said, and even brought the antidote to save Rex. Naturally, she had no intention of forgiving him. A man who could hurt even his own family was nothing but trash. The girl could not let him escape so easily through death, but she did not know what to do next. When he heard her dilemma, Carl Jan almost sounded excited as he asked her to leave the matter to him. He would make Rex regret everything he had done. He would make that man experience every kind of pain imaginable in this world. For the sake of what Lien protected, for the soul she cherished, for her painful past, and for herself. The warmth in his affection lightly brushed her hand. No one but him could promise to make an enemy suffer in such a romantic way. To her, those words meant more than any confession, because she knew how much Carl Jan was willing to bear for her. There's an old saying that before setting out on the path of revenge, one should dig 2 graves. Apparently, that old saying did not apply to Lien. She wanted Carl Jan to do it for her, because death himself would pull her back out of the grave with warm hands. She spent the entire night with Carl Jan, but when Lien awoke, no one was beside her. She had to get up because a maid suddenly screamed. Disaster had struck. Professor George could not open his eyes no matter what. The herbalists immediately ordered the windows opened, hot water prepared, and restorative medicine brought in. If he could not swallow the medicine, they would have to cut him open and inject it directly. With that thought in mind, the girl prayed that this new treatment would work. Carl Jan had only gotten his beloved to bed very late last night, so she ought to have still been asleep. He had intended to go wake her, but as he approached the mansion and saw Lien standing there alone with a devastated look on her face, he immediately knew something had happened. Seeing tears in her eyes and hearing her choke on her words, the young man pulled her tightly into his arms. She forced herself to tell him that Professor George had suddenly collapsed that morning, and it had shaken her badly. The worst danger had already passed. This treatment had worked, but Lien now felt completely lost. Feeling her entire fragile body trembling, Carl Jan prepared himself to hear whatever she wanted to say. The medicine they had given the professor had worked immediately, but even though his complexion improved, it was still a tremendous shock to the body. At the time, Lien had thought that if she first suppressed the symptoms and then used recovery magic, she could purge all the bad elements from him. Yesterday, she had already sorted through every medicine that would not worsen the burden on the professor's body, but she had put the treatment potion in the wrong place. Then it came back to her. They had been stored in the same box as that other thing. Thinking about it carefully, they really did look alike. The color, the texture, even the thickness were exactly the same. By the time things had finally calmed down enough for her to breathe, Lien was no longer in the professor's room. After Professor George's treatment, she found the hourglass and decided to show it to Carl Jan to see whether it might stir any memories in him. The plague medicine Lien had made from lantern fruit had exactly the same color and texture. Not only the appearance, even the ingredients were identical to the medicine she herself had made. But this had been a gift the heroine received long before the plague ever appeared. That long-haired man had made this medicine ages ago, and to Carl Jan, that could only mean two possibilities. Either he could see the future, or he had orchestrated the events that would eventually require such a medicine. Now Lien had only one request. She wanted Carl Jan to bring a Acanthus before her. She wanted to know why. She wanted to ask him herself, because he had never told her why he sometimes hid away and cried alone, why he always disappeared without explanation, or whether the medicine she had made as a child had really been the same as this one. Because the heroine had always believed it was a failed attempt, the medicine that killed her parents. And Acanthus had told her exactly that the medicine she made had failed. He had even said it worsened her parents' condition, and Lien had believed him all along. When Acanthus saw the medicine in her hand, he had even been pleased, thinking she had obeyed his advice that it should only be used on herself. He worried she might use it on others, and he also worried that in the early stages of infection, she might not remember him. But Lien listened, because she was Acanthus's only family, and even if everyone else disappeared, he would stay by her side. But now she knew. The one who decided who the mosquitoes would bite was him. Her godfather had killed her parents. For years, Carl Jan had been playing a very long game of chess. It was in his nature to eliminate every obstacle in his way. He could create as much sorrow as he pleased, then act as though nothing had happened. But he was different when it came to Lien. Unless she said herself, unless she asked on her own, unless she chose to confide in him, he could not interfere. Carl Jan understood that much. He could not hurt her, shatter her heart, or barge into her life without her permission. So the person this boy feared most was actually himself. With a single thought, he could plunge the whole world into suffering. Yet he, whom no one understood and no one needed, was now trying again and again to understand the feelings of the woman he loved. So Carl Jan knew that Lien was exhausted. It had taken her years to finally face Rex on her own. Even now, there were times she would wake from nightmares and then fall asleep again in her lover's arms. On sleepless nights, they would talk to each other, hoping for a happier future and a completely new life together. Lien dreamed that someday she would be able to forget everything. The scars Rex left behind would take time to heal. After the truth about her late parents had been exposed, Acanthus whispered those words to her as well, trying to truly break her. He claimed that the matter of the medicine had simply been an inexplicable misunderstanding. But Lien no longer wanted to pursue it any further. So she told Carl Jan to take Acanthus away and remove the tracking magic. Carl Jan did as his beloved wished, but he made sure that Traitor would go on living like a rat. Lien had not forgiven Acanthus. She was simply too tired. Perhaps Carl Jan was not much different, since he too was pretending to understand Lien. Even if he were given another chance to think it over again and again, he would still ask her the same question and then bow his head and apologize to her. So this young mage had already prepared himself to be hated by her, simply because he had spoken the essence of the matter aloud. The news that the alchemy laboratory in the remote woods of Lagras had burned to ashes had not yet reached Rikian territory. Even if it had already made the front page, Lien probably would not have seen it. Not because she had an amazing boyfriend, but because she was busy with production. Hans was doing excellent work, producing the insect repellent and the mana medicine, and massive orders were steadily moving forward. The only real difficulty was the medicinal ingredients themselves. If the key raw materials became known, obtaining them would cost a fortune. Lien took charge of the procurement routes and left Hans to handle the preparations for launching production. This time, she was not going to buy ingredients, but to make use of the invitation she had received from Abiscanthus. Before leaving, Hans promised that he would finish the preparations even if it meant staying up all night. Once she dealt with one final matter, she would depart immediately, and that last matter also required Hans's help. If she completed this final step, she could clear the path ahead and move forward. The glorious capital of Lagras, and within it, the cleanest and most respectable district was the financial quarter. The reason Erhin Armenia had appeared there was simple. He could no longer repay his debts. After Duke Begonia disappeared, the balance of power shifted. All support was cut off, and people began pressing him to repay everything he owed. When the plague broke out, every project related to tourism collapsed completely. Even the Armenia family's territory was on the verge of being lost. But Erhan, a self-proclaimed genius of commerce, saw crisis as opportunity. He learned that the son of a trading company whose stock price had soared was none other than Lien's former classmate from the Arena Academy. Using that connection as an excuse, Armenia borrowed money from him and finally found a use for his worthless little sister. After all, it had cost quite a lot to raise Lien, so it was only natural to get that money back now. Today was the due date on that debt, but recovering such a large amount was no easy matter. To escape his current predicament, Erhan planned to play the Lien card once again, tout a new business idea, and pull in more investment. But to his surprise, the promissory note between him and the trading company had been sold to someone else, and that someone was Lien. Under normal circumstances, the trading company would have needed his consent. But Erhan had already delayed the repayment deadline 3 times without approval. Because of his debt, the company faced the risk of enormous losses, so they had no other choice. The fact that a third-rate little country trading company like that knew nothing about respecting its business partners made him furious. But after venting his anger, he also realized there was no point trying to reason with such people. He had no idea where Lien had gotten that kind of money, but as a commercial genius, he had already decided to turn even this crisis into an opportunity. Armenia probably assumed she must have something shady backing her too, just like that ridiculous saintly act of hers. That concludes the explanation regarding the changes to the loan agreement, and the repayment deadline has also been revised. Erhan said that if Lien was not a complete fool, she should have changed the deadline to indefinite and interest-free. The deadline really had been changed, and yet it had only been extended by exactly 2 days. Erhan had now been given an ultimatum: repay the debt, or his real estate and assets would be seized. The man tried to argue and demanded to see Lien, but his contract had already expired, and the trading company had no obligation to listen to him any longer. He would do well to calm down. And Lien had also left him a message. If he dared use even a single coin from the Count's territory to pay his personal debts, he would soon be thrown into a Rickian prison. As proof, here was the genuine Rickian family crest. Lien had the right to use such a distinguished emblem. Karl Jan could place curses. If someone spoke a certain specific word, they would feel pain as if their wrist had been broken. The target he meant was Erhan, and he suspected that a mere warning would probably not be enough. Lien had already sent the formal creditor's notice to the steward at her aunt's estate. This would surely come as a great shock to her aunt. Her health had long been poor, and she hardly went out anymore. Erhan had been hiding all those disgraceful dealings from her, but Lien could not allow him to keep using the future of her aunt's family as a threat. She was part of that family too, and she believed that if she told her aunt honestly, she would understand. So Karl Jan promised he would stay by her side. He would always stand with the girl he loved. Lien wanted to go with him, and she also wanted to introduce him to her aunt and uncle. She wanted them to know whom she would spend her life with, and how happy this man made her. So her aunt listened seriously to their story. By the time they arrived at the Count's estate with Karl Jan, many things had already happened there. But on the way, they first cleared up one thing. The letter had been issued in the name of the second prince, which meant it was an official document recognized by the emperor. In other words, they had been invited by the Emperor of Abascantis himself to attend a reception. But Lien was still occupied with the medicine, and on top of that she needed a new dress prepared and had to learn all the proper etiquette. Looking at the mountain of things she had to bring, even Karl Jan felt it was practically like moving an entire house with them. At last, everything was ready. Lien intended to use this opportunity to obtain what Corey truly needed. Finally, the prince also announced that Lien would be attending the reception as well. He simply thought that old man would be especially delighted to hear such news. Caris, the pride of Abascantis, Lord of Petatia, and Grand Marshal Duke, was actually being given the chance to see this child with his own eyes. According to the prince, Lien had been invited to the palace as an honored guest of both the emperor and the prince, so everything would go smoothly. And so Karis Dines personally stood in the welcoming line, though one man was clinging to him like a burr. From the things Lord Kuhn had told him in the past, he had already suspected as much, but the fact that the two of them had appeared together without even guards showed just how complicated their relationship was. Lien had heard from her grandfather that Karis was a Grand Duke of this country, and yet he had come to greet them personally and was even going to guide them himself. Of course, Lord Petitia was already prepared to do anything for her. Apparently, this was simply their custom for welcoming honored guests. The Duke himself came out to receive them. Lien noticed that, judging by the prince and her grandfather, many people here had dark hair. But a pure, jet-black shade like hers and the Duke's, with no mixed tones at all, had so far only been seen on those two, so even here it was rare. Watching that old man desperately trying to make a good impression on Lien, Carl Jan became even more convinced that if the two of them had come alone, it would have looked exactly like a date. Before the reception began, he suddenly suggested taking the girl for a walk like travelers. In truth, Lien had wanted to ask about the lantern fruit all along. She needed to purchase a large quantity of lantern fruit in Abiscantis. As it happened, that old knight knew exactly where lantern fruit grew. His territory, Petitia, was the largest producer of it. Abiscantis did not cultivate the plant, but within Karis's lands, it was not destroyed just because it symbolized the misfortune of an enemy nation and was tied to his war victories. The old man did not even ask what she intended to use it for. He was ready to hand it over to her outright. He did it simply because he wanted her to have it, so he asked her to accept it without fail. From the first moment she met him, Lien had noticed the loneliness in his expression. For what he had said when he met Carl Jan, they were not related by blood, and yet she could not shake the strange feeling that, for some reason, he reminded her of her father. But for now, our heroine was urging Carl Jan to hurry and catch up to the Duke because he was walking far too fast. The issue of the lantern fruit was resolved quickly, but since the plant had never really been harvested and was not easy to obtain, there was still a great deal of work left to do. Time flew by, and before long, the day of the royal reception arrived, with Lien dressed in a perfectly tailored gown, pressed without a single crease. In everyone's eyes, she was the honored guest, the saint from Lagras herself. Those Monstera plants had once left the young women helpless, but thanks to the preventive medicine, their bodies were now largely fine. Yet one of them found it strange that only one person could cure the disease, almost as if she had caused everything from the start. Lien and Carl Jan were the very people who had once tormented her and driven her out of Lagras. Sarah had only just managed to get married and find a place for herself here, and now they had returned to ruin her life again. In Abiscantis, that illness had been fatal, and just as it was about to spread into Lagras, a solution had suddenly appeared. Sarah thought this was very likely an elaborate conspiracy intended to make the Abiscantis Empire look like a joke. From one angle, that claim was not entirely unreasonable. If even part of it was true, then they had to act at once. His Majesty had already heard the opinions of the assembled nobles. They believed that the Saint of Lagras had ulterior motives, and they intended to announce it at the reception. According to His Majesty Emperor Clarita Edgar Abiscantis, they had already secured conclusive evidence. The Emperor's reaction startled Sarah, but she quickly forced herself to calm down, reminding herself that she was now a countess of this country. In the past, Carl Jan and that countrywoman had tormented her and cast her aside without hesitation. But now, this was her chance for revenge. Sarah planned to take advantage of the public's unease, because that woman was manipulating everyone by playing with the hearts of the people of Abiscantis. As Lien wondered who had been slandering her behind the scenes, it turned out to be Sarah Brandy, who had been obsessed with Carl Jan and then cast out of Lagras. According to Sarah, they were not truly distributing supplies for free at all, but were adding extra transportation fees and taxes onto everything. It sounded more like something a greedy merchant would do. Perhaps this had all been part of Lien's design from the very beginning. It was the most classic kind of scam. Create a problem, provide the solution, and then win the victim's trust through it. What Sarah failed to realize was what would happen if that woman chose to raise the price of essential medicine and profit from everyone's suffering. Rumor had it that the current situation was already quite severe. Abiscantis was in danger of becoming dependent on that woman from Lagras. Karl Jan proposed that they step in, on the grounds that Lien's drug development was nearly complete. The emperor believed that even if what Sarah said was true, this was still a matter that had to be resolved between nations. Trusting a former enemy nation was certainly dangerous, but since people's lives were at stake, they had no other choice. When the Prince of Abyscantis learned what was happening, he came uninvited, unable to stand by and do nothing. He could not tolerate this woman attacking his guest while he was away. Tarita Edgar turned to his son and said, "You cannot throw all of Abyscantis's court etiquette aside in front of our guests. Even if you're the crown prince, you must still follow the rules when entering a royal reception." In the end, Sarah only wanted to expose this woman's true nature to the public. She decided to press the advantage and, in the name of justice and truth, demanded that this witch be put on trial, because she was convinced that the monster incident had been the work of an enemy nation and that the entire affair had been a trap they had set. Hearing that a witch trial was going to be held in an age where alchemy and medicine had advanced so far, Lien naturally could not help wanting to understand what was happening. If found guilty, the accused would face either execution or life imprisonment, and all of their property would be seized by the emperor. By now, it was obvious. They wanted to weigh Lien's wealth and her medical formulas on scales. The truth no longer mattered. The only question was whether the emperor would yield. Obviously, if the crown prince openly opposed the emperor, it could trigger serious political upheaval. Everyone knew that Karl Jan would do anything for Lien. A single word from her would be enough. And then Sarah actually produced evidence that no one could flatly deny. She and Lien had once studied at the same academy. There, that herbalist had controlled a twisted magical beast, a creature with the body of a wolf, enormous wings, and a strange black glow radiating from its whole body. Someone like her was absolutely capable of creating artificial monsters and unleashing them in Abyscantis. The moment that madwoman dared to insult Toby again at a time like this, fury flashed in Lien's eyes. The Prince of Abyscantis requested permission to speak as a former academy student. He understood that the girl's words sounded persuasive, but the accusations were far too vague and insufficient to justify a trial. More importantly, if they were going to dig up the past and revisit what had happened at the academy, then they could not look only at what Lien had done. They also had to look at what Sarah herself had done. For instance, the incident involving the attempted murder of the Crown Prince of Lagras had been orchestrated by Countess Sarah herself. Because the witch accusation had been made directly before the emperor, he ordered that both girls be detained first while an investigation was conducted. After that, Lien forbade the Prince of Abyscantis from interfering any further. Otherwise, people might begin to question his testimony. She might not actually be thrown into prison, but she still did not want to be separated from Karl Jan. Just then, Grand Marshal Duchess Dienes suddenly objected, saying that treating Lien this way merely because she had been accused was itself deeply unjust and unacceptable. He was willing to guarantee her innocence and take her back to his own territory. Logically, the Grand Marshal had no reason at all to defend a woman from Lagras. There was no connection between them. The emperor had always found his way of doing things amusing, and that was why he entrusted the saint to him. Caris Dienes immediately told the girl to follow him and keep her back straight. They had to leave at once. Sometimes, even without clear evidence, instinct alone is enough to sketch the rough outline of the truth. And when someone steps forward without hesitation to stand up for you, even if he comes from another country, it can make him feel both considerate and strangely close. Lien stayed at the Petitier estate as comfortably as if she were in her own home. But then news from her homeland changed everything. All over the streets, people were saying that the saint from Lagras had been accused of being a witch in Abyscantis. Of course, for now it was still only a rumor among the people, and the whole matter was still under investigation. Moreover, it was said that the accuser was also from Lagras, which was probably why the royal family was handling it so cautiously. If she were found guilty, it would inevitably trigger another chain of turmoil, and the saint's position would become dangerous. A few days later, while our heroine was still passing her time peacefully at the Petitier estate, unexpected news arrived from Lagras. The man who had created the artificial monsters had voluntarily gone to the imperial palace of Lagras and turned himself in. There were things Karl Jan had to say out loud. He knew Lien probably did not want to hear them, but he had to say them anyway. He He was certain that she knew who the real culprit was, and that she herself knew it was the truth. Lien had simply refused to face it. The darkest corner of the imperial palace of Lagras was the underground prison where the most dangerous criminals were confined. At last, Lien came face to face with the man imprisoned for his monstrous crimes. She asked him why he had done it, and she sincerely wanted to know why he had chosen to turn himself in. Why spread the plague? Why warn Walter? Or rather, why kill Lien's parents? No matter how many lives he remembered taking, the man felt no pain. He wanted everyone to experience his pain. They had taken her parents away and stripped her life of its value. And in the end, the one person she had been able to trust was the very murderer who had killed them. Lien's parents had merely been victims swept up in his petty pain and pitiful excuses. Their nobility, their ability, their kindness, they had always been saving people. And because of that, they had stood in the way of his revenge. Those who had lost their beloved in an instant, who lived in fear with no one by their side, could never understand true loneliness. Acanthus believed there was only one person in this world who could understand him. Only she could understand Lien, or so he kept telling himself. He was convinced that only Lien could understand him, and he called that obsession family. Betrayed after a lifetime of lies, Lien could no longer bear to listen. What she gave that liar in return was a slap across the face. Perhaps they had gone through similar things. Perhaps they had felt similar pain. But no matter what, she and he were not the same. In Lien's eyes, the loneliness Acanthus suffered now was something he had brought upon himself. That only made him laugh. He firmly believed that in this world steeped in lies, only the two of them bore the same wounds. After hearing all of that, Lien finally understood that they had never been family. She had once clung desperately to the warmth she felt from him, afraid of losing it, but now she would never do that again. She had come this time to say goodbye to that pitiful shadow called affection and memory, to that thing she had once been foolish enough to want to hold on to so tightly. Because family is not about sinking into unhappiness together. It is about sharing pain, supporting one another, and striving toward happiness. The past cannot be erased completely, but one can slowly learn to let it fade. And now, she finally knew what she had to do. She said a complete farewell to Acanthus. In any case, Acanthus would never appear in her life again. The case was wrapped up quickly, so quickly that it almost seemed as if Abiscanthus was eager to prove that it had left no room for criticism. The true culprit from Lagras confessed to everything, answering questions like an empty shell that had lost its soul. As for Sarah, just when she was about to be held accountable for filing a false accusation, she had already fled, and that was where the matter ended. How exactly she managed to escape so smoothly without power or influence remains a mystery to this day, and to be honest, no one seriously investigated it. Their dealings with the Petitier estate were also brought to a smooth close, and before leaving Abiscanthus, they settled everything properly. Lien had gone through far too many painful things here, things she should never have had to bear. She was deeply grateful to Karis Daines, so she asked him whether she could send him an invitation when she held her wedding. When the date for her marriage to Karl Jan was finally set, she truly hoped he would attend. The Duke was completely flustered by those words, and could only ask her in return whether she even understood who he was, or what kind of man he really was. Of course, Lien knew who he was. He was her lord, but at times he also felt unexpectedly close to her, almost like her father. They would surely have chances to talk about such things properly later, but even so, Karis was still grateful that she had come here. And so, their brief journey in Abiscanthus came to an end, and at last they set out on the road home.